Initial jobless claims data just coming through here. 210,000 week over week. Number expected was 216,000, so downside ever so slightly there. Continuing claims 1.8 million versus about the same. It's basically a flat print on that. If I get rid of some of these, we'll be able to see that. There it is. 1.815 on the continuing claims number there. Those are basically the two biggest prints that we'll get today. We do get PMI data coming up at 9:45, and then some home sales numbers at 10 o'clock this morning. We do have Fed's bar coming through later on today at 12 o'clock as well. Keep that in mind. It's not on this calendar, but I was seeing this morning on another calendar that Powell is scheduled to speak again at 9 a.m. on Friday. So I'm going to do some digging on that and see if we can't reference something else that says the same thing coming up tomorrow morning, but keep that in mind as well. Market back to S&P anyways, back to all-time highs at the end of the day yesterday, coming off a very dovish Fed Chair Powell yesterday at that press conference. We'll get into some of the comments and what that could mean potentially going forward. Everybody basically pointing to June now, saying, yeah, there's a cut coming in June. So we'll check out the CME Fed Funds tool coming up as well. A lot of things moving around here. Micron, huge move to the upside on better than expected earnings for yet another semiconductor name. So we'll talk about that. Tesla back on watch as well. There's Li Auto downside. They've revised their delivery numbers to the downside as well, so under a bit of pressure here this morning. It's Thursday, March 21st, 2024. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, Apple was downside here to start things off as well on a DOJ note this morning. We're already, though, trying to get back to basically where we ended the session yesterday. Still definitely lagging the overall market. Overall market up basically 1% here to start things off, 0.5% for the S&P. Again, if you missed it there this morning coming through, we had initial jobless claims data and continuing claims data that were basically in line with expectations. Again, some PMI numbers at 9:45 this morning. Housing numbers coming up at 10 o'clock. There's, we're way up here. 1% for the NASDAQ. It was an all-time record high close for the S&P yesterday. NASDAQ didn't quite get there, but we're definitely set to open at 1 potentially this morning either. I mean, this is a little surprising, I have to say. I was expecting him to come out and throw cold water on everything yesterday. It was exactly the opposite. Yeah. When he was questioned about these inflation prints that came out 2 in a row, remember last week, higher than expected, he kind of shook it off and said seasonality. Exactly. All is well.
Yeah, well, he specifically said seasonality for January. February could be, a bit of I don't even know what to say.
A blip.
Yeah, a blip. Perfect. Thank you. We'll have to see exactly how we do the rest of the day. But as you mentioned, S&P 500 at all-time highs. Jobs numbers coming in a little bit weaker than expected. He mentioned the jobs market yesterday and the continued strength there. So, we'll have to wait and see when we get the first cut. But we're going to get 3. Hopefully.
Yeah. Bank of England, meanwhile, comes out this morning, holds as well, following suit with what happened with Fed yesterday. They're still at 5.25, but also this is now accelerating the talk in favor of not only what we heard from the Bank of Canada, now the Fed yesterday, and now the Bank of England, all kind of pointing towards June potentially as the first time we could get a 1/4 point cut. So I was a little bit surprised by that. The market reacted accordingly. As we said, S&P back to all-time highs when all was said and done yesterday. NASDAQ there or thereabouts. Neil off, enjoying a much-needed vacation here, guys. Good morning. Obi's in today.
Good morning.
Good morning, Obi.
How are you
Much
doing?
needed vacation.
Yeah.
Lucky guy. Okay, how's it going?
It's going all right.
Good, yeah, it's going pretty good over here. The markets are going well, and we can see that by, again, a new all-time high. So we'll celebrate that today. We'll celebrate Micron. We talked about that on the recap show. I was like, oh my God, Micron came and saved everybody. So and I say that because if they reported the other way and guided a little bit lower, then I think we could have seen a little bit of a continued downside push there. Instead, NVIDIA's breaking highs right now at 922. So we're going to be looking at some of those chip names as Micron up 17%, play those dip buys. We really like that one. But no, I think I don't think the market cares. Like what Brendan and Sharif were saying there, I don't think it matters when we have the rate cuts or anything. It's just the Fed seems to be on the side of the markets and on the side of trying to get things figured out. So I think we stay the course. You buy the best names and you just keep on going with the plan of action, dollar cost average, buy the NASDAQ, buy the best names, and continue. Like, I'm surprised. Like, we have this Fed decision and then NVIDIA pushes these highs again. There's nothing stopping these markets.
Yeah, I think stonks only go up, and I think it's quite fitting that Reddit is IPOing today as well. Kind of a big one, big one on watch. So yeah,
you were just yelling at our guy Josh over there because of how much different Reddit's going to be than yesterday's.
Yeah, I was just
AAPL.
like, you can't expect it to be exactly the same. It's a different kind of company. It might have like a different crowd, but you don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But the thing is, like, I don't want to prime my mindset before going into the IPO, being like, oh, if it's going to be like yesterday, I'm gonna, it's already, yeah. So I was just like, yeah, no, don't do that. Just expect nothing. See what you see, and if there's a trade there, it'll show up.
Yeah, what was that line you said? Expect nothing. You said a wicked line to him.
Yeah, I was like, expect nothing. If you see it there, trade it.
Yeah, basically,
something like
yeah.
that. I don't know. It was in the
React
moment.
to what you see, basically.
Yeah, exactly. If
it was
the trade
an
is there, just
amazing
react
line.
to it.
But anyways, I don't know. Is anybody in our floor or on the audience here? Anybody watching? Are you guys going to be trading Reddit? Let us know there in the chat. And if you are, yeah, we have a poll, but I want to know if they're going to be trading it. Are you guys going to be trading it today on open, going long, going short? Which way do you guys prefer? And yeah, I think that would be really fun.
What did you vote?
When I voted, what's Reddit?
Yeah, same.
Yeah, so nice one.
Nice.
No, I don't think so. For me as an investor, IPOs just kind of left a sour taste in my mouth. But I think always early days. Like, we had ARM hovering around 50 for quite a while.
Yeah.
Bouncing 60, bouncing underneath.
ARM IPO was great.
IPO price. No, eventually it was great.
Yeah.
But if you look at here, did you see what it was doing for the first little bit?
Yeah.
I mean, it was fine, but it wasn't doing much. It gave all of us, what I was going to get at is, it gave all of us a huge opportunity once this started. There it is. So look, here's IPO day for ARM. So ARM goes up to $65. The very next day hits 75. Then a week later, you're at 50. And then, Obi, you break 50. The story didn't change for ARM. Everybody knew what it was all about. Right. Then all of a sudden, we have those bottoms in October, and as most of the market, or the whole market, my bad, goes all the way up, then you bounce in again, you come into the 50 period, and then it's earnings bonanza, and then it's boom to the upside. So I really feel like you want to wait to make sure you get support in IPOs, but for a first day trade, I think it's going to be a good one, and I'll probably go long immediately off the open. Let me see a bottom at some point, because it's going to be priced apparently at the higher end, right? 34 versus 31. Yep. So it was between 31 and 35. It's going to be priced at 34, but with the interest probably going to come out 42.
Yeah, we'll see what it comes.
But it's an NYSE one, Brendan and Sharif. So we know that could take a while to open. Yesterday's was around 12:31ish?
It was like around 1 o'clock.
Yeah, so maybe we'll expect the same today.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the over-under on getting this thing before lunchtime? And I think it's probably a bit of a stretch. But yeah, let's see for Reddit coming up today when they actually get this thing trading. Let's just do a quick recap here of what happened if you were off the desk or doing something else yesterday. When all was said and done, we get to all-time highs, as we said. Back from a bit of a dip yesterday. That was this morning actually. This is yesterday. 1.25% for the NASDAQ, 0.9 for the S&P, 1% for the Dow was at all-time highs as well. Russell up better part of 2%. That thing's been under a lot of pressure. Anytime the market gets a downtick, the Russell always the one to feel it the most. 0.7 here this morning, 0.35. It's more than that now. About 0.5% for the S&P here. The Russell about 0.5% as well. A number of interesting names, as we said, moving around. Micron to the upside in a really, really big way. Great report from them. There's a few others to be aware of. Lululemon coming, FedEx coming, Nike coming, all after the close tonight.
Yeah, those are going to be big. I want to see exactly how Lulu does. Lulu's been able to weather their storm when people weren't spending. Lulu continued to do well. Not the case for Nike. Nike's had a lot of trouble. They've been trying to switch to a direct-to-consumer business and forego some of the middle people, Dick's Sporting Goods, Foot Locker, etc., trying to increase its margins. It's been, a little bit okay, a little bit not so okay. FedEx, though, I need to have my eye on that. That is a bellwether. It's reflective of the overall economy. Got to pay attention to that.
Yeah, not typically a day trading stock, if you will, for FedEx, but we do get a bit of a higher level look at how things are doing. Here's Lulu. Channel your inner Michael Noss here. Looking like this thing is starting to curl back to the upside a little bit, just below that 475, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think earnings are tough to play ahead of earnings because, unfortunately, we don't know what said earnings are going to be.
Right.
But I think Brendan just nailed it on the head there. You want to look for companies that you like that are potentially forming up. I've talked about this on the podcast with Nike. You know, I think the bar is pretty low for this name right now. It's pulled back into $100. We were just up here 105, 106. Just the last couple of weeks we pulled back in. I think China had a higher CPI print, so they pretty decently as well. So they're spending money over there, and I think Nike, a solid brand, continuing to push forward. I know we didn't get the greatest look from Foot Locker or anything like that, but the retail side isn't the greatest. But, you know, Nike's such a huge manufacturing. They sell everything athletically. I mean, the shoes aren't going anywhere. They have Ross stores and things like that. You know, different off retailers that sell the older inventory. The sneaker resale game isn't as hot, I don't think, as it used to be. But it doesn't mean that people aren't, you know, still going out and buying.
And you don't
right?
have much of a...
And the other part about it is Adidas finally grabbed a loss. So they suffered their first loss. I think since, I don't know, 5 or 10 years, something like that. And, you know, a down quarter for them on sales could be a negative thing for Nike, or it could be the other way around. People are potentially buying that brand instead of Adidas or Reebok or whatever. You ever heard anybody talk about Reebok lately?
No, not really. I think when it
Under Armour?
When it comes to Nike, like I don't really...
They're a dividend aristocrat as well. They pay about 1.75% or something and have continuously raised pretty much every quarter. It's not a huge dividend or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah.
But I don't know. That's
all I know is that whenever I walk by the Nike store, it's pretty packed.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, the thing is, they also have
there are people definitely buying their product. That's for sure.
They do have a good online business as well. You can customize. I got a couple different customized pairs of shoes and stuff like that. So it's fun. It's good stuff. But again, you have to wait. The thing about it, honestly, there's so much of it is China too. Like we're going to talk about Tesla today, and that they're going to be up. They had a nice day yesterday. They've had a nice little run here, and it's because they're starting to sell a little bit more cars in Europe. So they've been able to get exposure to potentially a new market. Like when I was in Italy this summer, I didn't see one Tesla, I don't think, in the city of Rome.
Really?
You know what I mean? Like go just walk outside right now and just stand on Bay Street for 30 seconds.
Yeah, you'll see a couple for sure.
Yeah, a couple. There you go. So I was going to say one, but a couple for sure. And then, so I think that's a new market for them.
Teslas are very abundant.
Anyways, back Nike. Oh, you know what the thing was? This is the other thing. Someone just said this. We saw this yesterday, Chewy. So they came out. See, this is a good example. Okay, Chewy came out yesterday. We had this on the recap show. I believe they actually had a really good quarter.
Bless you.
So they go all the way up. You good over there, my guy? All right. It goes all the way up to $20 right here, right? Starts to think about breaking, and then all of a sudden they guide lower. And then it's like, boom. Disaster hits. We've seen that so many different times in this space where you could have a good quarter, but then you guide a little lower. Are you sandbagging, or is it what you actually foresee? I think companies almost shouldn't guide really, unless they have some sort of material reason why they think it's going one way or the other. We saw that with Adobe. Adobe had a great quarter, so did Palo Alto, and they guided slightly lower, and we saw the hit there, ADBE. I mean, we even talked about, holy crap. Oh my gosh. We talked about buying Adobe. So here's the
500 bounce.
Look, they did not miss on their quarter, okay?
Right.
They guided lower. So the problem is they come right into here and everyone's like, oh, that's good. So they guided lower, okay. So we'll discount this stock $40 billion because they guided 500 million lower. So we'll do that. And then boom goes the dynamite. Then everyone's like, huh? And then goes straight back up to the upside, potentially sold off a little bit too far. And then we had the same situation with Palo Alto. Palo Alto's come back a little bit since then, but the same reaction where you get a huge move down into support again, which is right here, and then a nice move up to the 50 period. Palo Alto, though, this might be a good buy now as well. Look at it holding out at 280.
Yeah, no, that's what I've noticed as well, Sean. Like the earnings can come out one way, but it's usually a lot more weighted on the forward guidance. And I think maybe I've just heard people say this market is forward looking, right? So
Yeah,
it's forward
very
looking.
much
So it's like people
It's not
care.
backward looking.
Well, yeah, things can only go up, down, or to the right. But
Give me one play. You're a young guy. If someone asked you what was one stock that you could put $1,000 in right now and not even look at it for 5 years, which stock would you choose? Just $1,000. If you could put it for 5 years. No pressure. Just what would you think? First thing, Amazon. Is that because of your Obi, or is that you really mean that?
maybe a little bit of both.
Okay, good. That's
But-
fine. Yeah, trade what you know, invest what you know. I like it. Amazon. Okay, there it is. Obi's with Amazon. You know what? I would choose Nvidia.
I'm not an investor. I have no idea.
I have no idea either. Okay, back over to the desk.
All right, Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Group's with us this morning from sunny Mexico. I sent you a message, Rahim. What temperature is it right now?
I think it's about 24, 25. It's early in the morning. It's about 7:30 here.
Okay,
So.
amazing. And that's whereabouts are you? Sean's having a bit of an issue with this right now.
It's gonna get up to about 28 today, guys.
Only 28. Amazing.
But also to Sean's point, there's not many Teslas here.
No. Yet. Anyways, it was minus 14, or it felt like minus 14 when I left my place this morning, Rahim. So you're heading in the right direction today. Are you in? Where are you? Tulum?
No, just outside of Cancun.
Outside of Cancun. Amazing. Enjoy. Much deserved and much needed. Let's talk a little bit about copper today, because it's been on a pretty impressive tear. And we have to say, we don't really discuss this, I think, enough.
Yeah.
As you know, a trading option and a trading tool when it comes to the mining side of things. Give us your take here from a higher level. Why have we seen this recent move to the upside?
Yeah, we're definitely seeing copper move to the right direction for all the fans of the brown metal. The amount of copper that's going to be needed, like you and I have talked about this many times over the last couple of years. It is a proxy for what is going to be needed, whether you look at a rebuild in a country, whether you want to look at electric vehicles, you want to look at infrastructure. Copper is one of the metals that is going to be needed in a dramatic fashion over the coming, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And we all know, or at least I've espoused that, there's going to be a shortage of available copper. And so we're seeing smelting companies now saying they're cutting back, to Sean's point about guidance a little bit earlier. They are starting to cut back their guidance because they're not going to have enough product to get into the smelting process. So there's going to be cutbacks there. That's going to cause the price of copper to now move upwards like we're seeing here. Another thing that we do think is going to be dramatic is, like I said, just the fact there is going to be not enough rock produced and out there, that companies are now going to need to do more things to get access to copper. And that's where we started getting into the equities market. The larger producers do move pretty closely with the price of copper. The smaller guys do get the tailwinds, either from lower production levels or from M&A targets. So I think we will see a lot of movement in the price of copper. People are suggesting up to a 75% increase by 2025. And I think we stated that at the beginning of the year. So we're a quarter of the way right already.
When it comes to, we've discussed this M&A activity in other areas of the mining world of late. There's been more coming through with the focus on and the attention on copper. Give us the lowdown here with this Grupo Mexico.
So Grupo Mexico is one of the larger copper players in the world. And they have grown through its own organic plays in Mexico and into the south. Now, one of the things that did come out in scuttlebutt in the last couple of months, the last 60 days, was them looking at First Quantum's assets. First Quantum is one of those companies that we've talked about a great deal because of a variety of factors that the audience has probably kept on top of. But one of the larger plays in Spain is called Las Cruces. And First Quantum owns that. And the rumor was that they were putting it up for sale. And the first thought that it was going to be Chinese investors. And then sort of mid to late January, word came that Grupo Mexico had been there and had been looking to buy it. So Grupo Mexico is a very, very large company, solid cash flows. But like I said, with some of these larger companies looking to backfill, it was interesting to see them being talked about in the world of Spain. I did run into one of their people in Toronto a little while ago, and in Spain a little while ago, and they didn't really say much about it, and they sort of denied it, obviously, because that's what you're supposed to do when you're a forward-looking company. You don't talk about the deals that you're doing, but it was interesting to see them tied to the Las Cruces asset in Spain.
There's a lot of different ways we can go here as far as individual companies are concerned. You mentioned FM there. There's as far as larger names are concerned, tell us a little bit about CS and HBM here.
So yeah, those are some of the bigger companies as well. So you look at a Capstone, big market cap, and it does trade on a. That's one of the ones that'll tie a little bit more closely to the price of base metals. And like you said, it's a great looking stock chart right there. It does move closely with the price of base metals, particularly with copper. So it has done exceptionally well over the last short term, and it's getting up towards its 52-week highs. That's why I thought this one might be worth a look to see, will it break past its 52-week highs, or will it continue to trade within that bound? Hudbay is the other one that you had mentioned. Again, same thing, more North American focused assets. They are trading about halfway to 2/3 of the way up to their 52-week highs, and see how that one trades with the price of copper. So if you do take the long-term view on copper and where copper is going to be needed across all the different areas that we've talked about, you may look at these two in particular, along with First Quantum, as proxies for where the price of copper goes and where these equities go with the price of copper.
And then if somebody's looking for something a little bit smaller on the cap size and lower on the price side of things, let's talk about one we've mentioned on this show many times before, Hispania Resources.
Yeah, that's a company I'm on the board of, so I do have a fondness for it for sure. We are seeing investor interest come. We are seeing price start to get towards its 52-week high there as well. And the company hasn't put out much news yet. And again, to the guy's points earlier, you make available to the market what you need to make available, and as soon as you know it. So the company has acquired its 3 big assets and are looking to continue to grow now in Spain. And like I said, with Grupo Mexico looking there, with other people being in Spain, we think it's an interesting place. Amazing infrastructure. You can write to site in your lawyer's car, as an example. You don't need to fly 6 hours to a remote location, take a truck, driving up and down a mountain for 4 hours. You can get right to site within a couple of hours. So that gave us a big fondness for what's happening in Spain. And so we wanted to be a participant in that. So we are excited about the opportunities that we've got with Hispania.
Rahim, enjoy your time in beautiful Mexico and enjoy the temperatures down there. We appreciate you doing this morning.
Thank you. I have 2 special guests I wanted to hop in, if that's okay.
Oh, sure, of course. Always.
I've got my little guy here.
There he is.
And I've got my nephew here. They both wanted to say hi to everybody.
Hi, guys. Hi, guys.
Okay. All right, guys. Take care.
All right. Thanks, Rahim.
Bye.
I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, that's why you want to go on those vacations, spend those moments, and thank you to Rahim. I wouldn't have been blabbing on and on and on. I didn't realize that guy was just waiting there. But thank you so much, Rahim, for spending time to come forward and do that. Look, I think commodities are going to be hot. I mean, you could see here if inflation, especially if that starts to heat up again, I could see we get going. We saw gold break out highs. And yeah, I like those plays. Rahim always brings the goods there. Rewind if you need to know some of those names. But yeah, thanks for that. And I just think that, hey, you got to sort of diversify. We always talk about tech names around here. It's great to have a guest like Rahim come on and explain, some of the metal names and some of the different names and some of the miners, even cannabis names, some of the lower level tiered, I keep saying the word names, but equities or whatnot that you can get involved with. And I think that you need to be invested in some kind of a metal. Whether or not you go with copper, you get some FCX or whatever he's talking about. I like those plays, but again, I don't know.
What do you think about silver?
So it's funny because I was reading something about how all these, there's actually having outflows in gold right now as it reaches to all-time highs. Mm-hmm. So it's not like money's actually even pouring into gold. But I know you just mentioned silver. I haven't looked at silver in a minute. I've always thought that silver was just kind of like, again, more manipulated. Remember we had during Wall Street Bets, there was a report about, I guess people were really short silver, and then they tried to run that up, and then that didn't go anywhere. But it's really, it's now that you bring that up, we are about to break out right now. And I didn't actually realize where we were at for silver. So this is a daily chart. I don't know why this isn't going back any further than that. But you might be onto something right now as gold. Is this something you're looking at? Because we'll have to.
Yeah, because I'm looking at gold pushing all-time highs, and I'm like, all right, well, in terms of like a range, I see that silver has a higher likelihood to potentially push it's at $23.
Its 52-week high is 23.94.
It can push like 100%, whereas gold pushing 100% is a little bit of a stretch. Versus silver's got a lot of room.
You see, like, this pretty boring, right? Like $20 up to $23. So it really hasn't moved anywhere basically in 2 years, let alone if you go all the way back here to 2020. You're at the same levels you were at for the last 4 years. But nice dip buys. You know what? Let me ask some of the people that we have on about this one, because we never talk about silver, and potentially maybe there's a break there. Anybody in the chat know anything about silver? Let's go over to Adara to find out the upgrades and downgrades.
Of tech names on the upgrade side of the list here. Broadcom getting an upgrade from TD Cowen. This follows that price target increase to 1,400 that we saw midday yesterday. Nice look across the board for AVGO. Micron getting another, also from TD Cowen here, getting an upgrade, trading very nicely after its earnings yesterday after the close. NVIDIA, another TD Cowen semiconductor upgrade today, raising the price target to 1,100 as the last day of its GTC conference gets started. And Oracle getting upgrade here as well from KeyBank Capital Management. Downgrades, we have Centene kicking off the list, getting a downgrade from Stephens. KeyBank downgrading Asana here. KeyBank also downgrading Adobe. ADBE getting a little bit of a move to the downside. And last but not least, Five Below trading down about 12% after earnings, getting a downgrade from Telsey Advisory Group, guys.
Thank you, Adara.
I mean, you saw that whole left side was like all tech names, Micron, Oracle, NVIDIA. I don't know. Are these analysts getting lazy?
I think they just they might just be like, oh, this is hot. I don't know.
No, but it's just like, you know what?
They get paid a lot of big bucks to do what they do. I have no idea what they're doing.
Right. We're just gonna let's just upgrade NVIDIA, or upgrade Oracle. But you know what? They have good reasons to do all this. And I mean, you look at Oracle's chart. I mean, we were really lucky. I don't know if it's lucky or not, but we did that same strategy, and we actually did it back in the September quarter, and we had first bought down here around 11. I think it was 111 or so. We did like our 2 or 3 day rule where you drop in there and then you fell back in again, and we bought into here somewhere, and then it did go against us, and we were buying against this $100 level on Oracle. Another bad quarter there in December. Brought them back in and gave us another opportunity to dip buy against a $100 level. I mean, and we talked about Adobe doing those same things, and now they go bad quarter, good quarter, plus momentum in the market, plus NVIDIA partnerships. I mean, I don't know, I kind of feel stupid saying that because every company's going to have something. Apple with this Omniverse and everything. And so anyways, right now you are breaking higher on Oracle. So out of all of those, I don't know if you had an opinion on any of the other names, but I think Oracle for me would be one of those jams today. It's only done 25,000 shares. So I think a pullback into 129 here, right here, like 129.50 if the market comes back. But you're up 1%, so I don't want to buy tops right now. But yeah, 129.50, 130. Anything tickling your fancy on that list, or
just Micron, because I have it up earnings day one as well, so they get a little bit of a upgrade as well. So yeah, I do have it on watch. Let's see what it does. It is pushing all-time highs here, so I'm gonna have it on watch.
All right,
that's all I'm saying.
Let's go back to the desk.
Discover the future with VinFast at the Vancouver International Auto Show 2024. Explore their debut lineup from the stylish VF6 and VF7 to the luxurious VF8 and VF9. Experience cutting-edge technology and unparalleled design tailored for everyday lifestyle. Join their booth number 11, Vancouver Convention Center, March 19th through the 24th. It's on right now. VinFast, elevating green mobility. All right, let's get a check of the overall market to kick things off here at 9 o'clock. Sharif's going to do that with a look at the futures.
52.87, guys. That's where we closed off yesterday on the ES June contract. All-time highs. The current place where we're at, the overnight high, 53. 15, that's an all-time high as well. So nothing to chart with respect to resistance, just to say maybe look at the 50-point and the 100-point levels incrementally. But to the downside, let's see if we can hold out yesterday's close, which is just below 5,300, 52.87.
If you have not done so, make sure you grab the absolutely free watch list. Every single day it comes right to your inbox. All you need is an email address. Scan the QR code, go to tradertv.live, enter said email address. And that's about it. It's super easy. Let's have a look at Micron here. 17.5% almost to the upside. 113 coming into play this morning. We were all the way down here, $95 yesterday. A beat across the board for MU.
I guess what really showed me that this was going to do well was when Jensen brought that big H100 GPU and put it on his kitchen table like he was about to cook it up, and he mentioned obviously that there was Micron DRAM in there. No, seriously guys, revenue increased 58% year over year to $5.82 billion on the quarter. There is ridiculous amount of demand for their DDR5 as well as SSD and DRAM, NAND technologies, you name it. They're looking at also their guidance is a lot higher than what the street was expecting. $6 billion in revenue for the next quarter. They're guiding 6.4 to 6.8, so big beat.
Well, this is just one of many analyst moves this morning on Micron, but the JP Morgan going to or maintaining overweight. $130 price target. We're at 113 here, guys. Where's the trade this morning?
Wild move.
Yeah, an absolutely wild move. I actually just tweeted it out on the sticky note here that we were just going to try to follow as we always do on these earnings plays. And I think we just try to do the same kind of stuff here. Look, as trader Danielle Shea, who will be on later tonight with me on the market recap show, she says buy the dips and especially stick with the trend when you get bigger beats than expected. So Micron yesterday, it's going to be on the list here. Let's take VWAP or pre-market high. I actually didn't write down, I actually didn't write down any specific levels on this one, Obi, because I don't really, if we zoom in here, I mean, so this is what it looks like right now. I feel like it's a little risky to be trading this in here, although the volume is fine to do it. The market's up 1%. This stock has skyrocketed up here today, but in the pre-market, so forget about like sort of what happened here this morning into 8 o'clock. Let's just deal with that from here. $112 has been the bottom, right? I mean, you could wick down to that 166, but who cares, 1166. So I'd say you'd want to play a dip into 12. But we've done this before on companies' earnings where you sit here, and I remember specifically, I think it was Intel, so I shouldn't be specifically, but I remember specifically what happened. And that was that we layered into some of these levels. And then we got into long at 112. It broke. And then it looked like it was trying to hold 111.50, for example. So then what do, Obi? I buy 111.50s. Then that doesn't hold. Then that breaks 111. And then next thing I know, I'm like, oh, well, now it's down $2. Maybe 110 is good. And then it breaks 110. And the next thing you know, you're trying to catch this falling sword because you like the stock and you like the quarter. So I feel like there's two ways to trade this. Either what I wrote down was we trade back into VWAP, but now we're well under it. We're writing this note when we're up here and VWAP's down here. Now that we're under, I really feel like we have to wait until we see some kind of support. Because again, you're up 10% expected move. You get 17%. It's in a sector that's been super hot. There's been 3 or 4 upgrades in the last week alone on Micron. It's been on our watch list. I've had it written down as long a bunch of times on here. We remember we were long 92. We were long 93. We were long all of these prices in here on Micron. It's still dipped in every time. We've had 3 or 4 nice updates. Remember, we talked about upgrades, people getting excited into it. Obviously, we have a great report yesterday, great release from the Fed. And now we get up to the upside. And then if you look at a daily chart also, we've well broken. This might take a while to load up, but we were bumping up on highs here back in the day, near $100, and now there it is. So now we've broken up through this, and boom goes the dynamite. Highs, the way to play it, to answer Brennan's question, long-winded, is we have to wait for support, or if there is no support and it just takes off, I think you just punch this 114.
Yeah, no, I like that look, Sean. I'm looking for something similar as well. I like that. I like the idea of the pre-market high. Let's see what it can do. VWAP definitely going to be interesting to see if there's any participants that potentially like that VWAP area. But yeah, definitely in play today on watch, blasting through these previous highs, as Sean just said. 102 previous high right here. just last week in the first week of March. March 8th, we made that high, and then today off of earnings and a little bit of an upgrade as well this morning. We are kind of sustaining some of these levels off of the earnings reaction here. So yeah, I'll be watching that 110, that 114, 115. If we continue to the upside, we're going to get some fresh prices, and I think there I'm just going to leave it up to a little bit more of a tape read. But yeah, Micron definitely on a watch today.
All right, let's go on to Apple here. Downside, it's been relatively weak. There's a DOJ story about Apple today, and I just typed in DOJ instead of the ticker symbol for Apple. Anyway, downside a little bit here. 0.65 right now in the pre-market. We did have a nice move yesterday after the Fed, right across the board. The entire market basically closed at high. Apple, one of those names, but as I mentioned, back downside here this morning.
Yeah, I think there might be a company or two that this FTC or DOJ still hasn't gone after. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe they'll go after somebody else. But no, in all seriousness, Dan Ives opining on this yesterday, basically saying we do not expect any business model changes for now, but Apple clearly is going to have to find a way to eventually settle this case, pay a hefty fine, he's assuming here, so he doesn't think this is going to go to trial, and ultimately find some sort of compromise with developers. At issue here is hardware and software restrictions, as well as how they conduct business in the App Store, and the 30% that they take off the top. We already saw Europe move forward with this, so we'll have to see exactly how it's panning out there, Brendo. Maybe it foreshadows what's going to happen here.
Just seeing a spike there in oil. Don't see a reason for it, but just a heads up, some oil names just flashed in front of me. It was a lot worse than this. We have recovered most back to basically where it ended the day yesterday for Apple, guys.
I mean, is this because this is one of those famed Bloomberg reports that is saying that they are preparing to file? No, I think they'll probably do something there. The DOJ needs to be paid. And I always talk about this. I think I was saying this to you the other day.
Yeah, we were having
like if the SEC doesn't investigate companies, then they're not going to be able to charge an SEC fee. And then, the whole thing falls down. If lawyers can't create long-lasting court cases, then they don't get paid as much. But the DOJ just has to do their job, and if they want to investigate Apple's practices, then fine. It wouldn't be the first time that something like this has happened, and it definitely is not going to be the last time. So I say you just stay the course with Apple. Obviously, I'm long Apple. We've talked about that very, much in detail, as I think many of us are. But at the end of the day, we talked about Nike and thinking that potentially China, and I don't know if China's a sort of a house of cards over there or not. I'm not aggressively invested in China at all. My biggest exposure would be Starbucks, Apple, and Nike, and then we did buy some Alibaba. But this is an American investigation. Apple is the largest taxpayer in America, will continue to be that way probably forever. So let's just wait to see what comes of this. I think it's a good opportunity to buy the dips, apparently as do others, and let's just see what happens with Apple. But you may notice today, it's not anywhere on my radar. And the reason for that is exactly what we just said. I don't know how the market's going to react to this. We were hella long yesterday, my guy.
Oh, yeah.
We had 175 long. We had a bunch of different spots that we've been into this name over the last couple days. But that's because we had confidence in the long. We had some levels to play off of. Now, all of a sudden, if this is something and the market is weak today, I could see Apple getting hit the most out of all the big tech names. I could see strength in chips. We know why. We talked about that. C story 1. And then we could have weakness in Apple, which we've seen before. It's not like this is a surprise. We've seen this name, get hit to the downside. But look at this, bouncing off 176.50. This could be a good little level down here if you are interested in Apple. So 176.50 could be a buy zone, but I'd rather play other names today. Little uncertainty with Apple.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right on the resilience that Apple has had through all of its issues there. And yeah, just looking at the chart here, yesterday off of the FOMC, we had quite some strength. Again, in going into the close after hours, I was looking at, I was doing some scans, and I was like, oh, what's going on? Apple's already doing the reversion, and it's not even the morning session yet. And I looked up what it was. Yeah, a little bit of a trouble with the DOJ, but it seems like it's taking it quite well as it just kind of claims the trend that we've been having for the past couple of days and continues to bid back up off of that sell. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, but definitely other names a little bit more in play today. But if we can push some of these highs, I think that we may have some room to go. But again, Apple definitely not one of my main watches on today, but on watch for sure.
All right, big day for the IPO industry, or IPOs once again returning. At some point today, we'll get Reddit coming to market. The first notable name in quite some time. We had that AAPL yesterday. That was a bit of a fun trade as well. But Reddit going to debut at some point today on the NYSE. Wedbush, Dan Ives calling this a watershed moment for tech. Bit of a stretch.
Yeah, well, look, Brendo, there's a lot of people talking about this IPO could make or break the rest of the IPO season for this year, because if it's not traded well, it may dissuade others from launching. So we'll have to wait and see. The range for the IPO price, $31 to $34, as Sean mentioned. That gives it a valuation of about 6.4. In all fairness, though, this is essentially a down round. They raised money in the private market in 2021 with a valuation of $10 billion, so that almost got cut in half. As I mentioned, the wider implications of this and the share distribution. They're giving some employees as well as moderators, even users, active users, shares, and there's going to be no lockout period. So those taking those shares can sell them today technically. So this could make for a very volatile day.
It's been a long time coming. If you remember, even going back to the pandemic couple of years, I mean, it was, I guess, Stripe and Reddit were the two sitting on the sidelines that everyone were talking about. So today's the day, guys. We'll get at least a portion of Reddit today.
Yeah, I was just reading up on it as well right there. I mean, we knew it was going to be a down round. Reddit allocated 8% of their shares to eligible users, moderators, certain board members, friends and families, and employees and directors. So, you know, this is what it looks like right now for us. It's not going to look like anything. We will get the tap right now is $34. That will start getting adjusted as interest comes in, and then we will be able to see it here on, there it is right here. It's already here. Wow, they have 7. I have never seen this before. Have you ever seen this before? A single digit paired value in our imbalance locator.
So 7 shares have been.
So right now there is 500,000 shares to buy, and 7 of those shares have been put in right now to sell. But that would make sense because there are no shares to sell, maybe. So we'll wait to see if that number does change and what goes on with that. So again, if there's going to be no sell volume in here, then potentially we go upside. But you already brought up a good point. Look, yesterday, AAPL, every IPO is going to trade differently. I think as an investment, I know we have that poll up. I don't think anything you buy IPO day one is really a great investment because we don't know a whole heck of a lot about the company. Now, this would have been, you look like an idiot saying that when this candle happens here yesterday, where this name comes out at $52. Again, a big AI tech name here, goes, Astera, goes all the way up to the upside here and completely just rips off any shorts that were involved and makes you look silly, any sell that you made in here. But the important thing to learn about this is it actually opened up and went down $2. So generally speaking, I've taken the opening print long, 100 shares, 1,000 shares, 10 shares. That's the strategy. You buy the open and then you watch it just go to the upside as everybody panics to buy shares once they realize the price. But this one fell in. And it actually gave you, it's not going to seem like that long, but 2 minutes of glory down here between 50 and 51 where you had to step up and take the shot. So I wasn't looking at it. I know Neil was looking at it. I know he was red on it, but very small. He just didn't have the big move to the upside. We were always looking for fades to the back, but I just think you want to wait for some sort of a support level. And then this blue line is VWAP. So you don't need to anchor it to anything because it hasn't existed yet. So it will open up and it will start to build. And then what you can do is, and I'm just looking at yesterday and talking with Brian Shannon, is that you can play the bounce back into VWAP for some kind of support early. So I feel like for Reddit, I'm not going to put that market on open order in. I'm going to let it open up. We're going to see the action. And then Obi came up with a great line that none of us can remember what it is. But he turned over to Josh and he goes, dude, just play what you see, basically. And I think that that's the best advice for brand new names, Obi?
Yeah, for sure. Again, I'm trying my best not to prime myself based off of what A-Labs was. A-Labs was a totally different sector. Reddit IPO has been long awaited for many years. So I was just looking through this S1 here this morning. Some pretty strong underwriters. You got Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and Bank of America as some of the top ones. And you got a bunch of others as well. So definitely they got 22 million shares to offer Class A common stock. So definitely going to be on watch today. Let's see what happens. I do like the look of VWAP there. We saw A-Lab yesterday, and we were talking about a couple of, it was definitely very difficult in terms of its price action. I would call it, it was pretty ranked. The price action was very, very ranked, and it was very difficult. But there were certain times in the price action that things did stand out. I think there's some interesting action at the 55. There was interesting action at VWAP early on. Like even with the strong flushes that we got, like 3-point flushes, VWAP would sustain more often than not. And eventually that buyers kind of stepped up 55, 56, and now it's trading at 66. So I think that concept of if the bid is strong, you can observe it stepping up. If we see something like that, I think definitely calls for a look or to get involved. But yeah, I'll be waiting and seeing, just reacting to what I potentially see. And yeah, getting right off the open, not necessarily my plan, but gonna wait and see what it does with VWAP and maybe some initial structure building and what we do with that structure.
I mean, that's great advice. I think you want to wait for something. If you're going to go on technicals, you might as well use the technicals. I mean, I just think that wait for dip buys, wait to see the reaction of the stock. One name that I do have here on the watch here, we don't have it. We have it because it's coming up with the banks long, but I wrote down 750 here with FOMC staying the course, and Anthony Noto comes out and talks about strength from the offering. I really liked SoFi long here at 750. It was just at 760 when we wrote the note, so it is falling in. I do have a bid here at 750 to get long. I just want to let people know that. So if it does come into 750, you will see the first position. You haven't been in one yet today, have you?
No.
No. So the first position today will show up there on the board. Make sure you go to moretradertv.live, I guess, yeah, that's right. On our YouTube channel, we have another feed that's going to show Obi and Mai's positions throughout the whole day. So even when we go to the midday madness, you'll be able to see our positions as well. There it is. Yeah. So that's yesterday's board. There you have uranium. Once that gets loaded up and the market opens, then all those ETFs will update. So you'll be able to see like what's moving around. And then you notice there in the middle, we're going to have stories that start to flash. And we didn't even talk about crypto right there. I see BPI behind me. We just had a story there about Mara going to the upside. We had BTC breaking through 67,000 there right now and 67.5. Watch out for IBIT. Watch out for Ethereum Trust. And I actually said this yesterday. I think it was time to rotate out of some Bitcoin potentially and into some Ethereum because we had a nice 20%. Did you even realize that? There was like almost a 20% move down in Ethereum in 3 days.
No, I didn't.
So like that's like a big drop down in what's supposed to be like one of the sort of gold standard there for the cryptoverse. It's not a meme coin or anything like that. But what is Ethereum at? Well, okay, we'll go back over to the desk and I'll get all the price action on Ethereum when we get back.
All right, let's touch on Li Auto here. You and I were just commenting on how hilarious this daily chart is for Li Auto. We were sitting here talking about the earnings, and then the next couple of days, this thing was just on a mission going higher. Now we've given it all back and then some. They've revised their deliveries downside in a pretty big way. Now expecting Q1 76,000 to 78, down from 100 to 103.
Yeah, that's not a small amount, Brendo. We're talking about 25,000 vehicles here. That could be a whole delivery quarter for certain car makers. Yeah, but we're gonna have to see how they do. Not a good look here. It's showing the continuing increase in competition in the EV space, especially the Chinese EV space. But if you're looking for more data to come out of China with respect to EV sales, Tesla does report their March deliveries on April 2nd. So I'll be looking out for that.
Yeah, pretty ugly if you zoom in here as well. We're trying to get back above 31 right now. Pretty active guys already here for LI.
Yeah, I haven't looked at Li Auto yet today, but I will talk a little bit about Tesla here. Yeah, so as it was actually, this dip down was actually much more than I thought that it even was. So we topped out there. We actually had it live on the show because I remember Fabian in my ear was like, there goes, we just broke through 4,000. And I was like, boom, we just broke through 4,000. That was on the 11th. So we were up here again on the 13th. And then this dip that just happened, we actually went down. I guess this is 3 a.m. Yesterday, I guess. We went down to 3,100. And now you're up to 36 again. So right there, 10% on 3 is 33. Another 10% is 36. Yeah. So you've just made 20% on Ethereum in, just, you go to bed and you wake up. But anyways, that's 2 days actually. So, all right, we were just talking about Li, so we can look at Li Auto again. I mean, Sharif is well-versed about this, so we kind of listened to what he had to say there. But it's a nice move back in on Li Auto, and yeah, I just don't think... I don't like the EV space right now. I mean, I'm into Rivian, and we talked about why. Rivian's actually higher than where we bought it. We're in 11.25. I was actually looking at 11 long today if there was any sort of pushback because of some of these delivery numbers. But again, a Chinese name. And if you don't really believe in the economy, I don't think you should then, again, go ahead and believe in people going out and buying more expensive electric vehicles. And plus, they do have issues with tariffs and coming across the border and things like that. In an election year, I just don't see too many kind words being said about China or about their economy right now. So Li Auto continues to get hit. Obviously, there would be some support down here near 26, 27. And we say that. If you'd like some names that are very risky, wait till you get into some support and take advantage of those dip buys. But for me, I just think you stay the course. If you like the EV space, we nailed Tesla yesterday. It was P&L number one, and we bought dips. So I felt the same way today about Tesla. I actually put it on the sticky note for 174. So this is a trade that I'm going to look for. And I said that yesterday, this was the breakout spot. So remember, we had this dip buy there. We were long right into there. So we bought this dip yesterday at 172. You guys saw that. And we actually got out on Fed. We got out of our last 20% rate here. Then when we broke this level, we went long again. So dip buys, 174 is right here, right where we broke out. So I think I like that. I mean, really, we broke out, I guess, here at 175. That came back and supported. But I kind of like this little level there where we got some action going. So back into 174, 174.50. Maybe that's the gift that keeps on giving Tesla, but it needs to be a dip buy right now. It's not up as much as the market.
It's definitely interesting because Li is like a luxury EV maker, right? And I overheard Sharif this morning talking about how I think it was Gucci or like luxury brand spending is down. And it's interesting to see that being reflected in the EV car space as well, where people are just not spending money on luxury goods and they're taking a hit for lower demand. Yeah, you're selling a $200,000 EV vehicle in a market where there's competitors at a much better price point. Yeah, people are. It does seem like people are holding back on that luxury spending, and it's being reflected on this. But the stock does what the stock will do, and we have broken back below these some of these the earnings price action that we had just a couple of weeks ago in the last week of February, and it'll be interesting to see if we can hold some of these supports on this strong flush off of this move there. But yeah, gonna be on watch for sure. Let's see what lithium does today, or Li Auto, $30 maybe potentially with that quad doom happening quite heavily in the pre-market today.
All right, let's talk about banks here. Coming off what happened yesterday, the theory in banks being along today, essentially, if we get cuts coming up in June, we start to get more activity on the loan side of things, more business for banks, potentially a positive. JP Morgan back to essentially where we ended the session yesterday. But all of these looked like this when all was said and done after Mr. Powell yesterday.
Yeah, keeping an eye on XLF. I'm invested in the XLF, the ETF there for financials. So we'll keep an eye on this. But yeah, it's been an interesting look here for financials. CEO Anthony Noto for SoFi coming out yesterday and also looking to raise money, about $750 million there. He says from a position of strength, they're looking to expand the company. They've also been dealing with some of the student loan issues, which the Biden administration keeps looking to forgive a bit more loanees. So we'll have to see how that does.
Again, I am trying to confirm still, but I've only seen it one time, and that is that we're expecting Jerome Powell tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. as well. Trying to find that somewhere else, but haven't been able to yet, guys.
I missed that last part. What was that, Brendo, you're looking for?
Jerome Powell.
Jerome Powell. Okay. All right, good. So I didn't know if he was talking about SoFi there again, because I was like, oh no, it's something coming at 9 o'clock. But we'll confirm that if and when Powell comes through. So, all right, here goes the market. We just got the imbalances, I guess, for the NASDAQ. I'm assuming SoFi came out a buy. Yep, there it is right there. Uh-oh. Look at this. Buy. IBIT, buy. SoFi, buy. AMD, buy. Intel, buy. What? Intel's not a sell. Intel, buy. Right there. What sells do we have? Amazon. Oh no, Obi. Oh no. We have CrowdStrike sell. So we actually have, there's Chewy. So I was told not to mention Chewy because I jinxed it yesterday, which I don't believe in jinxes. Jinx. All right, so we'll go. Actually, you know what? It looks pretty mixed. Amazon's changed my mind. The minute I saw that come up there, I was like, okay. But Palantir is still a nice little buy there. Let's go over to SoFi quickly. I put this down on my sticky note today. It's up 3.5%. Look, 750 is where the 200 period moving average is. I'm fine with buying that level. We bounced off there on these dark pool wicks earlier today. Not that that really matters. I don't necessarily look at those, but you got to buy somewhere. So we'll buy a couple hundred shares probably at 750. Hopefully it goes into the money. And then I kind of like down here 735. You know, this name is flushed on good news before. This is one of those examples of where earnings come out. It's not earnings, but, you know, good news comes out. You get that bump of 3 or 4%, and then people are just like, nah, we'll take this opportunity to sell it, right? So we'll have to watch out with SoFi here. Now that I can see, and I'm buying more at 735. That's not my out spot there. Short float of 17%. So at some point, you'd have to believe management, I would think. Anthony Noto, we've seen him buy shares of the name when it's been at these depressed levels. I own some SoFi shares, so we don't have to disclose that, but I am long SoFi, but I have also been not happy with it, so you've heard some of that. I don't think you dump this until $7. So if this is an Intel nightmare like yesterday was, which wasn't a nightmare, but where we really wanted the long and the long didn't come in all day.
Oh, that was interesting.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I hope we're not wrong on this. We'll buy some 750s. We'll buy more at 730 where yesterday's close was, and then we'll just close our eyes and trust that management knows what they're doing. And that offering was from a position of strength to gain more capital. So let's wait to see what happens with SoFi.
Yeah,
I'm going to be long.
Yeah, I'm looking at
hey, I like that.
PayPal as well.
Bonds.
Interesting chart here. I have it on the weekly, kind of pushing it's back towards some of these lows from before, but a little bit of a curl it would seem. So we'll take a look at the day chart on here, and so we've kind of been holding this 50 mark at the lows, kind of step up into this into the 60s, but pretty much sideways overall. But I'm curious to know that if we can get past the 70, I don't know if that's going to come in today, but will this set us into a little bit of a momentum towards the other side? Just seeing as we had earnings in February, we've reverted about half the move. It took about 40 days to do that. I'm curious to know whether or not we can get back to the highs, but we'll see. Over to Brendo.
All right, just quickly, guys, to confirm, they finally updated the Federal Reserve website here. So this is tomorrow, again, 22nd at 9 o'clock. We are expecting Fed Chair Powell, comments from Fed Chair Powell. There's this event in the pre-market that'll run right through to 9 a.m. So Powell again tomorrow. What's coming up on the midday? We
got divergence pullback confirmation. We're talking about pullbacks all week today. Divergence pullback confirmation. Make sure to check that out with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
Thanks, Brendo.
One of my top ideas right here, AMD.
Yeah, this is my #1 idea on the sticky note is AMD. We're like, oh, let's take the 185 break. Let's just take
Nice.
that. Let me read my notes. Okay, right. I mean, happens in the pre-market. So that's fine. We can get dip buys back into it. We will try a dip buy back into 185. So let's get ready for that. I just put a bid there. Generally speaking, I would rather, this kind of sounds strange, I'd rather take the break than the dip buy, because when it's breaking, you're breaking with strength. When you're dip buying, you're buying into weakness. But we know we like the name. We've sort of looked at this. And if it comes back down to 185, touches that, and then rips to 195, I'm going to join Raheem immediately. So get ready, Mr. Alani. If you're around, I'm coming to see you.
Get those flights ready.
But anyways, or I could be going to see him for other reasons and potentially shut down. Okay, no, we won't be shut down today, that's for sure. And we're going to get ready to ring the bell. That's right. With 10 seconds left, we'll have a Darrow over there, and we'll kick off what should be a very, very exciting day as we watch AMD, we watch Micron, and we watch the bunch of this. 3 seconds, 2 and 1. Let's get going. All right. Take a sip of coffee. Always refreshing. As there goes AMD through 187. So thanks for that. All right. Oh, it's only 187.50, Obi. It's a small little move to the upside right now. Let's just see. No, there's a lot of money dropping down in the personal accounts, everything like that. But for right now, we don't have Jack on for anything. So we'll wait to see what happens right now. As NVIDIA dipping back in, I'd rather let this name settle down. You can see it as a dollar spread as we speak. Here it comes back in, 186 coming back in for AMD, but it's really on fire. It went crazy all the way to the upside right now. Let's just check out if anything's happening with Tesla. Tesla, nice little dip down into 176. We just got long something here. What was that? All right, just trying to check my blotter here. Oh, we're long SoFi. Here we go. The only name that's falling down pretty dramatically, we just got long. We got long at 50, and it dropped right through us into the 30s. So there's 35. We get missed down there. We're going to have to put some lower bids here on SoFi. One position to start with. It's SoFi, and it's a long at that level of 50 that we wanted. So we don't have the bottom there, but we are waiting for some more at 35. Let's go long SoFi to start the day.
Yeah, I'm just I'm watching some of the top constituents here as well as Micron. Micron pulling back into that 111. Let's see where we can go. 111 is breaking down. Softies flushing as well, Apple as well. So I had Apple on watch, like we said. Let's see if it kind of continues that sell-off that we saw in the after hours there. But yeah, I'm going to stay a little patient here. Let's see what Micron does. Micron into 110 potentially, but we shall see. Alphabet kind of recovered its gains as well. Tried to push that 150, couldn't really make it as of right now. But Amazon, oh boy, Amazon is going right now. AMD flushing all the way back down towards that 184 half. So maybe that dip potentially coming in. But I'm gonna stay a little patient. Let that opening structure kind of build before I take my initial fills there. This action quite aggressive to the downside on some of these names. Upside, what's going there? Maybe some NVIDIA.
We just had, go ahead, no, refresh your blotter, because we just had, we had orders go pending for us there. And unfortunately, I don't know if you can see it. So we just got AMD. I didn't even know we had AMD right there as it popped down into 185. So we got locked up there a little bit. So here comes, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change my plan. We're going long AMD anyways. But the thing about it is, let's stop going long AMD. See, yeah, there's still a problem because I think we just bought more there at 184. So, all right, this is going to be a good opportunity for me to tell you guys that the best thing to do when you're trading is, and you have system problems, is to potentially just sit on your hands for a little bit here.
Are orders not working right now?
They're not. They are working. No, they are not working again. So don't throw orders out. So, all right.
Look, ma, no hands.
Look, ma, no hands. Yeah, so you might be able to hear Brankles behind us. So I'm just going to go over some trades now, and we will not be able to execute until I hear from the boss in the back. So Brankles and Brendan and Wayne and everybody will let us know. But
perfect. We can let some structure build.
Right, so let's go over and have some look, right? So, all right, so right now we have Micron. So here's Micron. Remember we talked about this? Watch out for a stock that is falling in. right? We did not want to sit there at 112. We had a 114. I'm actually just going to cancel all my orders now because I have no idea what's going on. So we're going to cancel everything and wait. But here's the fall back in for Micron. We had 114. We brought it back into 110. These are some of the dip buy opportunities I think we could have now on Micron. Look at the market coming back in. We had a monster move up early, up to that 18.7. And if you're going to look at the NASDAQ right now, that 18.7, I mean, we just touched the all-time high right there and then fell back. So this is kind of healthy behavior. I'm looking to buy some of these dips, right? Micron, potentially leave it alone now because we've been wrong. We talked about this name, buying it into VWAP, buying it into some support. So wait to see if and when support builds. Right now, we've seen it in here around 106, 108. We'll have to wait for Micron. That would be a play there. NVIDIA touched 926, 927, dipping back in right now before falling.
Wow.
So here we go on that side of things as well. So yeah, it's going to show me long SoFi right now and long AMD. And we're just going to wait to get our executions back up. But is there anything that you're seeing that's okay?
Yeah, I'm watching NVIDIA because our friend CompSRX in the chat, early going into the open, he was like, yeah, he initiated a short on NVIDIA. Great trade, dude. I'm curious. Do you get more in on the lick grab of these pre-market highs? Like, did you get more in, or did you just have your pre-market entries? Because oh boy, is that working out real well? Congratulations on that short. They're right back into that 900. Look at that consolidation, 914. Nice trade there with the quadunk on the markets. So we were talking about this yesterday. So the reversion man came through yesterday, right?
Yep.
Powell.
Yep. We like the reversion, man.
And we got a straight move up. And now, today, it seems like we're getting a little bit of a reversion on that move. So let's see what we have in store here. But our order is sold down. But before we do anything else, we're going to pass it over to Dara.
Lyft actually getting a nice bump to the upside here. LYFT, not seeing any news on this move, but decent amount of discussion on X or Twitter. Lots of people talking about this name. It also does have a short float of about 13.5%. So keep an eye out for LYFT, guys.
All right, Lyft. So that's good news right there. We'll find out to see where that one's going. Whenever I hear about Lyft, I always go over to Uber and think about where we're going with Uber. So Uber right now up 1.2%, starting to go a little high there. I like that $80 break. I mean, we've talked about that a couple times on Uber. So that could be something that we definitely look at. This was a missed opportunity to buy that dip. There was good companies that we talked about that were available for sale, and Uber came right into those levels. I think you buy that dip over and over and over again if you are able to. It is noisy in the background, guys. I do apologize. We are having pretty major execution delays right now, so we'll trade, but we'll just have to trade pretty cautiously right now as, you know, I keep refreshing, see if we're filled on some of these orders or see if we are not. But right now the NASDAQ is coming back in, so let's just look. It is showing me long. I am long on some of these trades here. I was able to get something out when we came back up here at 183 and change for that 183.70, but we're dipping down into some levels that we liked. We talked about now AMD getting long at 185. It already broke that level in the pre-market, so right now, look what we're doing to AMD. Coming back into some of the levels from yesterday, I think it's important that we look at this. We got to go over to Tesla as well. There's that 180.50. I don't think we need to go negative today. If Micron ever finds footing, I think we got to step in and buy some of these chip names.
Yeah, definitely Micron pushing back up off that dip. Lows being in those 109s, reclaiming that 110 right now, 111s. But yeah, it was that decent action there. Let's see if this bid kind of sustains, if we get a little bit of continuation, or we kind of push back to the downside there. I am kind of patiently waiting for some of these orders to kind of the order flow to clean up.
Yeah,
literally. But yeah, let's wait and see. What else did I have on watch today? AMD, of course. So let's go see what AMD is doing. So yeah, we kind of you know what. It's funny. We both looked at this off the open. We were like, all right, well, that's gone. I did have the idea to get long on the on a bit of continuation off of yesterday's action there. Quite aggressive V shape, if I do say so, right there. And let's see if we kind of sustain some of these highs, 180s. Seems like that end of day consolidation high. Let's take a quick look at Meta. Meta kind of did something similar yesterday, but before we continue on that, we're going to pass it over to Dara real quick.
Keep an eye on LUNR, Intuitive Machines. This company, as you can see here, we did have that big run up. This is the company with the moon lander at the end of February, early March. So this one has run before, and it also does have a catalyst in the form of earnings. It did beat Q4 sales by about $8 million. So nice look here for LUNR, 18 million share flow, guys.
Okay, thank you, Adara. So I've gotten a couple executions right now. If you are with Real Trading, trust your floor manager or whoever talks to you guys about execution. But I just told Obi that I've gotten a couple fills right now. So we bought that dip there in AMD, and then we just got some out at basically the 200 and at some of these highs. So we're flat on AMD so far. The other trade that we have is SoFi. We bought some of those levels, right? Remember when we had those execution problems and we did not get this fill down there? It's because we were at 35. We didn't get it anyways. But then we bought some 40s on the way back up. That executed. Now we're long with an average price right here at 48. So we're pretty happy with the way that is right now. Let's just check back in on NVIDIA quickly. I hear you guys talking about Intel. Let's go over to Intel quickly. Intel, oh, come on, Intel. You got to be kidding me.
Oh, it's today. They were just holding it down for today.
Yeah, like what?
You know.
So yesterday we bought the dips in Intel on good news, Obi. And then today it's not even on the radar. Look left. Look what's happening right. Yeah. I mean, it's the same every day.
You gotta wait for that seller to lift, man.
Good job on Intel. And again, I just think that this is a Dow name. It's a well-loved name. I mean, it's well-owned, I should say. Maybe not well-loved. Well-owned name here on Intel. And you came into some support. So no matter how much we dog certain names around here, just because they're not performing against its peers, and again, it's hard to compare Intel to anything because of the foundry business and what they're trying to build. But anyways, Intel's still trying to work today. Nice move for anybody that grabbed that. I did want to go back to Tesla because I still want to address my list. So that sucks. We had 174 written down as a long. It looks like the long was 175, $2 right there. If you grab that, we did not. The other name was Reddit, not open yet. And then Micron. If Micron, I don't even have to look at Micron because I can really watch AMD. There's that level for Micron. When we did not have execution, we talked about possibly buying Micron, honestly, into this level. You would have had to get very lucky to get 109, but I think 110 might be something there for Micron. Let's wait to see if there's a bit more time to develop a bottom as we stay long AMD.
Nice. Yeah. So what I was saying about Meta a little earlier was take a look at this V shape that we had on Tuesday. Quite aggressive, right? Strong sell-off off the open. And I was just observing this yesterday as well. Reclaims and then consolidates sideways for over an hour. What is this? Around 1 o'clock, all the way into the close. The next day coming in, that action is held the next day, and then we kind of bid right back up, and then obviously we had FOMC. The 500 hold was nice, but yeah, a little bit of a hold of previous days' action and continuation on Meta there. So I'm curious to know whether or not some of the names here are potentially going to follow in step. I have no idea, but yeah, take a look at AMD. That's what I'm looking. That's what I'm kind of going for.
Are you long AMD yet?
No, not yet. I do want to see where it potentially catches a bid if I do want to get long, but as of right now, things are selling off on AMD. Maybe we did catch a bit off of this 180-ish area right now, but I'm just, like I said before, I'm going to be patient, a little bit more patient and wait to see. Micron still a little bit underneath VWAP there. Apple, watching Apple as well, 177s. Hasn't really gone too far. The opening price is 177.05 on Apple, and Apple is pretty much just trading well within that range right here, 177.08 on the bid and the ask right now. So it's chopping around the opening price. Let's see what that has in store for us. Nothing else too crazy. Amazon pulling back off of that 180, so it seems like we are kind of taking a little bit of a breather. 18.7 on the NQ. Oh boy, it just feels like yesterday we were at 18.1 and 53. We're holding 53, and I think it was earlier this month I was just like, for the swing idea for ES, I was like, okay, look for a hold. We're holding that 5K mark distinctly now. We tried a couple of times. Now we're holding that 5-1. Let's see if we can get past and hold that 5,250. And seems like we are right now with that hold above 5,300 on the ES. AMD still flushing, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So still flushing, nothing really just yet. So I will stay patient. It seems like the shorts are definitely on there. Oh boy, Comp SRX, he's still holding that NVIDIA. NVIDIA pushing fresh lows on the day, coming into yesterday's closing price in and around just above that 900 mark there on NVIDIA. So congrats to whoever got short on the NVIDIA there. I still have nothing too much on the board right now. 184 was an area that I'd liked on AMD, and it seems like we are trading below that right now. So I'm going to stay a little bit more patient. Maybe something will set up. What I realize is like you can break the day down into a few sections, the opening session, the midday session, and it's like the toolkit kind of used in those time periods is very different, distinctly different, I would say. Like morning, very, very hard,
fast-paced.
You would say
that, wouldn't you, Obi?
Very hard-paced Momo. And then if you carry that mindset into trades after 10:30, 11, not the best. That's what I've found. It's like maybe it's a little bit slower. Morning momentum has died off. Maybe the reversions are a little bit better. Who knows? But definitely a different mindset, more of a level-to-level intraday swing type of mentality that I've been noticing has been a little bit better for what I've been trying to do. But it is, like I said, it's a work in progress. But before that, we're going to go to Dara.
We do have some numbers coming out here. S&P Global Composite PMI Flash, Global Manufacturing PMI Flash, and Global Services PMI Flash. Just waiting on these right now. Should be here any moment. For S&P Global Composite PMI Flash, we're expecting a forecast of 51.5. Global Manufacturing PMI, we're expecting 51.7 for the consensus, 52 for the forecast. And Global Services PMI, consensus of 52 and forecast of 52.2. So just waiting for these numbers to come in here. So S&P Global Composite PMI higher than expected here, 52.2 versus forecast 51.5. Global Manufacturing 52.5 versus higher than both of the consensus and the forecast here. And Global Services PMI a little bit lower here than the forecast and the consensus. So 51.7 versus consensus of 52. Forecast of 52.2. Not much of a reaction here from the SPY on those numbers, but we do get some more numbers as well at 10 a.m. Stay tuned, guys.
We like that. Yeah. Good little number there. It's starting to rally the market upside just a little bit. And those of you that were looking at NVIDIA, we just bounced off 910. I wasn't excited enough about this level. These guys are really excited back there. I wonder what they're excited about. Okay, 910 coming through here. We'll wait for 908 and whatnot coming through. So we'll have to see 908 into 97, 910 coming through one more time. So here we go. We're going to have to pay attention to that. We did get some out on SoFi. SoFi went all the way up to 754. That was a really good level right there. Yeah, good job, Elon, going back to Intel. I think that's something that you want to do. Don't ever just sleep on what's been happening in the broader market as well. I mean, if chips are going to be good, you can go back and try to find different names, right? Micron fell down today. We're into AMD. We're going to hold on to that one. But look at Astera, right? Astera Labs, not Astra Labs, Astera Labs, up another 15% today. This IPO just keeps on going, and people asking me in the chat, when is Reddit coming through? Well, I don't know when Reddit's going to come out. For right now, it's still tapping $34, and this is what the imbalance looks like. There we go. So now 1.5 million shares to buy with only 75,000 paired off. This could absolutely moon if it stays like that, because that demand is quite large on the bid side. So it looks like we're fading back out from that level again. We're going to have to dump AMD if it breaks 180, honestly, because this market has not been great. We made some nice highs. You're falling back into the 50 period. I thought we got a decent number there out of the manufacturing, but it's fallen back in, and we're going to be testing VWAP at some point. That is all-time highs right here up at 18.7, so wouldn't surprise me if we do pull back a little bit, and I don't feel great about this long right now. So if we can get back up to 183.50, that's where we're long at the 200 period, but it doesn't feel very good right now trying to catch some of these bottoms, Obi. So Micron right here at 110 again.
Yeah, I just took a quick fill there.
You like that level?
No, I did like the level there, but I'm not vibing with what it's really doing here. Maybe I just need some more time to observe the tape, maybe some more focus as well. But yeah, kind of bid on top of that 110, dips right back in and kind of flushes back down. But yeah, let's see how well this 110 holds. And again, I don't have to be the first to the party. I don't have to catch the bottom as per se, but we'll let some price action kind of accumulate, and let's see what we do with this 110 here. I'm going to Adara at the big desk.
Upstart, really strong right now, falling back a little bit, but still up about 3.5%. This was mentioned earlier in the show, some strength in general with a lot of these financial services related names after the Fed announcement yesterday, but also Upstart was announced as Liberty Savings Bank's personal lending selection. So bit of a news catalyst here as well. Also worth noting, UPST has a short float of about 32%. So certainly something to keep an eye on with regards to this name. And we would like to thank our sponsors here at VinFast for sponsoring this part of the show. Experience the evolution of electric vehicles with VinFast at the Vancouver International Auto Show 2024. See our diverse range of EVs embodying innovation and luxury. Don't miss out on test driving the VF8, a blend of performance and advanced technology. Visit us at booth number 11, Vancouver Convention Center from March 19th to 24th. VinFast, your future of smart mobility.
Ooh, man.
Those are, we were talking about those cars earlier today. I was like,
Yeah, you were impressed with the interior you were mentioning.
yeah, I think they had like a setup booth at like Yorkdale, I think, and I did check it out. I was there with my dad. He really liked it. He really liked the SUV, the spaciousness and everything.
Nice.
But interestingly, I've seen two in my neighborhood.
What?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I've seen two. There's people with VinFast in my neighborhood. There's two of them there. I just saw them just last week, and I was like, that's interesting. That's the first one in the wild I've seen.
I remember my wife sent me a picture of them, one of them at the exhibition last summer here in Toronto. So that was kind of cool to see. Okay, we are epically failing on the longs right now, to the point where AMD might break 900. AMD might break 900. NVIDIA might break 900 to the downside right now. So this is a pretty dramatic move down. We're trying to find some levels, and we're already pretty dug in here, needless to say, into our friend and maybe potentially not friend, AMD today. Down here, we wrote down that we would really, really like to see a 181 level. Well, sometimes you get what you wish for, and I just wish I wasn't already long. So right now, it is starting to go to the upside here, bouncing off that 181 level. We marked down that we would love to get that level coming back in. It's the 50-period moving average. It's yesterday's close. We thought we had a rocket ship in, whoopsies. We thought we had a rocket ship in Micron today, and you know, we did. It was up 70%. It's down 3% from the high, but at the same time, potentially you're finding a base here at 109 and change. But if we lose that, and obviously we're going to lose, if we lose NVIDIA, that's the bigger story. But we're holding on by a thread right now on many of these names. We did not look at Apple, Obi. You're still not in anything, right? So I think that's probably...
I just took a shot at Micron. I'm still waiting.
Okay, no problems with that, my guy. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah. And then here's Apple. Again, it's not too bad that we got that story. I don't know if we would have been long anyways, or short anyways. But the idea is it's bounced off the 200 period right now and then just gone straight to the downside. So if you took some of that rhetoric of being negative, like we talked about with the DOJ, then you had a monster trade right there. It's too bad that I didn't really think so negatively about it, because that's a pretty easy play. Like if we're thinking red on a name, that's a great play. Take these bumps, get short there, bring it back to VWAP, take those same highs, does not breach that high of 177.50, bang to the downside for $1. So I do like that play. There's no doubt about that. All right, we bought AMD off 181, but stupid me, my average price is still 182.70. What are we supposed to do other than wait to see what happens? I'm going to get a little bit out here at 182. Again, start to pay the piper for our mistakes, and then we'll wait to see if we do hold that 181. But we bought some back at the bottom here, apparently not the bottom, as we go a little lower in the space. We did get some more out of SoFi, I think, there for flat. Yeah, so it just bumped up again. We put a stop to get out of this if it breaks 30. The long is not right today. It doesn't look like, Obi. So What did you get in and out of again there?
Micron.
Micron, MU. So did it take that?
Tried a quick long, but I was just like, yeah, no, it's not really doing what I'm looking for. And also, I gotta watch on the chips as well. Nvidia's quite heavy as well, so that could play a weighting into that. I'm watching SMH as well again, trading some of these chips. I think it's a good idea to keep an eye on the semiconductor ETFs. We got SOX L, SOX S as well, but like I like to look at SMH and SOX L. SMCI I got on watch. ARM, oh my. We were down at 120s 2 days. No, we were at 120s 2 days ago. We're back at 130s.
Oh, okay.
So it's like that what was it? Earnings day one consolidation high has been held in and around that 120 level, and we bid up 10 points back into 15 points back into 134s, 135s over the course of 2 days on ARM. Let me pull up the chart here so you guys can see right here. So take a quick look. See at this one, we were holding this. Okay, so right there, look at that, a little bit of a distinct low right here at that 122. You got a strong flush, comes in, gets bought back up, comes in, gets bought back up. We're back in the 134s, but where's that level from before? Let's go back to the 15-minute here and take a quick look right here. So you had earnings, first earnings for ARM. Pretty strong, did very well, and then kind of made these highs where these bidders kind of stepped in a couple days later in and around that 120, right? That strength comes in right off that 120. It seems like that level has been defending over and over again, just with what the chart has been showing as of right now, but quite a strong defense, as whenever we do kind of bounce, we get right back into the 130s here, sometimes even going a little further than that initially. But yeah, ARM definitely on watch. Let's see what ARM can do if we do break out off of some of these highs. We do have some space to get back to at the top, or let's see what we do below that 120. If we do get below it, I do want to stay a little bit nimble with the mindset here. A little bit of a bounce happening on Micron off that 109 area. But yeah, I'll stay a little bit more patient there. What time is it right now? It's 9:55. So the first half an hour candle will be printing in about 5 minutes. So I'm curious to know how that one kind of goes and how we start off the next candle as well. But that 109 to 110, this consolidation, you can see it's quite aggressive to the downside. In the consolidation, we're making lower lows, lower highs as well. But before I continue with that, we're going to pass it back to Dara.
Is moving around right now. PARA. Yesterday, we had this big move up when it was reported that Apollo was going to offer specifically for Paramount Studios in Hollywood $11 billion. Then this morning, Financial Times reports that Sherry Redstone prefers the Skydance deal to the Apollo deal, so we get a bit of a move down on that. This big red candle to the downside here on the 3-minute chart was when CNBC reported that they don't really see a Paramount selling its studios separately. So basically the idea that Paramount will not sell its studios separately, another move to the downside here. So just some updates with regards to that potential Apollo deal that was reported yesterday, guys.
So I'm starting to get obviously frustrated here with AMD. We're long at 182. It's at 181 right now. So I'm not too pleased, obviously, about the performance here today with this name. And the reason why I say that, obviously, is NVIDIA right now is bouncing. So NVIDIA is bouncing nicely, man. It just bounced $8 from 904 up to 912, almost 913 there. And we're not getting any love at all from my guy over here. So let's get going. I'm going to take another piece out I just tried to take some more out there at 181. I'm just trying to, if we can lose $1 on this one, obviously we do have some shares, so it's going to suck, and I understand that, and I apologize, because we said that the dream level was going to be 181. It fell into that, but instead of a dream, it was a nightmare. We did have execution problems earlier, so remember, we didn't even realize we were filled there at 185, which is still fine, and then we bought the pre-market bottom there at 184. We definitely did not expect this kind of a drop down, so we're still fine. We're still well in the pocket here, but here it goes. It looks like it's trying to break down, so it does seem like a good decision that we got something out there near the top. But if this breaks like 180.25 right now, I think we're going to get out of at least half of what we have left, because a 180 breakdown is a pretty disaster story there. So we'll wait to see. Hopefully we get another bump up and we'll be able to save a little bit of our net here on these bump ups. So I'm going to take another advantage right now. Oh man, we just missed it at 80. Okay, there we go. We get some outs at 80. We're going to sit up here. We still want to hold this for if it goes. We don't want to just get out of everything, but I am getting out of about 30% down here for that dollar and change hit. It's been a pretty nasty ride downside. We got some out up here, which was fine, but it's down here that's the problem. So right now we'll unfortunately sort of, I don't want to say like, you know, lament this trade, but it's been a bad one. So I know you were into Micron, and we're only talking chip names today, so we could look at other places. Nothing's really hitting on my levels here. Like I know I've just been obsessed with this one name, but Tesla right down to 174. I canceled actually that offer down there. That bid, sorry, down there because of what the market was doing. But this is a good level here for Tesla for sure. It's just I can't keep buying all of these dips because eventually these are just going to go right into the gates of hell. All these names it looks like here today. Like this is a pretty bad day for Tesla considering the market's still up 1%. So, all right, we're going to get some more out. There goes AMD trying to get back up to the upside. We'll hold this in case we can win on this. But it's definitely been losing day here today for me as we hold on to NVIDIA and we wait for SoFi to do something. Need some more trades here to get back in the pocket because we're just looking at the chip names. And as I look down at my list, man, it's Micron, SoFi, AMD, Reddit, which isn't open yet, and Tesla. So we've kind of looked at all the names that I've been interested in. Disney, by the way, today. What do you have up? Were you going to talk Disney a little bit? Disney made a move today up to 117. So that's nice. Our target for this is something way lower or way higher, 120, and then we get some out on Disney as we like that play.
Yeah, getting a little bit more of a consolidation here on Micron. We've been holding this 109 to 110s, but again, I'm going to give it some more time there. I like that 180 potentially to observe the tape at for AMD. So let me just pull that up here. Right there. So yeah, we're pretty much right on top of AMD here, but yeah, we'll talk about Para again once we get back from Madeira.
We do have some economic numbers coming through here. We're just waiting for existing home sales month over month, and CB leading index. We just got our existing home sales numbers here coming in at 4.38 million, so slightly higher than the consensus here of 3.94 million. Existing home sales month over month, 9% to the upside, so higher than the previous 3.1% to the upside. CB leading index month over month coming in 0.1%, so higher than the consensus and forecast of negative 0.2 and negative 0.3% respectively. See how the market's reacting to this. Still up about 0.5% on the day is the SPY. See, more or less in a range here. We did have a big move up yesterday to close at a new all-time high, as you can see here on the daily chart after Fed Chair Jerome Powell spoke on the rate decision. So good look for the markets yesterday and good look right now, just kind of hanging out slightly positive on the day. Micron holding up pretty well here, still up over 14% after posting a pretty strong earnings beat, including an unexpected profit and having strong projections for the upcoming quarter. So nice look for MU. On the opposite side, we have Li Auto LI down over 7% after lowering or revising downwardly its Q1 delivery expectations due to some lower than expected order intake. So here we go. Lots going on in this market right now to the upside and the downside as the SPY continues to trade in a range, guys.
Again. Okay, so I don't think execution is working again here for us, but we just had a huge move up there for blah, 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 AMD there, and I had offers. I thought we had gotten some fills up there on the upside. We did get some out here at 181 and change, but it's bouncing off 180 right now, so let's watch out. We're still in this. I feel like there's, did you just feel like there's execution problems there?
Yeah, no, I did.
Okay, good. So we are having,
I couldn't cancel it.
Yeah, we are having a few issues from what I can see here on the show. So we'll wait and see if it can all get settled out right now, but there's a nice little move down as AMD touches that 180 level. Does not break it though, and now you're right back up to the upside. So I'm going to throw, see, like I just tried to offer out right now on AMD and didn't get the fill. So I am a little bit puzzled here by what's happening. So, all right, let's go back over to Adara. We have Tesla long at 174. We did wind up taking that. What's up, Adara?
Earlier I mentioned Lyft was to the upside. We did just get the news story for that. Reuters reporting this morning about 10 minutes ago that Lyft and Nielsen have inked an agreement to measure advertising on the company's app. So basically a data analytics firm Nielsen collaborating with Lyft for measuring advertisements. So nice look up for Lyft. That's the reason this one's moving today, guys.
So yeah, we just got confirmation as well that we still are having issues. So here I am just trading away. But again, you know, be cautious. We are getting fills. It just seems like they're delayed. But if you are with, all I can say is if you're with Real Trading and you're having some issues, contact your floor managers. They'll have access to immediately tech support and be able to tell you if we are back up and what the situation is right there. So this is a good time. Obviously, we talk about making sure you understand your system and the processes that happen if and when something does go down. And I think we're just getting slow execution. So I'll hold my opinion on that until we get that all figured out. So yeah, man, you're right, B. Davis, man. AMD is definitely weak sauce, man. It doesn't want to get going. We're long here at 181.16. I mean, we can make absolutely everything back. Right now, someone's phoning me. You're going to go right to voicemail, though? See ya. Unless that was Powell, but he has the bat line. You know, he doesn't phone my cell phone, you know what I mean? He phones Neuralink, comes right into my head, and then we discuss what's good over there. But all right, so right now we'll get this all figured out. But for now, this is what's happening in the market. NVIDIA also making moves now back to the upside. What a great bounce opportunity that was down there at 905. But again, all you had to do was maybe buy yesterday's closing price in and around 906, 907, and then you see what's been happening since then. All right, right now, look at this, man. The guaranteed money-making level of Tesla. We went long at 174. And finally, it's Sticky Note Nation time. We wrote down 174 on that name. So there it is. It's a nice upside move. Again, I'd like to take fills. We took one. I have another fill up here at 175. Let's see if that comes through right now for us on Tesla. A very good trade now as that's bouncing off that 174. We'll see. Again, execution problems. I may or may not have got filled up there, but we're going to wait to see if it does go.
It's a surprise.
Surprise, you did not get filled. But okay, so right now, we'll just take another fill up there on AMD, as apparently that just filled up as well. I'd like my other orders to get filled on the high side for advanced micro devices, because here it comes, slipping right back down into those bottoms again, man. So Mr. B. Davis and company, I feel like y'all's is right. AMD is weak sauce. I just got out more at 181 just to let you guys know, although the execution is not showing up as we are delayed.
Yeah, Apple making fresh lows right now. We kind of we're back below some of those levels from last night here. Let me just show you guys real quick. Right here. So yeah, we're just back below last night's level. We saw that quadrunk off of the news that they had, some trouble with the DOJ, and we're pretty much below some of those reference prices off of that news there on Apple, coming back into that 175. 175 was a little bit of a bounce place yesterday. Let's see what we do in and around there. Only about 70 pennies away from that on Apple. What else is pulling back? I'm looking at my board here. Softy kind of sideways. Alphabet, actually, Google kind of pushing back in. Let's see what we do with that 150. We're just underneath that 150. Kind of we did that. What do we call it? That wick shimmy dance. Yes. With that 150 right here. Take a look at that nice little wick on the 5 minute right there. Through that 150 coming right back in. So this looks kind of interesting here. Let's see what Google does with that pace right there. But Apple to the downside there. So yeah, the futures as well, 18.7, kind of pulling back off of 18.7 right now on the futures. 18.6 was this consolidation in the pre-market session right there as well. So let's see what we do in and around those areas. Let me know what you guys are trading today. Are we waiting for that IPO? I'm definitely going to be waiting for that IPO, saving some risk for that to come out. If that's going to be a trade, we shall see. That is yet to be determined. But again, very anticipated IPO. I think we don't really have a time for it, but they've been coming out around like noonish over the past the past few ones that we've had.
Yeah, we can
like
see
in and around.
When was
noon.
Yesterday's? Because
yesterday's was around 1. Was
we
it
asked
1?
about this. I'm gonna find out
12
immediately right now. So right now it was remember I was like, what was it? 12:30, 12:45 yesterday.
Yeah.
It was 12:39. So right there, huge volume spike yesterday for A-Lab. So if you are eagerly, like we are, waiting for Reddit to open up, then we'll get that. But again, if we continue to have these execution problems, Reddit will be a no-go for me, but I don't think that will happen. All right, SoFi does make a move back to the upside. I don't have any more bids anywhere or too many executions on names that we don't have. But yeah, you know what? Someone, I just see you say there, Mark A, scrap the SoFi and go to Apple. Look, I can trade. I've had like 5 or 6 positions at once. Oh, no. Shout out, man. You guys nailed that. We talked about Apple. Remember, we talked about this earlier. I just wish we had the bias short because to me, this is the money-making day for Apple on that short side. We had that DOJ investigation. Unfortunately, I looked at this with rose-colored glasses, meaning I didn't think Apple was going down this much today on 2%. I feel like that DOJ investigation on the Bloomberg report, sometimes you don't get all the details there, but it looks like potentially when there's smoke, there's fire. And a lot of traders want to empty their clip, I would assume, on Apple because of the run it had. And if you're going to get investigated about App Store and iTunes and all that kind of stuff, that's their bread and butter. Their service industry is huge. It's been a huge profitable spot for them. We invest in Apple because they have that recurring revenue. If all of a sudden something has to change, then potentially bad news there for Apple, especially with this little pullback in the market, but it's a nice base right now. Okay, Obi.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Hopefully we can get a nice move up here now. We really we didn't sit on our hands because we were aggressively getting out as we thought AMD was dead. And we were lucky that it didn't break 180 there because I was saying to Obi, like, I hope execution. You remember when it was down here, I was like, if execution's up, we're going to get executed through 180 here. And I don't even know if we're going to get the fill or not. So that was the scary part. But thankfully, it bounced off that, and we're out of half at least now.
So you had an order sitting there?
Yeah, because if it breaks 180, I wanted to get out.
Oh, to get out.
Yeah.
Not to get in.
My risk was, imagine it breaks 180, and I don't have the execution report. Then I don't know if I'm out.
Right.
So now that it's at 179,
yeah.
Like, you know,
yeah,
what am I doing? And then I'm like, oh my God, now this loss is 5 times more, or not 5 times more, but $1 more than I had hoped for. So, all right, fingers crossed that we can get back up to the upside. Obi?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, okay, so I got into this short here kind of on Micron. We did push into 111s. We're holding this 110 quite nicely there. Just waiting to see what some of these other names are up to as well. Yeah, we're catching a little bit of a bounce there. Intel with a bit of a pullback. ARM catching a bounce off of pre-market lows, 132 it would seem here on the ARM. So yeah, AMD, I was waiting for that 180. Let's see what we do with that 180. That bounce so far, 180.12 is the low right now. So yeah, did we bounce off of that 180 on that initial test there? Still waiting to see what Micron kind of does there. NQ still well within this, what was this? This was opening price in and around where we're at right now. So we're just chilling around that opening price. We did attempt to push into that 18.7. Couldn't quite make it, passed distinctly, and then we did pull back right back into these some of these opening prices. So let's see. I have no idea what is going to happen, but we shall wait and see. Like I said, I think I've already thought about allocating a decent amount of my daily risk to Reddit for when it does come out. So I'm going to be staying patient, and you guys will hopefully get to see if the trade is there, if something does set up within my playbook. I may or may not take some fills on the Reddit itself. So yeah, a lot of anticipation for that IPO for the past couple of years. They've pushed it back a few times as well. Interesting structure as well. Like a lot of their users got some shares. I was reading again their S1. I think it's like 6 million shares from stockholders from before, and then the rest of them from of course Reddit themselves. They said IPO price around $34, 22 million shares to sell in total. So let's see what it does off the open. gonna be patiently waiting. Hopefully it comes out while we're on the main show. But
That'd be nice,
like
yeah.
I said, a lot of them have been coming out in and around that lunchtime. So you're gonna be with the midday show with How to Trade with Sharif and Nadira around that time, if it happens to come around that time. But again, we'll see. AMD bouncing quite nicely off that 180, Sean. Oh boy, was that definitely a level of interest. We talk about that V shape. What am I doing? I gotta be a little bit more how you call it, bionic with my trading. I gotta be like, okay, if the order is there, like I gotta set that order there at that 180. If I like that 180, I was looking for it. But that's why I asked you right away. I was like, oh, did you have an order there to get involved at that 180 from before?
Yeah. So. Sorry, but I was just hearing. I just want to tell you, we still are having execution problems.
Okay.
So coming from the bridge to slow down on maybe lower some shares and stuff like that. So I am also taking that advice. So, and I just want to tell that to Obi before we get carried away. See, like, I just got out of a whole bunch of AMD there, and it all happened at once because all these executions just filled in right there. So we're now waiting to get more out. We just touched 182. We have a 181.70 that's supposed to fill soon as well. So we just got another piece out. I'm only telling you guys this because I'm getting out of this trade on AMD, and the executions are delayed. So want to give a warning to Obi there. We did that. Look at Tesla. I also have an offer on Tesla. I got some out at 50 right there. Execution delayed. That's going to be a 50-cent winner. Sorry, 25-cent winner. We do have offers up here at 175 as well, hoping that fills. There's our AMD fill. So I would say, honestly, we're probably about 2 minutes delayed. So we just ripped through right there. There's my fill at, no, actually, we're more than that. That's my fill at 60. My fill at 70 didn't even fill yet, I don't think so. All right, so we're probably about 2 or 3 minutes delayed, but there's the fill there. Again, just coming in on AMD. So we are lightening up our position here on that name. It's been a pretty good day for us here, though, for sure, as we look at some of these names, again, coming through. Tesla was a good dip buy. I'm not going to look at that again. What about Rivian on some dip buy opportunities? I liked 11 bucks on Rivian. Didn't get there. We'll wait to see if it can hold that. 11 coming in. We see some nice bottoms from yesterday, I guess, in there midday, around $11. We'll see if we can test that level one more time there on Rivian. Why does AMC keep flashing? Is that just barcoding? Is that why it's flashing at me? Yeah, okay. So AMC not doing anything. Every time it touches VWAP, it pops up. I may have to take AMC off my radar now because, like, if it just keeps on hitting VWAP back and forth when VWAP is right there and it's not moving, kind of a moot point there for me. Alibaba got some good stories about selling more today, I believe, in Europe than they thought. They're at some conference. Maybe if you can find something about that. Oh, here it is right here. It's on Benzinga. I was going to ask Adara, but I see it right here. Shiba Inu, what's that doing? We can have a look at that. Here it is. Alibaba witnesses notable increase of 14% in US-based, US-based buyers between March 1st and March 18th during this year's March Expo. So I'm not going to read all of this, but it looks like Alibaba, it's green. It's a notable increase of 14% in US buyers. So a story there, you can go find it. We have a link down below for Benzinga Pro to get that discount from them. So, all right, here we go, man. We're now $1 in the money. Let's see if AMD can continue to rip. These are real trades. We have all these trades on. It's just the execution's delayed. So I haven't bought more, but right now, there we go. Let's spin the money because it's Tesla time, baby. We just got out at 175. Again, execution delayed. We will take a 175 fire print on that one. And again, we're really happy with everything today. I mean, we're not happy with, unfortunately, the software a little bit, but we're working through it. And we want to thank Real Trading for the support there. But right now, we had Tesla written down as 174 long. We talked about not taking it with execution problems, but we took it anyways because it was just delayed. And we knew that we had to stop down here at 173.75. That didn't print against us. So here we go again, man. We're back on this Tesla trade, and we just got a piece out at 174. So all is good over there. That is there it is. There's the out. Okay, so this just filled. So Obi, I'd say we're about a minute and a half behind. Okay, what's up, Adara?
The mention of Tesla there a couple minutes ago, saw something coming out with regards to Morgan Stanley releasing a note saying that they are still long-term thinking that Tesla has potential. They do recognize the near-term issues with the EV industry, but they said that it's hard to think of a company that can really compete with Tesla and BYD right now. So they said that they're long-term not concerned about TSLA, giving this one a little bit of a boost here, guys.
Oh. Yeah, me and Obi just talking there a little bit about the system. So I just wanted to confirm to everybody that, like, if you put your orders out right now, from what I can see, you know, you'll get the fill if it runs you over. So, and if it fills you, I guess it doesn't have to run you over. Like right now, we'll put an offer out on SoFi right now at 52 because we're back upside right now. We are long SoFi with a decent amount of shares, and I just put an offer at 52, and I just saw the gateway that I used disappear. So I know I'm filled here. Right? And so you'll see in a couple seconds, I'll get the fill at 52. We are also offering 54s where the 200 period is. And then I think let's be here to trade, right? If this market wants to bounce higher, we know we like SoFi long. So we're sitting in this trade. It's going to be hopefully a good one, but we need to wait for that to get going. SoFi's not doing that much. Coinbase is blasting Mr. Long Shorts. All right, AMD just got up to the upside. We will look at Coinbase in a minute. AMD just touched that near in and around 182. So let's put another offer here. Let's put something at like 181.60 or 181.70. Get that fill there. I'm using the NASDAQ gateway. I don't know if that matters to anybody, but we're going to use that to get some fills here. And we're going to put another one at 181.60 on AMD. Obi, I'm going to go run and get a coffee. Are you good right now?
Yeah, I'm good right now.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right, so yeah, I'm still kind of holding this Micron as it kind of consolidates here. Let's see what it does. Market's not really going anywhere except for I do have eyes on ALAB from yesterday pushing fresh highs again. So okay, well ARM and some of these other the semiconductor SMH is popping up as well. So let me pull that up real quick. SMH. Okay, so yeah, Micron kind of pulling back into VWAP. Where do I have VWAP here? I had at 1070s. All right, cool. So yeah, look at this. VanEck kind of catching a bit of a bounce off this 226.5, pushing back up. Let's see what we do here. NVIDIA as well, kind of consolidating. Okay, so let me pull up NVIDIA. NVIDIA consolidating below its VWAP, so right here. So interesting hold underneath VWAP on NVIDIA. Seems like strong selling off the open. Shout out to Comp SRX for that short call out there, and then flushes to 904s, kind of that consolidation low from the after hours. Also yesterday's highs, right? Wow, that's kind of distinct there. But VWAP selling off as of right now. If we reclaim VWAP, let's see what we do there. Micron holding as well. AMD, what are you guys trading? Baba long might be a look, says Christian Hanley. All right, so let's take a quick look at Baba. Baba is blasting to the upside. Oh boy, that's pretty wild there. Holding some of yesterday's levels, but look, take a look at that. That's a pretty nasty wick there. This is a 5-minute chart off the open yesterday. I don't know what's going on with this name, but it does seem like we are catching a little bit of a bid as we've made higher highs and higher lows from yesterday, pushing some fresh highs on the week here. So this was Monday right here. So yeah, we're pushing some fresh highs on the week on Baba. And yeah, okay, so Frank Jones saying SOX, SMH, TSM's trying to stop out. Okay, so yeah, we just looked at SMH right now, and it is pushing back towards its high. So what is NVIDIA up to right now? NVIDIA kind of pushing that 933, 934. Okay, so, all right, so before I continue with that, we're gonna go to Dara with small caps.
IWM really strong in the day here, up more than 1% and trying to make new highs of days. So nice look here for the Russell 2000 and lots of small cap names to discuss today, including KAVL. KAVL is the ticker for this one. No news on this one that I'm seeing, but the news here might be the float. We have a float of about 825,000 shares. Lots of discussion of KAVL on social media as well. Next up, we have Lufax Holdings, LU. They reported earnings. Earnings were pretty weak here, a miss across the board. However, they did announce a special dividend of $1.21. So nice look here for LU, up about 40%. Last but not least here, Amidas, AMTX, this one up about 30% after they're a gas and natural resource related company receiving a $200 million investment for one of their programs near the border. So nice look here for AMTX, 11% short float in this name, guys.
Thank you, Adara. So I saw in the chat, I forget who it was, Eric talking about coin is blasting. Oh boy, is it blasting right here. Sean, take a look at coin there. Nice, strong continuation. So we caught a bid all day yesterday holding VWAP. What is this? Initial test right here, 229, and then once again at 235, closing high a days, and then pushing back even further into those 260s in the after hours right there. We are continuing to move very strong on Coinbase. Let's see what Bitcoin is up to right now on the Coinbase exchange, of course. And yeah, Bitcoin kind of just holding some of this sideways over here at that 67, 68. We were talking just this morning as to when we're going to get that 75 test, if we're even going to see it. But yeah, that 75 kind of that level that a few people are definitely waiting for, watching for. Let's see if we can get back up there on the Bitcoin. But nothing too crazy right now. AMD still holding that 180 and pushing back up into VWAP 182. So yeah, the long off that 180 definitely was a decent look there, Sean. I think again, I talk about being patient, and then I don't have an order in for when that price kind of comes in. I did want to interact with that 184 and that 180. 184 didn't really do what I was looking for, but that 180 as of right now does seem like it is holding up. Let's see what we do with VWAP here in and around 182, just above on my screen. What does TradingView have for VWAP? Let me just check real quick, because I noticed that there's a few different, like depending on the platform, the VWAP can be slightly different, and I think that has to do with some of the data that they're taking, the open, high, low, close data that they're taking from different places.
Okay, yeah, I mean, there's different exchanges out there that might give you different prices as well. We've been doing really well, man. There's the Dollar Club on Tesla, so that just bounces off the 50-period moving average right there. We were, again, I can only tell you where I was sitting. I was sitting right at the 50-period at 40. It touched 38. So right now we're at 23. I just want to see. So I'm offering 175.23 now. Obi, I think executions are back. So let me see. Did we just get it? There it is. Executions are back. So we'll fire the hot dog cannon. So right there, this is how you know. I mean, I'm just being real with everybody. I told you I was offering 175.23, right? It came in. There's the tick right there, and there's the out. So boom, good trading. So I feel like we're back, and that's good. And then the fact that we're back means we can do this, because we do have a nice little win here on our friend SoFi. So SoFi right now trying to move around a little bit. We do like that trade right now for us on that name, as it just makes that move, and we get some outs at 54s. We do not have that high, but one person that we do have, and that's ready to rock and roll, is Adara. What's up?
Yeah, just keep an eye on Disney, DIS here. Earlier today, Benzinga reported that we did have several current and former directors of public companies sending a group letter to the Disney board to support Nelson Peltz and Trian. These include directors of Heinz and Procter & Gamble, so a lot of consumer brands. Now, about 20 minutes ago here, we have ISS, which is a proxy advisory firm, coming out and saying that Disney shareholders should actually elect Nelson Peltz and Trian to send a message to Disney. So a few sentiments here now in support of Nelson Peltz and Trian to keep an eye on if you're involved in DIS, guys.
Yeah.
Disney.
All right, Darren, no more stories about Disney unless it's going up, because like we've got Disney and we're waiting for that one to pop through. And we did miss our out this morning, and we didn't even have one on Disney actually until it got to 120. And we had sort of talked about that. I really liked the Disney story. Bob Iger came out and said that direct-to-consumer should be profitable within the next year at the end of 2024, which is what we're at now. So I guess later on at the end of this year right now. So I think Disney's still a buy, but again, pretty volatile with that board battle there, the proxy battle. So we'll wait to see what does happen. Good out on Tesla. I mean, we got out right there at 25s. It's now trying to break a little bit lower. Bad outs, I guess, on AMD because we're still in it. It bounced off the 50 period. We talked about getting some out there, which we did. And then I guess we were like, oh boy. See, Obi, I never say that until I get you beside me.
Yeah.
And now I like it. So, dropping back in here, we're still going to try to support 180. I don't mind buying the dip into AMD now. We've seen it support that level. But, hey, we're red on AMD today. We had a decent amount of shares there, and you know, we did get a little bit hit as we kept going back into the downside. So, you know, good trade there on SoFi, good trade on Tesla. We'll be 2 for 3 today, and yesterday we were 3 for 4 until the Fed came and we started trading like crazy, and then that was really good too, the Fed, because we added Tesla and some of those names. But here's NVIDIA trying to hold again above this $900 level. It did it. It did it really nicely too. But this was a nice volume spike. I would have liked to see a little more if I was on this name, but you do get a nice wick bottom there at 905. This leads me to believe that we may be able to challenge back into this level, which makes me pretty damn nervous about AMD coming back to flat right now. Whenever you get a rejection there at VWAP, and you actually mentioned this, Obi, when we were on with Adara, so many different levels, bouncing off VWAP, holding it, and then turning around off of it, and that's just what happened to NVIDIA again. So when you start to bounce off of these levels, I often think you're for sure going to retest the 50 period, which is why it's here, and then possibly look for the next level of support. You could use 910, but when NVIDIA cranks, you know, if the 50 period's at 912, 910 is just a stop order. You know, so then you're looking to see a little bit down from there and into 907, 908. So let's see if it holds it out. I'm going to be buying some more AMD, but not till a little bit lower. I have my bid at 180.20.
Yeah, talking about Disney earlier, I remembered, I was chuckling a little bit. Did you see that interaction between Elon and well, it wasn't necessarily a direct interaction, but he was being interviewed, and Elon basically had something to say to Bob Iger. I don't know if you saw that little exchange.
We did. Ooh, there it goes. So AMD just fell down, first of all. We got good execution right away. We'll talk about that in a minute. I'm just getting heard that we'll have to go to Adara. So we did get out of 75% of that AMD as it breaks through 180. Bad trade there for sure. What's up, A?
Just be aware, guys, if you are involved in AAPL, CNBC saying or reporting that the Justice Department is going to hold an antitrust announcement around 11 a.m. Possibly with regards to Apple here. So keep an eye on AAPL with that in mind, guys. CNBC reporting possible antitrust announcement at 11 a.m.
All right, so in like 30 minutes.
Name's very good.
So it's like, all right, so they just told us that something is going to happen with Apple in 30 minutes. Basically,
yeah, but it's the same story that we already know.
Right.
Yeah.
But that could be like that could be something. We're selling off quite aggressively on Apple here. I did just pull it up. Look at that volume, kind of a little bit dwindling volume, but to the downside nonetheless. Very aggressive kind of continuation through that low that we made yesterday. We did revert about more than about half the move there, but can't really catch a bid past 177 halves, and then flushes right back down. Where's the week low? I'm asking myself right here. So the week low, I guess that printed in the market itself is around 174s, but if you're looking at after hours and pre-market action, it seemed like there's a week low Monday in and around 172.4s, and we're at 175. So let's see what we do with that 175 right now on Apple, with 30 more minutes left for that update from the DOJ there. On Apple. So let's see if we get any moves. Maybe, you know, it's always interesting to know if something's going to move and we've been given a time. So maybe a time catalyst. But before I continue with that, we're going to go over to Adara with crypto.
Just before we get to crypto, we did just get the EIA natural gas stocks change numbers coming in at 7 BCF versus consensus of 4 BCF, so slightly higher than expected here. Also, definitely something to keep in mind here with regards to crypto. This coming out yesterday afternoon, reported by Fortune here, the SEC has been probing some crypto companies in their Ethereum investigation. Basically, Gary Gensler and the SEC trying to classify Ethereum as a security rather than a cryptocurrency. So, interesting look there with regards to those potential Ethereum ETF hopes possibly being dashed or a bit more delayed than expected, especially after we did get that spot BTC ETF approval in January. So just a little note here with regards to the potential Ethereum ETFs. In terms of Bitcoin itself, very much continuing to gravitate towards the 68,000 level. We had the move down on Tuesday, the move back on Wednesday, and now more or less flat on the day, hovering around that level here on Thursday. Nice move up here for BTC, back just above that 67,000 level right now. Ethereum really strong as well, up about 5%. just above that 3,500 level. So nice look there for ETH. Solana up almost 10% here, 8.5%. Cardano up 4% here, and Dogecoin up about 14%. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. You can sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
Thank you, Adara.
All right, thank you, Miss Adara, for all of that. Yeah, AMD did break that 180, and we got out of that one. And I was just like, we haven't really been nailing these. Like, yes, well, we did get on it. The only name we misstepped yesterday was Intel. But again, back-to-back days, we thought some of these levels would hold, and they did not. And I was just saying to Adobe.
Nice.
I said that yesterday. I was like, oh, I was talking about Adobe, and then I was like, oh yeah, man, we have Obi on the show. And I was like, and then I confused it the rest of the days. But no, Obi and I were just talking about this, about holding VWAPs and getting to the downside. And then we talked about NVIDIA possibly not going long at 912 or not going long at 910. But where did we say go long? Like down into here where there was some support. And I mean, that's exactly what happened. And there's $3. So it's like, it's frustrating because we don't have on some of the trades that I feel like are more risky, but the more risky ones seem to be paying off. So yeah, AMD definitely the weaker one today, man. I mean, it was really good that we were able to get some out there. We didn't really average back in to this. We talked about, not just because the execution problems, but just because of the way the day's been. AMD, we really identified that name was weak, and we screwed that up. And we had talked about that, man. These buys in here, it was really, I guess, this 182.50 that we didn't need to do. But we actually did okay on these most recent dip buys. But then we broke, and that's that. So I'm okay trying to maybe go short here against this 180. So we'll try that right now, and then here we go. It's out right now, and they're talking about the DOJ with Apple. So here we go. It's now falling into the lows of the day here, as I believe it's I'm just hearing it in my ear, 16 states. So I don't know how much was expected, but 16 states right now filing with the DOJ complaints, and I think it's probably time for Adara.
Yeah, I have more details on that. I was just about to throw there. Apple now down to about 2.6%, and I do have some more details to read out here. So the Justice Department, along with 17 states here, filing an antitrust lawsuit against Apple, basically stating that they're monopolizing the smartphone market. So pretty similar to what was reported last night, basically saying that Apple imposes too restrictive rules for the App Store to extract higher fees. So just manipulation, antitrust type allegations here, and the U.S. Attorney General Garland saying that if Apple is left unchallenged, it will only continue to strengthen its smartphone monopoly. So some comments there with regards, and some comments and context there with regards to that AAPL move to the downside, guys.
Oh, okay, so there you go. Yeah, so, all right, so here goes Apple right now, downside on that DOJ. We'll wait to see. Down into 174 right now. Apple kind of getting blasted. And the thing is that we had discussed this trade, man. And it's upsetting a little bit because I just was like, okay, we don't have a good read on Apple. Apparently we don't have a good read on AMD either. But yeah, that was right into that 200 period. There it goes, man, taking down 174. Oof. Apple's gone. So see you later. We're down here to 174, which looks like on the 20-minute, it's the 200 period moving average, but that's not something that I've really ever looked at. So we can do more research on that, but it looks like 173 maybe if you're trying to catch something there on Apple. That could be a trade that eventually pops in for you. But there's 174. It looks like we may get some bounced off movements there, but it's had such a nice move. I think anyways from 170, we sort of talked about that it does make sense that we're selling once again off 179. So that makes sense right there. Let's just wait to see what happens. I feel like I just got a fill somewhere. Okay, yeah, we did. So we just got Tesla long. It's going to be a little bit of a, oh no, actually I think that was a good fill. So Sharif asked me about execution. I think we just got a good fill there on Tesla. That made sense. So we might be back up right now. Okay, but take that with a grain of salt. So here we go. Tesla, we're back into the long. We like the 174. That level's worked for us. We just got a 174.13 fill, I believe. Yes. So we'll see if we get some out near 50 again, as that looks like a decent level there. And then if we're lucky enough to get up to the 50 period, that's 70, and then maybe higher. As you can see, the market's finally starting to make a little bit of a move back up to the upside here.
Yeah, very strong, strong selling there on Apple. We were just talking about this being the largest volume candle on the day so far, into that flush into, what is this, 174. So I am kind of watching this. Let's see if we get a little bit of a continuation there. We talk about that 11 o'clock. Kind of being an interesting time right now, where we're going to get that update.
Like I'm already out on Tesla.
We only have, it's 10:36 right now, so we've got about 24 minutes left, and Apple continues to flush to the downside here. So we talked about that, some of these levels from earlier this week, a little bit of a level here at 173 from a couple days ago. Not too strong, but definitely looking left. There's the first kind of bust stop that I do see is a little distinct from this week's action there on Apple. But yeah, we were talking about some of these names flushing quite heavily, and Softy and Google both came in with quite some aggression there. Take a look at Google here. Very similar looking to Apple right now. We did break back below this 148, and take a look at this. A little bit of a distinct kind of tops here in and around that 148. We get above that, and we're coming right back in through that level on Google as of right now. Again, Apple kind of leading the way on this sell-off here, being the catalyst-driven move here. You can see the volume kind of coming in. So let's see what we do with this 174. I'm looking for a potential capitulation move. There's no sign right now. Maybe that large volume candle, maybe that initial kind of sign, but who knows? I'm going to be waiting till 11 to really see what comes out to take a potential trade on Apple right now. But as of right now, nothing too crazy. ARM, though, holding and sustaining its highs. 135's holding on ARM right here. So ARM quite strong, looking very different from some of the rest of these names here. Now, of course, NVIDIA holding some of its levels as well. But something that's holding much nicer, I'm seeing up here on my board, is SMCI. Now, I wish I had the wrist to trade this ticker, but quite different there. Holding near some of its opening range highs there was the range here, 946, but a little bit of a candle open and close here at that 937. We are holding above VWAP here as well on the SMCI. So some of these chip names a little strong, but a lot of these large caps, large constituents, quite heavy to the downside. Apple continue. You know what? I'm going to pull up Apple on my main screen.
Apple's still going to the downside. We just made a monster trade though on Tesla again. So yeah, so we got out there at the 50 period. We also got out again. We're just waiting for those fills. So I just wanted to say that, like, you know, some of the fills aren't coming in as fast as I had maybe promised that they were. So just be very careful, because we're already out here at 67. So we get that. Oh, it just showed up. Okay, so we get that fill there at 67 out. So there it is. Okay, so we'll go bang on that one. It did come a little bit late. Again, it looks like a couple minutes. All right, so we are getting executions just a little late on that one. We're waiting now at 175. So we're going to be waiting at 175.50. There's another fill for us. So we just do wind up getting both of our fills up there. So we're out of half of that reload at the 50 period moving average. So those are good trades, man. Tesla, both bottom picks at 174 working out. We'll wait to see if we can get higher. But this market is going low. I think it's too bad. I thought we reversed here in AMD. I'm still praying that we're short, but I mean, the execution would have came in by now. I keep on refreshing. We're not short AMD, but that break of 180 is a short all day. So we don't have that. I put a stop order in case it filled. We don't have, like, I can't even cancel it. So maybe we're short. Imagine that. Imagine this short fills, because I do have a short breaking through 180, but it just didn't fill. Now I can't cancel it. So maybe I'll give this to Brankles to edit, to look at that. But there's Tesla still going higher right now. And SoFi as well did pull back off of those levels. So what's getting killed though, and you just talked about Apple, it's Apple.
Yep.
I feel really, you know, you have to trade what you think, what you believe is going to happen. And you know, we talked about a downside push in Apple. It was right on our watch list. We brought that DOJ news. We talked about it being Bloomberg. I sort of threw some shade on that a little bit, but it was 100% legit. And there it is, 16 states. Adara's brought that story. Are we waiting to go to Adara? Okay, we'll talk more about this, but there's Apple. We talked about 173 as possibly being a buy zone. So if you want to take a stab at it, just have your stop order because there's 173 right there for Apple. So down 3%. Seems like it could go down more though. All right, Adara, what's up? Now I'm lost. See?
Apple virtually the only red name in its sector here. Electronic technology very much to the downside here after the antitrust lawsuit news. Worth noting as well, Apple did issue a response saying that it will rigorously defend against the issue, that it's wrong in the facts and on the law, and that it would hinder Apple from producing its consumer products. So just some notes there with regards to Apple's response to that suit. Other sectors to talk about, though, pretty much everything here overwhelmingly green. We have technology services also incredibly strong here, with the exception of Accenture, ACN to the downside after very weak forward guidance for the quarter and year. Finance really strong across the board here. Health technology pretty strong with the exception of Merck and Eli Lilly. Precision manufacturing, retail trade, energy, minerals, transportation, all of these incredibly green, continuing off of that strength following the Fed yesterday, guys. Pretty much a good look across the board here with AAPL bringing a lot of these mega tech names to the downside.
All right. Well, we're really long here on some of these names, and I don't really know if I'm in or out of these trades. So, all right. So we just bought some AMD down there. Orders filled up at that bottom spot, so I'm just going to try to trade out of this. I do have offers to get out if we do rip up here on AMD. It looks like we absolutely hammered that. We didn't get long again on this name, but AAPL. Right there. Look at that bounce at 173. It looks like it's going to try to hold for now. I don't know what to do. I have a pretty decent sized position here on AMD, and we're long and we're well in the money now on this one. I don't know if I can get out of this. You want to talk about Sharif panicking right now. I'll tell everybody I have 600 shares down here at the bottom of AMD. So I'm trying to get them out here to make this money back on this name, but we're trying to get out right now, and I do have layered offers. I don't even really know what to do right now, to be honest with you. So I guess we'll just wait, and hopefully it doesn't break lower on AMD. Tesla's trying to go higher right now. We have an offer still at 175.50 to see if we can get VWAP. So far, so good there. But my whole day right now is riding on whatever the hell is happening with this position. We're there. I just got some out at 82. I think I did anyways. We'll take another out there on Tesla. And yeah. No idea. Okay, here we go. We're starting to fill up now on AMD. Wow, those are delayed fills. But here we go, man. At least I can get out, that means. So let me just start punching some out now on this, and then we'll get that out. You got to hit that hallelujah thing because, like, honestly, this is the big save right there. So, that was All right, enough. Okay, wow, that was like, it'd be like, ooh.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a little.
We don't normally talk about share size there, but we're panicking.
Yeah, understandable. You know,
Randy.
Yeah, whenever that sound comes on, you gotta do a quick look over the shoulder there. But yeah, no, I'm kind of watching this Apple here. We did attempt to bounce off of this 173 as of right now, but nothing too crazy. We're pulling right back in. But yeah, that strong volume candle that we saw earlier, very interesting. So we got about 15 minutes left for that DOJ update right now, and yeah, I'm currently just waiting. What do you guys have on watch? Like I said, our executions are a little bit wonky right now, so I do have one position on, but nothing too crazy. But before that, we're gonna go over to Adara.
Keep an eye on these weight loss associated names here. I have Novo Nordisk up here, NVO. Wall Street Journal reporting that the Medicare agency is saying that drug plans can cover obesity drugs for uses other than obesity. So they mostly name basically heart disease related risks. They could also be covered for that. So as you can see here, big volume spikes to the upside on NVO. Eli Lilly also feeling a little bit of this on less volume here, guys.
All right, so maybe Adara will be trading Eli Lilly today. She likes to trade that name, but big spread there, 770 on Eli Lilly. Yeah, so we got up to 774, 775 there. that's great news. We heard yesterday that the cost was probably going to be too expensive for a lot of these names. The cost was going to outweigh the benefits. So seems like yesterday's little move down on Eli Lilly. I guess it's not even a move down. I mean, 750 seems to be supported there. I think the minute you get, big pharma and everything on board with this stuff, like as far as insurance companies are concerned, that's going to be a nice save for a lot of people there now that it's going to be covered. Because part of the problem with Ozempic and all those, as from what I've heard anyways, is that it's quite expensive to deal with that, right? So, okay, I'm just going to, honestly, Obi, I'm just going to start getting some out, man, on this because I'm starting to not panic, but we are getting a nice, shout out to my guy over there. That was one of the best moments, of all time. I mean, I was dropping keyboards. This guy's panicking. This is great. This is why we're here. These are real-time emotions, and sometimes that happens. And honestly, I really feel pretty relaxing now because that popped in. I told you when that popped in. And I was like, oh my God, we're long AMD here and I can't get out. This is a problem. And I just started layering orders immediately. So again, now I have to slow down because I don't even know how many orders I have put out, but we just got a whole bunch out up here. Again, I think anyways, at 178.80. We will wind up still red on AMD, but it's not by much as we did have a good fill down there at the bottom side of that trade. But what's really been working out for us is spin the damn money, man. Honestly, Tesla, I know my wife wants a Rivian, but Tesla's been real nice to us here today as buying these 174 bottoms. So, Obi, if you could buy one electric vehicle and you only had $100,000 to do so, what would you buy?
Not too sure because I was gonna say Lucid, but then I was like, no, that's nowhere near that price point.
That's why I said that because I don't want you to say the Lucid Dream or something like that. So basically, you could buy maybe the Rivian, you could buy the truck. I would say
the Rivian doesn't look too bad.
You could buy maybe a Model Y.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Ys are
a little
nice.
Bit of everything.
Fabian saying Polestar. We've been seeing a lot of Polestar.
I like Polestar. So I wanted to say something about Polestar because the only reason why I slapped that fail on that is because I called up their Model 3 or whatever, Polestar 3 I think it is, and it was $100,000 and something, but that was a completely souped up version. I actually like Polestar. I agree with you. I've seen them on the road, and every time sort of a sexy car is seen by my wife, I get the texts all the time. So she saw Polestars in some, and it was matte black. It had a sick finish. It had the sport wheels on it, whatever, probably pimped out, and probably $100,000. And she sent me that screen cap there as well. But you know what? The thing is gas prices are starting to go. I don't think you don't drive, or maybe odd.
No,
time.
I do.
Okay, so I don't know how often you fill up, but it's getting expensive again.
Yeah, it's
around here.
It's moving around.
So anyways, I just wanted to say that, maybe electric is becoming a little more reasonable, but energy is one of those things that you just sort of, you play with the good and the bad, when it's really low, what are you going to do? Stock up oil in your backyard? So you got to, that's
take delivery of a couple of barrels?
Yeah. I did that back when it was worth nothing, and then they got delivered, and then I had to pay.
They actually paid you to take delivery, right?
Yeah, and then I realized when they showed up with 100,000 barrels of oil at my front door that had nothing to do with it, and I had to pay the guy to get rid of it again.
Right.
That did not work out, so that was a failed experiment right there. But this is not a failed experiment. Let's go, man. It's Tesla. Nice upside move, and bang, because that's it right there. Tesla comes out 175.50. Hey, man, it's Sticky Note Nation, baby, and we're in a much better mood now. Why? Because AMD is going to the upside. Now, I just want to get these fills to come through here, and that'd be pretty nice. But AMD making those moves, man. SoFi not doing jack all. I apologize for giving you guys maybe the sleepiest name of all time today. SoFi doing absolutely nothing. All right. Was that a call for Adara with Money Talk? So today we almost lost a bunch of it, but we made it back on some random fill down there on AMD. So let's go over to Adara and find out how our money's talking today.
Significant move to the upside here for the USD on this daily candle. Massive push up. We have gotten a lot of economic data today to talk about. Key among it, the initial jobless claims data coming in at 210,000 versus 212,000 expected. So a bit lower than expected. Also worth noting because one of the things that Fed Chair Jerome Powell was emphasizing yesterday was weaker labor data could show a bit of a slowing down. So interesting point there. S&P Global U.S. manufacturing a little bit higher than expected, as was global services PMI from the S&P. So both those worth noting as well. USA existing home sales for February also coming in higher than expected here. 4.38 million versus 3.95 million expected. Other things to keep an eye on today heading into the rest of the day. 12 p.m. we get Fed's Bar speaking. Tomorrow we have some more Fed speak as well. Fed's Bar again at 12 p.m. And I'm also seeing Fed's Bostic tomorrow at 4. So lots to keep an eye on with regards to the Fed and the USD. But right now, massive upside push here at DXY, guys.
I was just telling Big Patty Ice back there. He's like wondering if I'm still trading. And I'm just like, okay, so I am still trading.
Yeah.
By the way. When you're addicted to something, no. Okay, so here we go. Nice little upside move. I just wish we see now, like I'm trying to get more out here, and I just told you I'll be okay. So
when you have a passion for something.
Yeah, and addicted to it.
That might come along as a
dude. I'm literally
as a symptom.
No. Like if I wake up and I'm not feeling good, as long as I'm not like, I don't mean feeling good as in sick. We should all take those times off. But like, I told you this already. We were out late last night.
Right.
I had two $20 beers. $20 beers.
Damn.
But they're the bigger ones. So I still feel fine. But didn't get a whole bunch of sleep. But I'm coming in, and I still feel 100% fine. And I know that sometimes you've taken time off, and it's just about feeling how you feel for yourself.
No, there are literally times where I'll wake up in the morning and I'll take a quick look at the market and I'll just be like, yeah, I'm not really, like, I don't. You gotta trust the gut sometimes. It's just I'm not feeling it.
Unlike any other job, man. Yeah. We eat what we kill. And if you're not in the right, I mean, this is your word, mental, I think.
Yeah, if you're not in the right mind space or mental.
Take a step away.
Yeah.
I just can't do that.
Tomorrow's another day. No, but like, yeah, exactly. It was like, it's funny. I took, Monday? Monday I wasn't in. I was messaging Wayne. I'm like, I'm like, oh, Apple's doing this and this and that. He's like, you need some rest. On Monday I wasn't in.
Yeah.
And I was messaging Wayne. I'm like, yo, did you take a look at that? He's like, yo, you need some rest. Look away from the market. Don't look at stocks. I'm like, oh.
Nah,
I'll try.
You should always look at
stocks. But do or do not. There is no try. So.
Bad advice. No, good advice. All right, so I wish I just closed my eyes because now we'd be over $1.30 in the money on 600 shares. So that would be a $900 winner. We'd be getting closer to a monthly payment on our Rivian. But there it is. It's a nice move to the upside right now on this. And I just want to tell you that, everybody on this floor, literally everybody, trades with completely different share sizes. So I might take 600, Obi might take 6,000.
Lower.
4,000?
Much lower.
Something like that. And again, it has nothing to do with that.
I'm learning how to manage my risk
exactly.
well.
And I was just going to say that. It's
you
about
build the
doing
skills
that.
for that one trade and then...
Actually, I'm going to tell a story about my guy behind me right here, Ty. So I heard him panicking. He has the headset on right behind us. I heard him panicking about a position because we didn't have execution.
Right.
Okay. So I went and got a coffee, and I was like, yo, like, how did that turn out? Blah, blah, blah. Things like that, just shooting the proverbial shit stuff. And anyways, as we go on, he goes, you know what, dude? It actually worked out great because it forced me to hold it. So your stop...
some perspective.
Right, and that's the same thing kind of happened to me on that first AMD trade where it came down into 180 and it bounced off of it. It didn't break. Right. But again, without executions, even if it did break, I might have not got filled anyways, and then it bounced up to that 180, 150 right here on AMD, and I was, or 182 actually, and was come to the chart, Fabian, in a second, and it was able to get out right there because we did not break that 180. So sometimes, like, if maybe if I had a 180 quarter or something like that, I would have got out and then not able to do this. Right? Wow. Now we're really starting to go. We're actually going to be green on the day.
Nice.
Well, it's because we're 2 for 3. It just matters that we took bath here a little bit on AMD, and then we got that fill down there. And again, it's not like it was an improper fill. It's just the fact is that we were buying some of these dips down in here into 178, and I guess I thought execution was up. And I didn't mean to take that many shares, but we still meant to put shares on. So we'll take that and we'll be happy with it. And then just kind of celebrate the fact that today could have been a lot worse than it actually was. And I want to thank everybody for sticking with us, as potentially didn't have as many fills as we would have liked to have today. But Apple, if it's bounced off that 180, 173 now, I'm going to be okay. So there's the 173 break. So it does bounce off of it the first time, goes up to 174. That was honestly like, we'll just hit fail on that 174, but at least it held 173 and gave you that out on the way back in. So there's that dip buy into 173 flat, and right now we're kind of holding it. So I feel like that was a decent trade. Maybe Apple does wind up holding that 173, but I'd wait for a big volume spike to see some capitulation, because right now it's still pretty strong to the downside there on Apple.
Yeah, it's like that initial volume bar. I was like, oh, is this it right here? We did get a bounce right after, but not yet. We're still flushing to the downside. And remember, just a few more minutes, 3 more minutes until we get that little bit of an update there. And I saw people in the chat. I think Elon and a couple other people in the chat were saying, yeah, Micron is going, MU is going. Yes, that is why I got out of my short. I was like, oh, we're making higher highs and holding 110 quite well. Let me just throw a stop in at a place where I think like I am going to be definitely wrong on the short. Yeah, I did get clocked out. We did have a little bit of delays on the fills, but I did get clocked out of that trade, and that's perfectly fine because it ticked up much higher. That 110 hold definitely pushed back through VWAP, and we are holding as of right now. So let's just take a quick look right here. So you can see that we were holding below VWAP right there. That was kind of the idea. I definitely got to do better. Look at this. This is a pretty bad entry in my opinion. I should be, if I observe that, now this is just me talking out loud to myself, if I observe that VWAP is holding, then maybe don't punch a chase on the left side of the move, going for a test into VWAP. Just a quick note for myself there. Better prices with a little bit of patience definitely go a long way there. And yeah, if I'm getting in closer to VWAP, I'm definitely risking a little bit higher there, but that's getting stopped out as well as of right now with this action. So that 110 and then the reclaim of that VWAP right here. You see this gray line is VWAP on my chart. 110.68. Micron is pushing back up to the upside there. But again, next little stop I have on watch right here, a little distinct kind of a shelf here in the pre-market. Sure, the low is at 111s, but take a look at this 112 holds. Let's see what we do with this 112 right now. Like I said, I'm going to stay patient. Orders are kind of down. Reddit is where I'm really focused with my daily risk today. Apple still to the downside. Oh boy, is that one flushing quite hard there. We got to just get short, man. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Sure, that's fine. But that 175 even. Let's look at some. Let's take a proper look at this Apple right here of how it could have been, or I could have definitely participated there. You're long Micron? Yeah, I think that's a good look there, Sean.
Is there a level you will have liked for Apple? We only have 1 minute left.
Oh, wow, yeah, 112 coming right back in. Time flies. Yeah, no, I think that 173, that's what I was watching, and now we're trading below that. So next stop, week low right here on Apple. We talked about that 172.5, and we're coming right into that 172.5 right now.
Yeah, thank you, Obi, for another great show. I just want to talk about quickly one thing before we go get out of here. So we talked about, remember we didn't write any levels down for Micron. We said we only wanted, I know you just went short, but for me, I only wanted to go long. So we talked about getting long on Micron, wait for dip buys, wait for support to develop, things like that. So on Micron, that's why I went long right now. So we are now in the money, 40 cents. We were just a little bit higher than that. So we'll go, we're trying to cook up a little bit of a winner now on Micron. There it is. Now it's 50 cents. So we're long right now at 111.37. And let me explain to you the trade, and then we'll throw it over here, and then we're gone. So there's VWAP, right? So we were waiting for VWAP. We were waiting for dip buys. Obviously, down here, there was a lot of support. I don't have to tell you that we did have a couple issues, so we stayed away from it. But once we broke above VWAP right now and then took out this level right there, 111. Thanks, Obi, for at least looking at this, because I called it up and just was like, I like the 111 long, and there it is right now. It's a 70-cent winner in a matter of 3 minutes as Micron going upside. It's a small starter position. I'm trying to get out at 112.85. So I want to see up here, and then I want to see into this level, 113. Let's see if we can get about $1.50 on this Micron trade. Why the heck not? Got a nice little win here for Micron to end the day. Tesla, Still continuing to make a nice little movement to the upside as well. I want to thank everybody for watching us, and thank you for your patience today. I want to thank Obi for coming through. This guy's coming back at 2 o'clock, which is going to be great. But for right now, we've got the big show. It's Sharif. It's Adair. SoFi is going up, by the way. Let's kill them with your midday. What's the lesson quickly?
Divergence, pullback, confirmation.
All right. I don't know why I couldn't just wait 5 seconds to throw it over there. Divergence, pullback, confirmation.
Interest.
So now we're confirmed on that. AMD, $1.30 in the money. So we didn't do this today. There's a dollar club for AMD. It's a dollar club now for Micron. It's $1.60 for Tesla. We're ready to rock and roll. And it's amazing, guys. It's an amazing 5 cents for SoFi. Let's throw it back over to these guys as we're green.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That right there is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And as we typically do, we wait for everyone to migrate on over from the other stream because it takes a little bit. We already have Jay Zach. What's up, Jay Zach? Shout out to you, my man. And we even have Adara, believe it or not, in the chat, dropping hot lines. We got Pillsbury, baby. We already have Bears versus Bulls. Shout out to the world's greatest moderator. There we go. JC Finance, Wrath Kid. We got Wrath Kid. We got Pitchbull already. No, that was Pillsbury. Pitchbull. We got B. Davis, baby. Hampton's Trader, Gaddy RS, Juan Padilla, TX Trader. We got Brad Gobber, Zach Frack. We got Anurag, Emad, Anuview. We got Scott H. And then the chat's moving too quick. Apple and Raisin Pancake with powdered sugar.
I love
Fantastic. That's a very good name. We have Diamond Realty of Miami, baby. One of the OGs of the chat. We DJ Marshall. We got Zach Griffith. We even have Ram, who's like spamming the chat already. I love it. We have Luis Lugo, James Dell. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you very much for joining Adara and I on this Thursday. We are talking, as we typically are, about technical analysis. Today, all week, we are doing a lesson on pullback trading. But before we get to that, good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you this fine day?
Not too bad. It's been kind of chaotic. As everyone probably knows, we're having connection issues, execution issues. I am in the sim today. I will be trading similar mode because, well, I'm just not good enough to trade live when we have these issues. So I will be taking sim trades. So we'll make that very clear. What are you looking at today?
Look at Sean.
What's going on there, Katina, man? Yeah, I know, bro. I know. That was a long morning for you. So, 600 shares of AMD is not a joke. And without execution issues. It is a stress. I feel you.
Stressla.
Yeah, well, it wasn't stressful for the Katina man this morning,
true.
but yeah,
The
stress.
stock, but yeah.
It definitely has a way of stressing you out. Lots to talk about today. Are you looking at anything? I see some lines before I start the lesson.
Yeah, I have Nova Nordisk up. Sharif has called me a GLP-1 trader in the past, and there's a reason for that. I like trading these names, and I especially like them when there's a catalyst. We did have some, I think it was Wall Street Journal reporting that Medicare is saying that they're looking to cover, or that insurance places can cover, for some of these weight loss drugs for non-weight loss uses. So I think it was like heart disease is what I was seeing there as well. I want to get clarification on this headline, but I did see that one pop up a couple times. Here we go. Medicare agency says using obesity drugs for heart risk can be covered. So that certainly gave these a little boost, but Lily she's not on a milli right now, so we're ignoring her. But honestly, her chart looks almost identical to that of Novo. They break above that's LLU, so that's not what I want. They both break above a flat top, and then I guess that there's less, we're still kind of trying to break above the flat top in Lily, but we had a nice flat top in Novo. Novo just is a better setup to me. I mean, look at this. Volume's better. Look at that resistance becoming support. So honestly, if we can get involved in this, I would be, say it with me, please, as punch. First
Bang.
one of the day. So there we go. What are you, I know you were looking at First Solar, I think.
I was. I should probably mention that. Thank you for reminding me about that. Right before we get to the lesson, I forgot who in the chat alerted me to FSLR. Now, you've been watching solar stocks in 2023 and 2024 so far. No go. Likely as a result of the higher rate environment that we're in. Startup costs on these solar projects is prohibitive still. And it becomes an interest rate story, sadly. So let's go have a look at the daily chart here on FSLR. Not a bad look. Okay, this is definitely held up a lot better than some of these other names. Not going to lie. I expected the chart to look a lot worse than this. So FSLR having a decent day. I'm not seeing exactly why it's moving in the chat. Let me find out here. Nope, not seeing anything from today. Let me look from yesterday. Nothing from yesterday either. So not really sure what to make of this, but again, it probably has something to do with rates. With Papa Powell getting on the mic yesterday and confirming that we will likely see 3 rate cuts this year, or so believes the majority of the FOMC. So we'll have to wait and see here. I've got a dip trade hanging out at 155. Let me just take this off here quickly. There it is. Okay, so it crossed, but I didn't get filled. That's because the spread is prohibitive. 18 pennies on the bid, 35 pennies on the ask. So even though it did cross, I didn't get filled. So I should have been more alive to that fact and had a bit more of an aggressive dip trade set up maybe at the $0.25 or thereabouts. So it doesn't look like I will get filled. I'm not going to chase this either. I know I'm in sim, but that doesn't really matter to me anyway. The reps are the same. Whether you're doing it here or there, is obviously psychology is different, but we'll see. We'll see if we get filled. FSLR, keeping it on watch, likely an interest rate story. Oh, we have a super chat already. Vadzim, you are always beautiful as always. Oh, that's nice. I don't agree with you, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and hit the banks. Thank you very much for the €20 super chat. Jeez Louise, somebody had a good morning. Thank you very much for that, Vadzim. All right, let's get to work here, baby, because we have a lesson to discuss. Pullbacks is the topic all week, guys. Yesterday, we did the measured move pullback, which includes Fibonacci's. The day prior to that, we did support and resistance. And on Monday, we introduced the topic from its basic format. If you want to go back and have a watch of those lessons, just go back to the live video category in our YouTube homepage, and you'll see the picture there with Adair and I and how to trade. So let's go and start this lesson. All right, so imagine you see a pullback in a trend, right? But you're unsure if it's a true buying or selling opportunity or a fake out. Could be a fake out, right? Divergence pullback confirmation comes to the rescue, baby. It combines price action in the pullback with technical indicators to give you your trade an extra confidence boost. So that's what we're looking for there. So we're looking to use technical indicators and have it jive with the price action so that we can get a better read on these markets. And that's what we're going to look at right now. So understanding divergence, that's what we want to look at here. So what happens during regular confirmation? Normally the price and a technical indicator like the RSI, which stands for Relative Strength Index, or the MACD, which stands for Moving Average Convergence Divergence, move in the same direction. So typically the price and the technical indicator move in the same direction. An upward trend in price typically means the price and the indicator both go high. All right? Downward trend, both go low. Hope that is very specific. However, that's not always what happens. There are cases of divergence, and that's what we're going to talk about today. In an upward trend pullback, for example, the price dips. So we go up to, say, 200 on Apple, we dip back down to 190, but it's still bullish on the RSI. So what we'll see in that case is the RSI will either maintain the same level or make a new high, all the while the price dips down. The price dips down. So there has to be divergence in that case. So in a downward pullback, the price rises, but the indicator goes down, which is a bearish divergence, okay? A bullish divergence is when the price dips, but the indicator goes up. So remember yesterday we talked about bearish divergence and bullish divergence, continuing with that theme today, just from a different sense, okay? And here is a perfect example of it. Thank you for adding these in, Adair. Adair's been doing amazing adding some visualizations because, well, text just is not enough to cut it these days, right? So here we go. The price coming down. Right here we see consecutively lower highs, lower lows. You see that downward trend line showing you the lower lows. But look at this. Look at the RSI. Higher low, higher low, higher low. Not necessarily higher highs, but higher lows. We're not getting higher lows on the price action. So we're getting divergence here. That's what we're looking for. And then another example of this one. So that was bullish divergence. This is bearish divergence. We're making higher highs on the price action. But when you look at the RSI, which is at the bottom, look at this. We crest out over here, and then we have a lower high at the same area that the price made a higher high. So now we have a bearish divergence. The RSI and the price not jiving. The MACD and the price not jiving. So we have divergence in this case. So important. This is how Michael Noss showed me how to use RSI. He was of the opinion, and I don't know if he still is, that it's not really well used when you're using it in the more simplistic way of looking for oversold oversold or overbought locations, which is above 70 and below 30, okay? So here is how divergence works with pullbacks, because that's what we're talking about all week, right? Divergence during a pullback can be quite a powerful signal. Here's why. So the bullish divergence that we talked about, bullish divergence in an uptrend pullback. All right, I have to put my phone on mute because it's driving me crazy. Where is my phone, by the way? Sorry, guys. I'm just gonna have to put this on Do Not Disturb. So the bullish divergence in an uptrend pullback, the price dips, so we have a pullback in the price, but the indicator rises. That's again what we just talked about, bullish divergence. This suggests the price weakness might be temporary, hinting at more upside possibility, more upside continuation. That's when we have a bullish divergence. Bearish divergence, exactly the opposite. The price rises in a pullback, so when we're going back down, the price rises, but the indicator falls, which showing us that's a bearish divergence. This suggests that the price strength might be fading or transient. Shout out to Jerome Powell, hinting at a possible selling opportunity, right? So bullish divergence, bearish divergence, that's what we're looking for here. And here's how we put the whole thing into action. So the first thing we do, look, we've been talking about all week, you gotta spot the trend. What is the trend? It is up and to the right, down and to the right, or sideways. Are we consolidative? So that's the first order of business. Spot the trend. Second, spot the pullback, right? So are you looking at the chart and there's a key area where there is support for the long or resistance for the short? If there isn't, we can use fibs, the measured move pullback yesterday. If there is a clear area of support and resistance, we go back to the techniques that we learned on Tuesday about support and resistance pullbacks, right? So number one, what's the trend? Number two, spot the pullback. And number three, in this case, we're looking for divergence. And that's where we're adding that new element today, right? Does the technical indicator, like the RSI, like the MACD, show divergence during the pullback? Bullish divergence in an uptrend pullback or bearish divergence in a downtrend pullback is what you're looking for in this particular case. So I hope that was very clear. So now let's talk about how to enter and exit the trade. So now we know what to look for. So check one, what's the trend? Check two, what's the pullback? Check three, look for divergence. Great, so we got all those check marks. Well, we still haven't gotten in the trade yet. So now let's talk about how to get into trade. Going long, based on bullish divergence during an uptrend pullback, enter a long position. What you're looking for here is you're looking to get in at that key support level or at that key Fibonacci retracement level. Obviously, that's what we're waiting for. So you ID the pullback area, and then you sit on your hands and you wait. You wait for that price to come into your area. You know, I mean, a lot of other traders would tell you, no, just get like 10% here, and if that's so it doesn't, if it goes without you, doesn't pull back into your area, you can wet your beak on some profits, participate in the uptrend, do whatever you want, whatever works with your method. All right, going short, exactly the same thing. You're spotting that key area of resistance. If there isn't one, you're using fibs, and then you're waiting for that area to come back and to confirm. And one thing I negated to mention yesterday, and I wanted to mention this as well. So when the price pulls back into area, guys, if you get the two shot here, when the pullback comes into your area, let's just say to key areas of support or the fib. Remember how we talked about confirmation? So just because the price comes into your area, does that mean we get long automatically or get short automatically? No, there's a rule, right? We have either the 3-day rule, if we're going long on a swing, or the 3% rule. What are those? The 3-day rule is that it has to close at or above that particular area, your pullback area, your pull-up area, whatever, for 3 straight days. Or you could wait for the 3% rule. If it breaks that area by 3%, then it's no go. It's not holding up at that area, right? If it closes below it 3 straight days in a row, it's not holding up at that area. That area is no good. That area is bogus. So we need ways to confirm, okay, this fib 50% level, this makes sense. This key area of support, this 165 on Apple, it's holding up. We need confirmation. It's not enough for the price just to come back in and for us to punch willy-nilly and pray to God. You know what I mean? Or whoever you pray to, right? So that's a look there. I just want to mention that because I failed to mention that on the 2 previous days. You need a method of confirmation. Whatever method you use, whether it's the 3-day rule or the 3% rule or some other rule, just make sure it's consistent so that when you reflect back on your trades, you have similarly executed trades that you can compare. I hope that helps, okay? Exit. So how are you exiting this trade? So you're exiting the trade when the price breaks above the key area of resistance in a long or breaks below the key area of support in a short. This is a perfect example of it right here. So there we go. So now we have the downtrend, but we have an uptrend with RSI. It comes the entry at the next pullback after the moving average break, and your stop loss is below the pullback over here, right there. Okay, excellent one there. Here are some caveats, and thank you, Adara, for throwing this in. Beware of the potential for false positives, either bullish or bearish divergence signals that don't come to fruition. Always make sure you have confluence with other factors, indicators before entering a trade. And some of these indicators, guys, are less effective and more prone to false signals in the flat consolidative markets. Examples of false positive signals are right here. So here we go. So we have bearish divergence, but we don't have a continuation of the trend. What ends up happening is we consolidate, we move sideways, and that's like a trader's worst nightmare. Unless your name is Adara Panera, and then you're very, very happy.
You are. You actually are.
Right? Yeah. And choosing your indicator, guys. I don't want to tell you exactly what to choose, but the ones that I know how to use the best out of the two are, or the bunch, I would say, are RSI and MACD. I know Michael Moss was showing stochastics the other day when he was on Monday. I personally don't use stochastics, but yeah, keep that in mind. What I would say is experiment, see what works best for you, and get some reps under your belt. And here's a little bit bonus tip. Imagine divergence as a disagreement between the price and the indicator. During a pullback, divergence suggests the indicator might be anticipating a trend resumption, giving you more confidence in your area. That's how I would want to view divergence during pullbacks there.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for going over that.
No
I have a question too. So with regards to you want to get involved in something on a pullback and then you're waiting for confirmation, could you also find confirmation if you see, like, let's say we have a couple candles on like the 3 or the 5 minute where we have like these wicks below, if you're in a long and we're holding, or if you have these wicks above in a short and you're holding. So are there different ways to kind of look for support at a key level?
Yeah, I would say, and anyway, like when we look, for support and resistance for our area, is there a key area like that keeps coming into play on the day or on the week or whatever time frame during which we're trading? Absolutely. It doesn't have to be on the daily. I could, as long as we're trading off the same time frame and basing it off the same time frame, I'd say go for it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
That would be, and by the way, this is why, guys, I don't like to trade while I talk, because I got in long 155 on FSLR and I just lost $1 a share. Guys, I'm in the sim today. We have execution issues on the floor, and so we're going to be doing some sim trading today. So I should be taking this more seriously, obviously, but I didn't put it a stop for this FSLR trade. What have you been looking at since I was talking about?
Yeah, so I actually do have a trade, or a series of trades I'm really excited to talk about, and shout out to Joanna Brewster, because I believe you're involved in that name as well. But first, because we're involved in the SPY, I want to keep spying the SPY. Shout out to Kyle Burdett for saying, hey, the SPY's kind of been in a nice range all day. I like that. I said, I want all the smoke. Shout out to Sharif, who sometimes will say that. But so I got involved. I will admit my entry here was very meh. So I got involved here because I noticed that we had this really nice VWAP bounce, and I was like, cool, let's get involved in that. I wait to watch it bounce. I wait, see we hold there. I get involved, and it's like, you know what? Nah. And it's like, Adara, well, why would you do that anyway? You know, with your ETFs, you're supposed to be looking more at the book. And I mean, we did hold it well in the book, but either way, it wasn't meant to be. I got out when we made a lower low here, I had to say au revoir. Then I was like, you know, watch for the bottom of this range. Let's see how this holds. It's holding very nicely. We're getting out as we encroach upon VWAP. As we get near VWAP, I do not want to be here any longer because beyond of where it is in the chart, where it is in the book here, that 523.40 area has certainly had some kind of strange magnetism. So this is where we're going to leave the trade. Pleased as dang punch. But also I want to talk about, we're still basically flat in the name or slightly down in the name, I want to clarify, but I'm mostly just happy because sometimes when you fall down, you have to get back up in a way that makes sense. I knew that first entry was risky, but if I saw one I like better, I shouldn't be too scared to enter it, right? So I wanted to do that. Also, Reddit is not open. I'm seeing some mentions of Reddit. But yeah, Joanna Brewster saying, yes, smash those trades. Yeah, I mean, congrats to you. You're still in the log. I left AMD, but I AM deserted it. But I want to talk about what my interest was in the first place. And if you are thinking maybe it's a range, you're not wrong. I got involved here at the bottom of this range because I noticed we're holding this range really well, 179 to 179.50. The plan was to get involved with enough shares so I could kind of piecemeal it. I was going to take out some out at the 179.50 and then reload. We didn't really get a reload, but I still like how we held above. I was going to leave if we're going to be like 50 pennies. If we broke decisively below 178.50, I was going to get out. We held 178.60 really well, so I added around 178.75s. Then, as you can tell here, we fat fingered a little bit, punched out early, lost about 14 paper cents because I'm still in the sim on that one. So, c'est la vie. You live, you learn, and you save pieces for the dream. And I did. So I had enough to get out here around 179.30s. Then I got back in because I noticed we were holding, I got some out 179.30, saved a piece at 179.50. Then I got back involved. The thesis was going to be the same. We start at 179.10s with a small position, and then we kind of layer ourselves in and out. We didn't have time to layer. We got to 179.50 post haste. I got out, took about 20 cents. Really small size though, because part of my plan was going to be to add as I went, right? So, c'est la vie. You got to do what the market gives you and roll with the punches. But congrats to you, Joanna Brewster. Great look here on AMD. I don't know why I drew this line here. I think this line should be slightly lower. So we're going to redraw this line. Thank you to Sharif for telling me about these lines that you can do where you can just draw the whole thing straight instead of me having to adjust my lines in a haphazard way throughout the day. But I'm going to be watching what we do at 180.60 because look at all these wicks below here. This was a really clear area of support and another example of, I think, a pullback if you're in the short here. So let's take a look at this. Also, we have to keep an eye on Apple because this one got a little bit Tim cooked this morning, unfortunately. Look at this. Thank you.
The production team is undefeated. Did you hear the way Fabian laughed
he was
right
like,
now? I was like, I've never heard him laugh like that in my life. Come on, Fabian.
But yeah, nice look on this one. Apple, no, it's okay. I mean, I also enjoyed that. Fabian's enjoying, having a great time there. Fabian and Ramin always killing it. Although, look at this Apple though. This dance around the 9 EMA is really interesting. As I mentioned, I like this level. Part of me is like, maybe I want to try shorting it from here. But the other part of me is like, we have some wicks down, which would suggest potentially a buy zone. Some wicks up, which potentially suggest a sell zone. I honestly, my mic fell. We're having a day over here on Thursday. But yeah, I'm going to have to wait and see what Apple does because this would be a bit of a momentum trade, as Sharif and I discussed yesterday, which is not really something I necessarily want to get involved with. But if I take it small size, it could easily be convinced by myself to take a really small position in this. We're going to have to wait and see what we do here on AAPL. Not taking a bite out of that one just yet, but AMD coming into 180.60, so I'm going to have eyes on that. If we hold up that area of support at 180.60, we could maybe do a little bit of scalping, yes indeed. And yeah, Kyle Burdett, thank you again for calling out that SPY range because there's still something to look at there. Might be getting tighter though. It might be more of a 523 to 523.40 area, so we'll see what happens. I don't have any trades on right now, but always keeping an eye to see what the market and these mega cap tech names are willing to give me.
I'm hitting the dollar club for Aaron and Joanna Brewster because my friend there is $1 in the money on AMD. Shout out to you, Aaron and Joanna Brewster. Very happy for you, and I'll shout you out whenever I can. All right, I promised coffee person in the chat there. Who's that? Coffee trader. Coffee trader that I'd look at the NQ, and I shall. So let's go ahead and have a look at the future on the day. We're looking at the June contract now, guys, as the March contract has now expired. Now, what I see here is a series of lower highs and lower lows, right? So what we have here is, you know, not an aggressive downward channel, but a downward channel nonetheless. There it is, as clearly kind of identified by these trend lines ensconcing the downward trend channel with lower highs and lower lows. We're not getting aggressively lower lows, so they're kind of marginally lower. Now, if you're basing it on the wicks or the closing prints, they still account for lower lows. So with respect to the wicks, we wicked down to 18,625, and then we got down 219, then we're 217. So like you see what the trend here is? Very, very small movements. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of respect for the volume weighted average price on the day on the NQ. We zig a little bit above it, a little bit below it, a little bit above it. So we're kind of in no man's land here. I also feel like I'm in no man's land with respect to the range between the 100-point levels. 18.6 hasn't been touched on the day, and there's only been one touch at 18.7, and that was right after the market open. You could even call this the IB high. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. 18.709, but I would say, you know, keep your eye on that 100-point level like we always talk about. The future, I don't have a good read on it today. You're probably not going to see me trade the NQ. That is until we come in to a key level of support or resistance on the day. Where the hell did we close yesterday on the NQ? Why can't I see my closing print, bruh? Okay, usually it shows me a dotted line of the close on the NQ, and right now I'm not seeing one, so that's fine. I'll look for that later, because what I do is I chart the closing print. Oh, maybe because we rocketed up? Oh, here it is. Okay, so the closing print on the NQ yesterday, 18,480. That's why I couldn't find it, because it was so far below we were trading. So yeah, we're likely not going to see the closing print, so we need to work off. Let me see, are we? No, we're not even ranging between pivots. No, not at all. So I don't have a good read on the future today. I'll just tell you flat out. So I'm going to leave the future on its own until we get into these 100-point levels, and maybe we can base some trades off there. A couple of trades that I do have right now. I'm back into FSLR at the 154 level, and there's a reason for that. This is the kind of the consolidation bottom that we put in after the bell. It's also where the volume weighted average price is hanging out right at that 154 level. So I'll be looking to defend that. I already have my stop in place for the break of 153.80 on FSLR. A bit of a V-shaped retracement. See if we can scalp a little bit on there. But KAVL, small cap gapper du jour, baby. And this big boy is up 133%. Let's talk a little bit about the deets here. It's an $8.8 million market cap. So, I mean, minuscule. And the float is about 2.8 million shares. Let's find out if that's accurate. Let's bring in trade ideas here.
I saw a smaller float for
yeah, I'm seeing 36,000 shares, but I can't believe that that's accurate.
I was seeing 800-something thousand.
You're right. I see here 789,000. So I'm going to go ahead and agree with Adair on that one. I see 789, and the float, the short float is about 2.15%, so not negligible, but not exactly, you know, earth-shattering either. We're long at 01, so let's wet our beak here on some profits. Again, guys, today I am in the sim, okay? So this is all fake money right here, but my stop is gonna be below that $2.90 break. Let's talk about why $2.90, not $3. The volume weighted average price at $3. The whole dollar level obviously is at $3. But look at this top that we put in initially. This is a bull flag, and then we get the continuation. Look at the top end of the bull flag. It's right at $2.90. And then look where the retracement comes in here to defend that $2.90 level. It doesn't hold up at $3. In fact, it goes to $2.92. So I have to place my stop where the actual resistance, or sorry, the support is, and that is at $2.90. So I put it a smidge below that level in the high 80s to get out. So right now, printing on it about 15 pennies in the money. Let's see if we can make our way up into 30s over here, because we had a bit of a consolidation top right there. So let's go ahead and put another beak wetter let's put 25, because 25 is my favorite number, because I'm born on the 25th. And we'll see if we get filled. Let's see what FSLR is doing. Now, FSLR is at my beak wetter. I have a profit taker hanging out at 154.40, but because of the spread being 4 pennies, it's got to cross 40 on the bid, not on the ask, for me to get filled. We're having some execution issues today. I don't know if that extends into the sim or not, but we'll see if we get filled. Looking for FSLR to hold the 154 owing to that bottom end consolidation over here, the volume weighted average price, and the whole dollar level.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love those spready names that like to make you clutch your pearls and see what happens. Because Nvidia was giving me some grief in that regard. Yesterday, I spoke ad nauseum about that. Actually, it ended up being beneficial. I did better than I should have on the trade, but I also couldn't feel that good about the trade because it's like I did better than I should have because there were issues, right? So it's a weird, confounding feeling. Also a weird, confounding feeling is getting short the Qs and then they make a new, a higher high. That's okay though. In all honesty, I knew this was gonna be risky. It's like a Dara, it's an ETF. They're harder to range play. But that being said, I did like those lower highs, lower lows that Sharif mentioned. I saw it and I see a range. I immediately must pull up said range. We were holding below, or we were holding around that 448 really, really well. We broke up above that 448.25 with a viciousness. If we'd done it a little bit slowly, I would have kept an eye on it, but it was with a viciousness. So I had to say, yeah, je ne sais pas. I had to say au revoir, waiting for the next trade. Thank you so much, Joanna Brewster, for the support. Much appreciated. Also, shout out to you, because this AMD, I was eyeing to see what we did at that 180.60 area. AMD was like, what level are you talking about? Keeping going to the upside. So congrats to you on that. AMD looks like it's approaching VWAP. I honestly, if we get rangy around here, I might have to take a look.
Did you see what Mr. Lib wrote in the chat? I have to read this out.
Oh, this is really funny.
At Sharif, you got to quit it, bro. Got my toddler yelling randomly throughout the day. Big Kyle Burnett. It's Burdett, but Burnett is how he says it. It's funny. The first few days, now not so much. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lib. Big Kyle likes that too, though. Big Kyle, I thought it was funny. I just want to mention and shout out Big Kyle Burdett. Shout out to you, my man. I hope you're printing. I know you were planting stuff yesterday. How's that going, Kyle? How'd that tree planting go? You probably have a bit better weather than us because outside, ain't nobody planting anything outside right here, my friend. It was like -7 degrees centigrade this morning. And yeah, I was not pleased this punch.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. I wasn't pleased either. Literally, the first thing that comes in, Sharif comes in today, and he's like, it's so cold. And I was like, yeah, because I walk to work, and so I'm always like chilly. But yeah, so definitely, definitely chilly outside. But shout out to you, Kyle Burdett, for being able to plant things, because we are very jealous over here in TO. Also, Apple is recovering really nicely. I said that 90 MA was going to be a spicy area, and it certainly was. Mark A, so I didn't get to look at this one earlier. I know you were mentioning this one, but yeah, I think you mentioned you went long off this Apple. Honestly, this 90 MA hold and push up, not a bad idea at all. And again, we talked about this yesterday, how sometimes these levels can go from support to resistance, or in this case, resistance to support. The 90 MA was a beautiful resistance area earlier today. Then we chop and churn for quite some time, and we're starting to see it as support. Of course, who knows if it'll hold up there, but if we get rangy here, around 172.80 to 173, sign me up. I don't know why I said it like that, but I am legitimately very entranced and ensconced and emotionally invested in what we do in this. I'm joking about the emotionally invested, but I am very curious to see what we have to do here in this range. Also, I can't believe I abandoned Novo Nordisk, or Novo Nordisk, what have you. Either way, you know, I should have taken the Novo Nor risk and gotten involved in this. I had a beak wetter, or not a beak wetter, I had an area of entry around 130, and then I pulled it out because I was very caught up in the AMD madness. And then in the end, I should have just left it there because look, you would have gotten that 130 fill, we would have continued to the upside. My profit taking goal was 103.40, so, oh, sorry, 130.40, so it would have been about a 40-cent penny taker, but it woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? Didn't happen. Let's see what's next. If we bounce off of that 130.40, and it looks like we might, don't mind if I do. A little bit more of a momentum trade for me. That's the one thing that has me a little bit, you know, filled with trepidation. But as Sean says, a scared trader is a deficient trader, and we don't want to be deficient around these parts. Tesla, I want to look at as well because I saw some mentions of the Cybertruck or the Roadster earlier today. I don't have a huge look on this, I have to say. We have slightly higher highs. Higher lows, lower highs are not really a thing. We have this weird fascination with the area just above 175. If we reject here though, if this 90 MA, look at this topping tail candle. I see a short potentially in my horizon for Mr. Tesla. So we're gonna have to see if we can get involved in this. Coffee Trader asking if I'm Canadian or from the US. I'm Canadian. I am from Winnipeg though, which is an area oddly culturally a lot more similar to the US because we have Applebee's and stuff and Olive Garden. So yeah. I mean, I am from Canada though, but I am just from, and I've been told my accent's a little different, so I don't know if that's what, but I am from Canada. Let's see what Tesla gives me.
Thank you. We call that the prairies, right?
Yeah, we're from the prairies. Yeah.
So does that also count as the Midwest? Do we call it Midwestern Canada? Like the Americans call that area the Midwest, right?
So I tried to once, and my mom was like, "You're not from the Midwest, you're from the prairies." So I got like
shots fired.
Yeah, I got a little like verbally like smacked around there verbally. Of course, my mom was just like, "Say prairies, not the Midwest."
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Canadians, very proud people.
There we go. Yeah, Mid-North says Mid-North. I kind of like that one. Winterpeg says Roland Joe. So yeah, he knows what he's talking about there. But yeah, I am from Canada. But Tesla is not. But Tesla's killing it in Europe with those sales. That's why initially it was up, then it fell, then Morgan Stanley pumped it, then it fell. So when I say pumped it, they just had a positive letter saying that no one is really in a position in the EV space to go against Tesla and BYD. But I am going to pass it off to you with this lovely note from the Hayes Records. America, Applebee's and Olive Garden. Which I
love
really,
it.
I enjoyed that. So yeah, here we go.
I don't know what's going on with KAVL, but the action started picking up here. Now we're getting a lot more volatility, and we seem like we were incrementally making our way up into that 3 1/4, 3 1/5, and then we got a big boy Huadong topping tail candle. You can see it right here, albeit on the 1 minute. So you take it with less importance. I don't want to say it like that, but obviously something on the larger time frame more confirmatory than on the shorter time frame here. Anyway, the point of why I'm saying this whole thing is because we really started moving in the tape here. And that hadn't been the case prior to that. The tape had been moving, not slowly, but not wild like KAVL. Now it's kind of calming down a little bit. So maybe somebody was getting out of this trade. We'll see. I'm looking to defend that $3. Next profit taker, we're looking at 3 1/4. But this one, the volume, for the exception of that little action we got 30 seconds ago, slowing down a little bit. As you can see on the volume bars, decreasing a little bit here. Okay, so now we have questions to be asked here about FSLR. It's not holding 154, so this is going to likely have to be the end of my trade on this. If it breaks any lower, we're going to have to flatten out on this bad boy, but looking for FSLR to hold 154, which is the bottom end or the midpoint of this range that we were ranging at. So we'll have to see whether this holds or not. It broke 154.40 so many times for me to get a beak wetter in and around there, but the spread was just so wide we could not cross. So that's really my issue there for choosing to get into this. So anyway, keeping eyes on this, and we'll look to get out of that. DWAC making a nice move off 40 bucks, now up into 42. For whatever reason, DWAC was moving yesterday. Let's pull up DWAC over here. Not quite at 42, but knocking on the door. We're showing 41.95 here on the ask. DWAC could be along into 43.5. Okay, that's where I see multiple areas of resistance. We have that print at 930 at the low. You want to call that the IB low. We have 1015, 1018, another test at 43.50, and then another one over here. So this is an interesting long here on DWAC through the break of 42. I think there is a $1.50 potential to the upside, and it's going. There we go. Spready though, much like FSLR, which I now have to get out of. So I did get out of it. So my stop triggered. Good, because we've been having issues with that. So much like FSLR, this one's a 15 penny spread. I'm talking about DWAC, which is a bit of an issue, obviously, because the spread, it's hard to take profits when there's just such a big spread between the bid and the ask there. So I'm trying to think of maybe I'll put in a dip trade at 42, and then if it triggers in and around there, that would be one way to combat the spread. So I'll look to maybe dip at 42. I'm not going to chase this. If it goes, it goes. That's fine. And we'll make do without that. Guys, I've also got the Reddit chart on my side. As soon as that bad boy starts trading, we'll bring that to you live. But if you see Reddit trading before I do, because sometimes I'm flipping between screens, I may not see it. Definitely let me know. Probably will get a bunch of shouts from traders on the floor once Reddit starts trading. New York. It's going to launch on the NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange, which is a little bit of a wild card when it comes to launches for IPOs, from what I've been told. Not like I'm a proficient IPO trader or anything like that, so we'll have to wait and see. All right, long DWAC here at 40s. 40 penny spread now. Look at this, 81s on the bid, 18s at the ask. I mean, this is just... It's wild. So we'll have to see if we can tighten up, and we'll look to take some profits on the high side. Trading in the sim today, guys, we are having execution issues on the floor.
40 penny spread. What is this, Eli Lilly?
I know, right? Who does it think it is?
Also, speaking of Lilly and her weight loss drug buddies, Novo Nordisk, bless you. Novo Nordisk, I did get involved in this. I was going to wait. I want to see what we did at that 130.45 area. Then I realized, you know what, this actually could just be a nice opportunity here. So I took it with really small size. The plan being, if we dip into 45s, I'm adding to this position. If we don't dip into 45s, I still have a sell order ready at 130.80, so I'll still get some of this out. I would like to add to the position, though, so I can kind of have a little bit more room to spread the love here on this GLP-1 trade. So we're going to wait and see what occurs. Joanna Brewster is still holding on to that AMD long, which congrats to you, because that is almost at 181 there. Also, IK mentioning Lilly, Eli Lilly. Let's look at this. Yeah, shout out to you. And Lily's at $1 million now, so I can actually give her maybe the time of day. So I might have to keep an eye on this. I like this move above, move on to the 9 EMA. We're dipping slightly below it here too. This area I'm always cognizant of, because I've noticed if it holds, it doesn't always hold right, but if it holds well as an area of support, it can often flip to an area of resistance just like that. And same with if it holds as an area of resistance, right? This waffling around the 9 EMA does not instill me with a lot of confidence until I see what we do next. I need to wait and see what happens. I don't have a good read on this. Tesla, I'm very much kicking myself. I didn't take that short off of that 173 area. Sorry, 175. We dip below. New low of day for the Cybertruck, just continuing to drive down that hill to the downside. Yeah, James Dell, I like this. Donut hole and then Zempic, so Ozempic. I guess, hopefully we'll be making some Dozempic on this trade, but nothing has happened there yet to really give me any confidence in that. We're a cool 3 pennies on the money in the sim with a very small share size, so hopefully we can add to that position. If not, c'est la vie. The market is going to do what the market is going to do. AMD continues to be fascinating to me. This is a name I've been trying to trade a little bit more in the last few days, because it's a name that used to intimidate me a little bit. When I say intimidate, I just mean the speed at which this moves. There's someone in the chat who called this I think it was Stuart a couple days ago in the chat, calling this a widowmaker, because AMD can move really quickly. But I mean, if you can capture those movements, power to you. I know Sean trades AMD. Shout out to Joanna Brewster, again, trading this name. I want to see if there's an opportunity here to buy at that 180.60. I really should have taken this opportunity earlier, because look at how well we held that support earlier. I was worried we were going to see resistance. Nope, AMD was like more support. So nice recovery to the upside. We are currently green on the day for AM Dizzle? AM Dizzle.
AM Dizzle.
As Sharif will sometimes call it. So nice look there for AM. Also, I know you said you have the Reddit chart on your side. I have the Reddit book up as well, waiting to see what happens.
I think that's actually a better move.
Between the two of us, we're going to let you know if we see any posts in Reddit, metaphorically speaking, because there'll be trades. How are you doing?
Good. DWAC at about like 9 pennies out of the money on this one. The one that I do like, though, that I'm holding out more hope for, KAVL. You guys have heard me talk umpteen amount of times about small cap gappers and trading above the volume weighted average price. KAVL looks like it really is using VWAP and the $3 level as a good area of support. Keeps bouncing off that area. My only concern is it's having trouble breaking through that 3 1/5. So that 20 penny area seems to be an area of resistance for KAVL, and that presents an issue to me because we're looking at what our beak at the $0.25. So that's 5 pennies above that key resistance zone. So keeping my eye on that and looking for more. Now, people were telling me stuff in the chat. I was just using the bathroom there. And let me just look at what people were saying. Yanis B, head and shoulders on Tesla. Let's have a look. Here is TSLA, head and shoulders. Knees and toes. All right. Let me
Knees
see
and
here.
toes, knees.
What time frame, Yanis, are you looking at? Because this is the 10. I don't see it on the 10, possibly. Left shoulder, head, but that's the opening print at 4 a.m. So I'm reluctant to use any 4 a.m. prints as the head. And then maybe that's the right shoulder. I'm not sure. Let me know what time frame you're looking at, but let's look at Tesla anyway. I always typically have Tesla on the 5-minute look. Tesla looks weak to me, okay? Number one, it's a hockey stick pattern down and then to the right consolidative. We have a 174 flat bottom. Now, we're getting wicks below 174, but look at how aggressively they're being bought. Now, that I would say, if I had to play Tesla today, it would be a 175.50 to 174 range play owing to the volume weighted average price and the resistance that it's caused on any price action ascent into that level. Okay, it's also rejecting off pivots. It's also rejecting off the closing print. So a lot of confluence with respect to that resistance level. I'm talking about 175 2/3, 175 and a half, thereabouts. You have pivots there. You have the volume weighted average price there, and you have yesterday's closing print all in that general area. So it's going to take some buying to move up Tesla above that level. So if you had to play Tesla, 174 to the low side, 175 and a half, 175 and 2/3 to the high side. How was the walk, Katina, man? Great. It was cold outside, like the B word. No? Okay. It was not bad. Katina, man's killing me, bro. Yeah. So that's how... That's how I see Tesla. I don't know what's going on. Beautiful, right? Of course, Katina.
Beautiful.
I like
That's
that.
the B word.
There you go. One quick note, KAVL, we made it up to 320 again, and yet again, Adara, we find resistance at that level. How many times are we going to reject off that 1/5 of a dollar? So let's wet our beak on some profits here. Let's flip back to DWAC and see what DWAC is doing or not doing. Still hanging out right at that area. Nothing to worry about here. Stop below 41.50.
DWAC is being like kind of calm. But yeah, nice look on that right now. I feel like maybe it's going to be the calm before the move to the upside. We're going to see.
I like that.
And you know what? We're all going to be cheering Pamp It for Sharif in his DWAC trade. Also, I won't be cheering Damp It. I will just be thinking it for myself. We are a cool flat on this SPY short right now. I don't love my point of entry on this. I should have waited to 70s. I got in at 63s. However, why I got in, I've been saying I'm trying to be less reliant on the chart for my ETF trades. So what we did was we looked at the book. I liked that we were curling down. I also liked that we could not make a higher high. Further, I like that, look at this wick up, regardless of what you want to say about charts, it shows that, you know, there's some real struggle, some difficulties eclipsing that 523.80 area, at least right now. So I watched, I said, Adara, if we get above 523.80 with a viciousness, you leave the trade. Guess what? We got to 75s, we came right the heck back down. So you know what, I'm comfortable with this. However, this little dance around the 9 EMA I don't love, but also I'm, you know, trying to be less reliant on charts, right? So we're going to do this purely on price action. If we break above 523.80, we shall extricate ourselves from this trade post haste. So let's see what's happening. Sean saying Reddit tap is 44. Thank you very much for that one. We're going to have to see what happens here for the SPY short. We're still more or less flat in this, and I think staring at it will be interesting to exactly no one. So let's look at this. I know Neil's talked about this sometimes too. It's like really easy to think if you stare at a trade for a long time, it'll make it more interesting or have things happen. But that's not the case, right? So we will move on to Apple. Apple, this was a bamboozler. I was saying earlier, I like that idea of that long holding that VWAP area, or not VWAP, sorry, 9 EMA, and Apple was like, jokes. Fell to the downside. Did not make a new lower low though. Right now, previous low around 172s on a closing basis. Now we're hanging out 172.25. So let's see if we hold this. I don't have a trade in this right now unless it gets rangy because, I know shockingly, but I do like my ranges, so I'm going to continue to look for this. Fugazi Bear, thank you so much for this $5 super chat. Thank you, Panera, for saving my day with the Apple notice. I honestly, happy to help. That's what we're doing here. We're trying to provide this market knowledge. Also, Sharif, where can I get a Hubble telescope to see where the future is going?
Very good question. $4.99. Thank you very much for that super chat, Fugazi Bear. Look, man, I mean, I'm really into space, by the way. One thing I haven't made, the big purchase, is a good telescope yet, hopefully soon in my future. But with respect to seeing the futures, I don't think it's that kind of look you're going for. I think what the look we're going for is a technical analysis. And let's have a look at the future. Because since I looked at the future last Adara, NVIDIA flipped me off and told me, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm moving the market the way that I want to move it. And, well, we just busted up through that range. We were talking about 18, 6 and 2/3. Well, forget about that. We're on our way to 18.7 here, baby. And we could be making our way up into 18.7 very shortly. We're 10 points off that at the moment. And if in case you're wondering why the future's pumping while all the Mag 7s are dead weight, well, guess what? There's one Mag 7 that is not dead weight. And I'll give you one guess. You'll only need one to guess which one it is, and it is NVDA, obviously. We're on our way. We're about $1, $2 now off HOD, 926.48 high day. We're printing 925 now, so we're $1.50 off high a day. Look at that IB high. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. The implied balance high is at 926.48, and we're almost there. But the thing about this one is it didn't show its hand right away. Right? You had to have that big boy Huadunk into that 904.05, which is LOD, and then the evidence started coming, the higher low, the higher high, and then that kept repeating. Look at this. So we have 904.5 cents is a low, and then the very obvious trough subsequent to that is 906.88, and then if you really want to call this a trough, I don't. This is more of a consolidation low, 914. And then above that, 918.25. So that kept coming in. So it didn't show its hand right away, but eventually it did, and it brought up the market with it. So we'll see if we can get continuity through HOD on NVDA, and then we have to chart because we have to see where the next resistance level is on NVIDIA. And that takes us back, guys, into that March 13th, 8 a.m. pre-market top. Now, this is pre-market, okay? This is all, no, I don't want to call this all private because it's a 4-hour look, so this could include after the bell as well. So I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be that 938, 940 area. That is the crest over here on March 13th, and it began March 12th. Like, look at those big boy green candles taking us into that crest for a 4 a.m. gap up and open into that 940. So I'm going to say if we continue here, 940, resistance on NVIDIA. I don't know if we see 940 though, but just putting that out there as an area to keep your eye on. Okay, so we just touched 18.7 on the future. So here we go. We're at near high days. We're 9 points off now, high of day on the NQ June contract. So let's see if we get that continued strength the north side. Let's see what DWAC is doing. 7 pennies in the money on DWAC, nothing doing there. Let's see what KAVL is doing. There we go. Now we break above that 9 1/5. So let's see if we can get that quarter print. We're about 2 pennies away from getting printed at the quarter dollar. And of course, as I talk about it, it comes down. So maybe, we'll mention it next time. But looking for that continuation on KAVL. Likely to have a bit of trouble breaking through that 9 1/4, 9 1/3, owing to this consolidation area over here between, yeah, you guessed it, 9 1/5 and 9 1/3. So we'll see if we get that pop up. I'm sitting there at 9 1/4 waiting to get filled. Let me just look quickly at some of these other names that I've got up on the side here. I wanted to mention Carvana as well before I send it back to Adara, and the reason is there's nothing specific on Vana on the day, but if you look at the, yeah, you can see that. Here's the 30-minute on Vana. So we kind of based out, yeah, it's a strong look on Vana, guys, since basically late February. I don't happen to believe in this company for the long term. I just don't think. Anyway, whatever, that's not the point at the moment. $90, I believe, $90.50. That's the top that we put in March 8th. Where are we at right now? Looks like we tried to break the door down on $90. 89.96 on CVNA, but now look where we're at. So this is a very interesting area here for Vana, even though it's doing low volume. 88.50, right at the volume weighted average price. Do we hold up at these areas? We're positive on the day. I said we're up 2 1/3, almost 2 1/2, and we're at a critical resistance level, or support level, excuse me. at volume weighted average price. So we'll see if Vana holds up at these levels. Could be a nice bounce back up to maybe even test 90 bucks, Adira.
Yeah, I mean, what this market is just doing beautifully. You know, shout out to everybody here. So many things moving in this market that are you know, killing it. As Joanna Brewster says here, chips breaking higher with the viciousness. And indeed they are. So shout out to you in the AMD long, I believe. Elon also saying long AMD from 178. So congrats to you, Sean, long AMD. Everybody's long AMD. I had some little scalps on AMD and then it moved up. So this is what a look here. The way we held that 179 area was really gorgeous in the morning, early at the beginning of the How to Trade show, formerly known as the midday. Also, I left the SPY. You know, Neil said once, you know, losing trades should be boring. This one is. We broke above 523.80 with the viciousness. I said, bye, SPY. I said, yeah, I mean, we said bye to the SPY. I'm going to watch. I don't have a read on this right now, so I'm just going to stay away from it. That's going to be the look on this. What else is cooking? Oh, I still have a resting area to enter Tesla, which I entered it literally right as Sharif was finishing up there. But I like the idea of this 174.60 rejection. I watched it with my own two eyes. We rejected it beautifully. I said, I want all the smoke. And then Tesla's like, just kidding. We're gonna hang out. So I'm gonna have to wait and see here. This could actually be more of a range to the long side though. This could be, hey, we give you 174.30 to 174.60. Either way, I'm gonna try to short it 60s because the general trend is lower highs, lower lows. So I don't wanna be too counter trend with it. That being said, if it starts ranging 174.60 to 174.30 in a decisive way, will it take the range in both directions? Honestly, probably. But I have to wait and see what happens here. Also, Novo Nordisk being weirdly bamboozling, which is not a sentence I thought I would say. I took it over Lilly because I thought it was going to be a little bit less stressful, and I liked the chart patterns better. I liked how we held up that area for a while, and then we just kind of tanked. So we're going to give this a couple pennies more. We're going to give this to 130.20, which is the area I already drew out here because that was that previous high. Support can become resistance. You know, we've seen it in the past, but if it doesn't here, I'm going to have to be gone LP1 from this trade. So let's have to see what happens. Nunya Biz saying, Adira, when do you think you'll be taken off the sim? I think a lot of folks are excited about it. What is the criteria? I think there's a certain amount of green days that you have to have that honestly I've never had. However, the last couple weeks, things have been going better. I like Sean with the light bulb emoji there. Yeah, honestly, I'm going to be really honest. It has been a better couple of weeks. Although I've noticed Mondays, I always are like horrible to the point where I'm like, oh, how will I ever trade again? And then you just kind of get into a groove, right? So nice. I think I really want to see a better trading Monday for myself. But other than that, I have to say I'm feeling a little bit more confident. So I think I would like to, but I also don't want to go live and then, you know, blow the firm's money either, right? So you want to make sure you feel more confident. That being said, since I've kind of settled into this micro scalping strategy, I do feel more confident in my trades. And I think the results are mostly reflecting that. So yeah, I just want to I want to be open about that. Kyle Burdett mentioning this beautiful 524 short opportunity for the SPY. I'm going to probably want to see this failure a couple times and then wait to make sure my timing's right. Because I said this a couple times.
How is trading been? Is it like volumes are crazy, I bet?
Often leaves a lot to be desired, especially when you're trying to range trade in these more kind of vicious ETF type names, right? So I want to see what we do here. Though, Kyle Burdett, I do agree. I would probably take this short. And I have to say as well, thank you for bringing up this range trade earlier because even though we're down in this name, I had a lot of fun ranging this earlier.
Something's going on with your mic. Mike. Yeah, okay. Oh, Ram
it's all good.
Ram
My
was
mic is
fixing
good.
something. Okay.
So yeah, Ram gives the approval there. We're all good there. Thank you so much, Nunya Biz. Good luck to you as well. I appreciate that. Yeah, so there we go. Go market. Go SPY. BCBC, thank you. But I actually feel pretty good about these markets and pretty energized.
I like that.
By these markets as well. So let's keep going.
I like it. Adira, I have an announcement to make. We have a special guest on today. Neil's gone, so he won't be doing his lesson of the day. He's down in Florida enjoying spring baseball, I guess, watching the Jays in Dunedin. So we have a special guest, the CEO of WonderFi, baby. Dean Skurka is going to join Brendo at the big desk today. They're going to be talking a lot about DeFi and finance in general. So make sure to hang out and put your listening cap on for the guest coming up. That will be in a few minutes. Just want to preface that for you. Thanks, guys. All right, let's have a look at now this DWAC trade. So we're long 42s. Now we're looking to wet our beak here at the quarter dollar as we incrementally make those higher highs and higher lows. It seems as if, though, we're going to look to encounter some resistance likely at that 42.5, owing to this consolidation area here. If we're able to break above that level, I feel then we should be really looking at that 43.50. We have 3 touches a little bit at that 43.5. I'll be looking to take everything out there, or maybe not everything. We're going to save a piece for the dream, and we'll see what we get there. All right, we do have time. We are now ready for our guest of the day. Brendo is at the big desk. Ram. Let me know if this is the appropriate speed.
There he is, back again. Dean Skirka is president and CEO of WonderFi. Back in the house. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah, it's good to be here.
It's an interesting time. Absolutely crazy market conditions that we've been dealing with over the past little while. We'll get into what's been happening as far as crypto is concerned, but why don't we start with just a brief overview of the company once again for anyone that might be hearing about WonderFi for the first time. Give us a high-level look here.
Absolutely. Yeah, so WonderFi is Canada's leader in the digital asset industry. We own and operate 2 of Canada's largest crypto trading platforms, BitBuy and CoinSquare, and we also operate a global crypto payments business, SmartPay. Our efforts have been predominantly focused in Canada, where we are a market leader. But we did announce this week that we are expanding into Australia, and we're super excited about the opportunities for global expansion.
Yeah, first time into international waters, if you will. We'll touch on that coming up. But let's talk about this crypto market because it's been on fire. I mean, you and I were just, talking off camera here before we went on. We're all the way back, back to highs right across the board. Memes, coins are going nuts. Trading volumes are going nuts once again. Give me your thoughts here. Like this market is impressive.
Absolutely. We've certainly been impressed by the turnaround that's happened over the last 6 months. Certainly looking at the original catalyst being the Bitcoin ETFs, you started to see the conversation really start to evolve in Q4 last year. Platforms like ours are the beneficiaries of those. Volumes, signups, and activity around the entirety of our platforms really pick up as sentiment improves, as the conversation grows louder around the digital asset industry. And certainly looking ahead, we see significant catalysts, whether it's Ethereum ETF and the conversation that's starting to evolve there. We have the Bitcoin halving upcoming in April. There's many catalysts for us to feel as though the conversation is really just getting started. And to your point, you look at volumes and the growth that we've seen there, the good times, the times that we've experienced in the past are starting to reflect.
Yeah. Is there a difference maybe? Is there something that's standing out a little bit differently this time than the first time around?
Yeah, it feels more sustainable. You think about the shift over the last 18 months. You certainly think of the sentiment and the credibility that BlackRock, Fidelity, these household names really bring to legitimize the industry to a broader audience. And I think that's what you're starting to see, even like we were talking about, maybe people are getting ahead of themselves or didn't expect things to happen as quickly as they've had. We've seen Bitcoin run up to 70,000 in really quick order on the back of these ETFs. Yeah. You still have the halving coming up. There's many catalysts that, for us to look forward to. But we think that the relative increase in price and awareness thus far in a short period is reflective of that broader shift. We think it's a more sustainable environment, a more regulated institutional environment that we're in now, and WonderFi really plays an important role there through our regulated crypto trading platforms.
Let's talk about the news this week. Exciting, as we said. Here's the headline that came out earlier in the week. WonderFi expanding into Australia for the first time. Touch on the reasons, I guess, for this market specifically and what's going to happen as far as products are concerned.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about Australia. They've shown very high adoption rates for the digital asset industry and created a really robust regulatory framework around that to promote the businesses like ours to grow within their jurisdictions. And so we think Australia is a really good natural first step for us towards our broader global expansion. We have a clear track record of attracting volumes, users, and assets to our trading platforms. There's a lot that we have learned through the regulatory processes in Canada. There's a lot that we've realized through the product integrations and developments that we've had through the launches of staking and other products and services as well. And so we think the product's in a really good place. The company is in a really strong position with a really strong balance sheet that is able to support our growth plans. And we think the time is perfect to really enter into the Australian market, looking at our OTC institutional offering as an entry point.
From a global standpoint, where does Australia, I guess, come into play as far as interest and volume and things like that?
Yeah, so I think you pulled up the press release. Australia has one of the highest adoption rates globally for cryptocurrency, and so we think that makes it a really compelling market for us to look to. There's a lot of commonalities between Canada and Australia as well that we think make the user acquisition and some of the marketing efforts in line with some of the work we've done, the experiences we have so far. And so we're really excited about Australia as the first market that we will look to expand in, really finding markets that have a balance between a clear regulatory environment and a market that we believe we can have an impact in. And so Australia is one of those markets that we're quite confident WonderFi can come in there with our current products and services and have a real impact in that market. And from an investor perspective, understanding that there is a regulatory framework around those businesses to provide assurances to our investors today and our future investors moving forward.
I'm sure there's some viewers from that market watching right now. As far as the timeline is concerned, has anything been announced as far as when products can be expected?
Yeah, we expect to have our OTC institutional offering in market within Q2, and we'll be announcing more around that short order. And we've also indicated that we expect to have a more robust product and suite of offerings in market in Q3 of this year as well.
Great stuff. Let's talk financials coming up next week. Company set to report. There has been some guidance come out. Give us your take.
Absolutely. So as mentioned, our crypto trading platforms, BitBuy and CoinSquare, are real beneficiaries of the sentiment and shift in the market that we've seen. These are crypto trading platforms that allow Canadians to easily access the digital assets that we offer. And so we expect, the run-up in the industry to really reflect well in our financials. We put out guidance in January that we're expecting $12.5 to $13 million of revenue in Q4 compared to $10 million in Q3. We think a lot of that's reflective of the change in sentiment around the market. Most importantly, we did also announce that we would be cash flow positive, EBITDA positive on a consolidated basis. Bringing these businesses together the way we had in a transformative way in the middle of last year is really important for us to identify the synergies and bring these businesses together and demonstrate the economies of scale. To be able to demonstrate that through cash flow positive results in Q4, we think is a really strong signal to the market and a reflection of where we expect to be, in the year ahead.
If anybody wants, maybe anyone in this country that wants more information about the products, about where to sign up or anything like that, where would you send them?
Yeah, absolutely. Social media would be a great start. WonderFi, BitBuy, and CoinSquare would all be great resources and starting points. Both BitBuy and CoinSquare provide a lot of education, which we think is really important to the broader audience and making sure that more people understand the industry, the assets they're investing in. And so I would, feel free to start both of those websites or social medias being BitBuy or CoinSquare.
Great stuff. Check them out. WonderFi listed in Toronto here, guys. WNDR. Dean Skirka is president and CEO of WonderFi. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Brendo, and our guest, Dean, CEO of WonderFi. Awesome. We all know that. Kevin O'Leary associated with that company. So shout out to those two there. Now, while Brendo and our guests were dropping hot lines, we did get a couple of beak wetters here, Ram, on KAVL. We were able to break through the $0.25. The next profit taker on this 301 long, we're looking at that third of a dollar at $3.33. That's where we're sitting here on. It's okay, take your time. I know that it's a whole thing up there. They got to switch screens and stuff. Yeah, $3.33. I'm looking at taking it out there. But while we were talking, Microsoft decided, hey, it's midday. It's a bit of a bamboozler. Let me move up big. And here's what I'm seeing. I'm not sure if this is the headline, but Microsoft just You know, got off the schneid there at 40, a bit of a double bottom at 427.50, and now we're knocking on the door of 431. That is the IB high. The IB high is 430.82. We just broke through the $0.50, made it up to 60s, it looks like, but now we're coming back down. Let's see if we hold 430. Here's the headline. Activision Blizzard, Activision brings another Call of Duty game to mobile devices. That came in at 11:45, which coincides with this market pump here on MSFT. I'm not 100% sure if this is the headline. So if you guys have a different headline for Softy, let me know. But that's what I see here on my blotter right now. A bit of a topping tail candle coming in there. We're going to have to see if this holds $430. But yeah, Softy looking to make midday moves here. Bless you, Katina, man. And we'll see what we get there. All right, KAVL, right back up into that $0.25, but it's going to have to cross a third for us to wet our beak. The other trade, DWAC, we were able to take a nice little beak wetter there at the $0.25. We're long 42s. Now I'm sitting at the $0.50. I am trading in the sim, guys. We are having some issues with respect to our execution today, so I'm just gonna keep this nice and relaxed. And I'm long right now $42 on DWAC, looking for what my beak at the $0.50.
Yeah, I mean, congrats to you there. Like this market, there's certainly so many opportunities, things to take advantage of. Kyle Burdett was just saying, you know, I totally missed that short opportunity on the SPY, which I did, but I wanted to get involved at 70s, wait for like a little bit of calm here and see this continued move down. I'm going to wait and see what we do at 80, 85s, because that was an area we had a little bit of issues with earlier. As long as we don't break above that, I'm going to stay in this short. I will be eyeing what we do at VWAP, or not just because it's VWAP, because like I said, I'm trying to give a little bit less credence to chart action on these ETFs, and more because the book was really interesting around 40s, because I was involved in that name earlier as well. If we break below 40s nicely with the viciousness, then I will stay in this until we get to around these 20 areas. So that's what's happening in the SPY. Also, I'm in a Tesla short, so let's talk about that. This is a scalp play. This is purely a range scalp, and I would like to, where's my NQ? There it is. Yeah, so the logic behind this was, I like that we had these basically lower highs, lower lows. I initially liked that 174.60 area as an area to play the short with, because look at that support we had earlier. That moved so quickly, I just couldn't get involved. That's okay. On to the next one, as they say. And I do like this opportunity here. I don't love that 90 EMA is curling up a little bit, but as long as we stay below this 174, where is this, 45s, we'll give this about 20 pennies. I'm cool to stay in this short. I'm going to be taking some out at this 174, about a third of the position there. Then I'm going to be saving a piece for the dream. And that dream are these two beautiful candles around 173.80. This is also a bit more of a momentum trade, which is a little bit scary for me, but we're trying to take new opportunities. Let's see what happens. Also, thank you very much, Kyle Burdett, saying, look at the 1 minute, see the volume spike and reversal candle. That was the entry signal I was looking for. Thank you. I really appreciate you talking through this, Kyle Burdett, because I know, Kyle loves the shorts, and so it's always really cool to see kind of what entry levels different people are looking for and what inhibits them to get involved. Yeah, okay, I totally see what you mean here. We get up here, we fail the 524, and then we have this big red candle here. So thank you so much, Kyle Burdett, for pointing that one out to me. I did enter this late, which I don't love, but I do still think there could be some more short opportunities here. I just want to see us break below 60s, and then, of course, 40s around VWAP. So I'm not going to leave until we have the decisive break above 80, 85.
The tap on Reddit. The tap means theoretical auction price on RDDT. That's the ticker for Reddit. It's on the New York. It will be launching shortly. The Katina man just put it in the chat. So technically, the IPO price is $34 a share, but that's not what you get. That's what the insiders get. It's going to open very soon, said the Katina man. So that's what the price is, right? But that's not what you're going to see when it first prints. Right now, the theoretical auction price on Reddit is $50, a $16 premium to the actual price, which, by the way, was on the high end. It ended up coming on the high end of the range. That wasn't a guaranteed thing that it would launch at 34 bucks. We were talking between 31 to 34. So the fact it opened up on the higher end, and now the tap showing a lot of market exuberance there. The tap, by the way, guys, is based on an auction process, right? So the more demand there is for the longs, the higher the tap keeps going. It's like a hull. right? When a stock halts, these small cap gappers that we're always trading, we're always talking about the tap during the halt period, and that is based on the auction system. Say it again, Katina Man? The Katina Man is going to put the imbalance locator in the company chat. Thank you very much, Katina Man.
Basically, you'll just notice that it's almost done. All the buys are almost done.
So this is exactly what Sean is talking about here, right here. We'll look where it says RDDT.NY. And then right next to it says buy. And then what we're looking at here is PV. That's paired volume, right? And so that is big size usually, and that's getting paired down. So the market maker or the exchange has to pair the buys with the sells. And so they have an imbalance now of 1.6 million buy sides.
No, the imbalance left is only 71,000.
I haven't done this in a while. So the only imbalance left, that's a paired volume.
So I think it's getting close.
And they pared everything down because what's left, I misspoke there, is 71.66 thousand. That's what's left to be paired on the buy side. So you have 71,666 outstanding buy orders waiting to be paired, filled. So we always look at that number to see market exuberance. The bigger the number, the more exuberance there. So I've got the Reddit, chart on the side, but I'm flipping back between it and another one. So as soon as we have that open, I will let you know. Adara will let you know if she hears that as well. And obviously, we saw what AAPL did yesterday. It was quite exciting. I personally don't know how to trade these IPOs. I'm not good at trading them, but we can bring it to you live and let you know what is popping off. All right, DWAC, about 26 pennies in the money on this one, but this one awfully slow today, not with the same vigor that it was trading at yesterday, moving up bigly on I guess Trump's 5 wins. I don't know. Nobody's competing against the guy. Of course he's going to get the nominations. I don't get it. Anyway, he keeps posting about it on his Instagram. Now, looks like we topped out here on MSFT at that 430. We had a bit of a topping tail candle here, but the bamboozlement was real and it was fast and furious because we dipped right back down at 29.5, then got bought right back up. So it looks like 430 may be holding here, at least for the moment, on MSFT. Headline coming in midday here that they will be dropping a new Call of Duty, a mobile game, by the way, vis-a-vis Activision. So we'll see. AMD's ripping, says the Katina Man. People have been trading AMD in the chat, Katina Man. AMD is up into 182. That is off a 177 2/3 bottom. It's going up into the right. It is now green on the day, 1.25%. Still down since the bell, though, 2.25%, but looking to recover. So keep eyes on these chips. We just finished talking about NVIDIA being awfully strong. Let me look here at what Jay Lee said. Sharif. The real issue for RDDT, same BS, small percentage of shares being released. Yeah, we've been seeing that a lot lately, ARM, etc. And creates a bunch of bag holders, guaranteed it will jump a lot, and then Huadunk leaving bag holders. I really hope that doesn't happen, Jay, but you sound quite accurate in your description there. That has been something that's been happening a lot more lately, where we see these companies going public, going to market, but only a fraction of the actual shares outstanding. The originating company, in the case of ARM, SoftBank, holding about 90% of those shares and only leaving 10% to be traded in the public market. I don't happen to like that whole thing, but the market doesn't care about me. Dan Emmons, I didn't have getting long NQ 18638 on my bingo card for this week, but here we go. All right, Dan, where are we at here on the future? 18638, Dan took 638. All right, where was that exactly? That was down here. What did you see down here, Dan? 638. Okay. All right. I'm not sure what you were looking at that level. Let's look at what Dan was looking at here. 1638, so 3 sevens. Must be seeing something there that I don't see, Dan, because there's a whole lot of price action moving through that area, but no key areas of support or resistance. So let me know what you were looking at, my man. Elon, Sharif. Hi, Sharif. Thank you for mentioning FSLR earlier. I plan to get in about 151 on the daily chart. Why is it so shimmy topping tails? My man, it's been a tough time to to be in the solar game. We've been now almost a year and a half with elevated rates and solar. The solar industry, I would submit to you, is very rate sensitive due to the prohibitive startup costs. I know those costs are getting better. They're down and to the right, not up and to the right, but still higher. And that causes, some hesitance by investors who are not going to spend their own money, but looking to take out, obviously, somebody else's money to start up that. And that obviously comes with higher costs when interest rates are elevated. So we'll have to wait and see whether the future better rate environment has a more positive effect on these names. I'm still in both trades. No new fills since I spoke last.
Yeah, no, so I am. Honestly, I have to have a big shout out to Big Kyle Burdett, as Sharif calls him, because I appreciate you talking through your kind of logic and approach to these counter trend SPY shorts. I'm really proud of this. We took about, I think, slightly less than 10 pennies, but I'm just proud because I stuck with it. The first one, the timing was like, I don't know what I was doing. It's okay though, because we got out when we broke above our area. We fulfilled our, I was gonna say we fulfilled our destiny. That sounds really weird. I fulfilled my risk management plan, which is what matters, and so that was okay. Then I liked this 523.95 area. I said I think we got it at 525.93, and I said, if we break decisively above that 524 with the swiftness, I am getting out. I was trying to take it around this 9 EMA because I've noticed that's been a decent support area. Again, trying to use less chart and more book. I noticed in the book that we were struggling with getting 524, which is why I punched in on the short. And then I got out where I did because I noticed a little bit of pausing on the book. Now we're trying to push back up here again, but honestly, I'll take this long and short both directions if this keeps working. I have no qualms to be had in this kind of trade. But yeah, I'm honestly really happy that I'm just trying to take new opportunities. I am red on the day, to be really honest, but I do have some AMD love was given earlier, and I also have some love to give AMD because I was saying this to Sharif off camera. I found that this one has been given a lot of volatility lately. It's been fun to trade. Oh, my chart's not showing up, so I'll pull up my side chart for AMD. Where is it? There it is. So I liked this. I was scalping this 179 area earlier, just into that 179, 179.50. Then we bounced off this VWAP. And I like this. I like that this was also earlier an area we tangled with, so I got involved here. And I guess this is more of a momentum trade. Shout out to Sharif, who is a momentum trader, because this one, we had that continued move up and I bought the dip. So I guess a bit more of a momentum trade. But I did get out entirely by the time we made that higher high. So pretty pleased as punch, I have to say. And shout out to Joanna Brewster, if you're still in this name. I know you were all over this one earlier, so shout out to you. Congrats to you. This one's still kicking. Sean, I know, is in there as well. Some other people in the chat. I think Elon in the chat also in that one. So lots of people in there. Also, we did lose out on this Tesla scalp. We broke above. My chart kind of went on the fritz, so I had to pull up a new one. So my lines are gone, unfortunately. But we broke above that 60 area. I got out. Now it looks like, and I mentioned this earlier, I was concerned that 9 EMA could flip from resistance to support. It looks like it has. So there could actually be some opportunities. This might be a little bit too momentum-ish for me. This is not really a momentous time perhaps for me to enter. If we get a little rangier, it might be. But we're gonna have to see what happens. Honestly, shout out again. Thank you so much to Kyle Burdett for talking me through your approach to these SPY trades. I think there might be something, honestly, just ranging the SPY. I'm okay with taking a couple pennies here, there, and everywhere. I see DWAC is DWAC. It's not back, but it's still there.
It's still. I'm break even on DWAC, just like I'm break even on KAVL, because this this small cap gapper big boy Huadunked off that 3 1/3 all the way back into my entry at 3. It's holding the volume weighted average price and that whole dollar level, which is at 3, but for how long? As I look at the book here, by the way, I don't have all the gateways that I typically would have on my account. So you're looking at the book, you're not seeing the whole book. All right, that's just the way it is. On Sim, you don't see the full book, so there are some gateways that I don't see. So when I look at the size here, I may think that I see all the size that I think I see at 3, but there could be more. And the same thing goes to the high side. So when there's resistance to the top side, I may not get the full picture. We'll see exactly here whether or not we hold 3 on KAVL. a big boy Huadong right back, but it held at that level. That's what kept me from panicking. No, I'm kidding.
I know, yeah, that's going to be a meme. That's going to be a Trader TV meme that
Right.
I'm panicking.
Yeah. All right, but DWAC is no longer a valid trade, so we're going to get out of that one for about a 15 penny loser, not even 10 penny loser there. But after taking out one beak wetter there through the $0.25, this one is starting to curl back down. So not interested in that. This one, KAVL, is what I mean by this one. We're going to have to be very careful with this, but I got to do the lesson. So I'm going to let this one go, and we already have our stop in place on KAVL. So let's get to work here. We're talking today, guys, about divergence, pullback confirmation. We've been talking about pullback trading all week long and how to trade some of these pullbacks, especially when there is a discernible trend. Today, we're going to be talking about some technical indicators, more specifically, the relative strength index and the moving average convergence divergence, and how to use that specifically relative to price action to gauge a pullback, okay? So here, let's start the lesson. Imagine you see a pullback in a trend, but are unsure if it's a true buying or selling opportunity or just a fake out. One of run-of-the-mill fake outs. Divergence pullback confirmation comes to the rescue, baby. It combines price action, so the pullbacks and the price action, with technical indicators to give you your trade, I should say, the extra confidence boost. So let's talk a little bit about how to use this. So first and foremost, we have to understand the concept of divergence. So what is divergence, essentially? Well, typically price action and the technical indicators I'm going to talk about, specifically RSI and MACD, they typically move together. So normally, the price and a technical indicator move in the same direction. So an uptrend, an upward trend, would equal the price and the indicator going up. A downward trend would equal both the price and the indicator going down. But that's not what we're talking about today. Today, we're talking about divergence between the indicator and the price action. So sometimes they diverge. In an uptrend pullback, the price will dip, but the indicator goes up. That's what we call a bullish divergence, okay? In a downtrend pullback, sometimes, however, the price rises, but the indicator goes down. That's what we call a bearish divergence. Case in point, right over here, okay? Here's the bullish divergence. So what we're doing is we're making lower lows and lower highs on the price, but when we scope out the RSI at the bottom, well, we see higher lows. We don't see any higher lows on the price reflected during that same period. So from starting from over here and going to over here where the trend line is showing you. We don't see any higher lows on the price. However, we see higher lows on the RSI. That is what we call a bullish divergence. A bearish divergence, quite the opposite. We start seeing higher highs and higher lows on the price, but we start seeing lower highs and even possibly lower lows on the indicator. In this case, thank you for pointing, making this one the MACD, Adair. The previous one was RSI. We want to use both of these bad boys. In this case, the MACD, the moving average convergence divergence, makes lower highs at a time where the price is making higher highs. They're diverging, right? So that's what we call a bearish divergence. So here's how, divergence and pullbacks first. Divergence during a pullback can be a powerful signal, and here's why, right? So during a bullish divergence in an uptrend pullback, the price dips, it pulls back, right? But the indicator rises. This is what we call a bullish divergence. This is suggesting to you that the price weakness might be temporary, and it's hinting to you that this could be a possible buying opportunity, right? The RSI starts putting in higher highs. You don't necessarily get those higher highs on the price action. It's a leading indicator telling you, remember we talked about leading and lagging indicators? In this case, it's a leading indicator telling you the weakness in the price might be coming to an end. You may want to punch long in here, okay? Conversely, the bearish divergence. Bearish divergence in a downtrend pullback. The price rises, okay? But the indicator falls, the bearish divergence. This is suggesting to you that the price strength might be fading. It's also hinting to you that this might be a good opportunity to either take profits or to get into the shorts, depending if you're holding your long or not, okay? So that's what we're talking about. That's how you correlate the divergence aspect with the pullback. That's how you put them together, okay? That's what it's indicating. So let's put it all into action. So step one, you identify the trend. Are we up and to the right, down and to the right, or are we horizontal? Are we in a consolidative state? That is what we need to determine first. Second, then you start looking at the price action. You wait for that pullback. Now, the pullback can come in many different forms. Yesterday, we talked about using Fibonacci's to gauge pullbacks. The day prior to that, we talked about key areas of support and resistance. So you have to use those methods to find out where the pullback is hanging out, okay? So first, you identify the trend. Second, you ID the pullback area. And then third, you're going to sit on your hands and you're going to wait for that divergence to come in between the price action and the technical indicators. Specifically, we're talking about MACD, RSI, and I think Michael Moss, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he'd probably tell you stochastics as well. He used it the other day, okay? Stochastics, another indicator for oversold, overbought indications, okay? So here's how to enter the trade, whether you're going long or short. So if you're going long, based on bullish divergence during an uptrend, you enter a long position at that key area of support, okay? But, like I mentioned at the top, you need some sort of confirmatory technique, whether that is it holds at that level for 3 days or whether it doesn't break below it by 3%. So you need to figure out whether you're going to use a price action confirmation or a duration confirmation or a combination of both. You need to figure out which one you're going to use. I'm giving you ideas. And what I mean by that is, okay, so you spot the key area of support on the pullback. You spot that key Fibonacci area that you want to pull back into, like say the 50%, okay? Great, it comes back to that area. Now, what do? You just punch long right away? Or you just go short right away? No, you need to wait for the price action to confirm to you. Now, if that's 3 candles that hold above that level, or whether it doesn't break below that level by 3%, maybe it dips by 2, it dips by 1.5, but doesn't go to 3. There are so many different rules out there, the 3-day rule, the 3% rule, whatever. Figure out something that works for you and then use it. So if you're going long, you're waiting for that level to come in, and then you're punching off. You're going short based on bearish divergence in a downtrend pullback. You're entering a short position at that key area of support or the fib or resistance in the fib. And then you're exiting the trade if the long trade breaks above that key area of resistance that you have identified or breaks below that key area of support that you've identified before, okay? So that's how you're exiting the trade there. And this is a great example, right? So your entry at the next pullback after the moving average is here, and your stop loss goes just below the low there at that consolidation top. Thank you for adding that in there. And as you can see here, we're putting in higher lows on the RSI, but lower lows on the price action. So we have that bullish divergence where the price is going down, but the RSI is going up. Here are some caveats. Be aware of the potential for false positives, whether bullish or bearish divergence signals that don't come into fruition. And always make sure you have confluence, baby, with other factors, indicators before entering a trade. And some of these indicators are less effective and more prone to false signals in flat consolidative markets. You've heard me talk a lot about how moving averages are quite bamboozling during consolidative markets. And here's a great case in point. You have bullish divergence between the RSI and the MACD on the bottom and the price action over here. And then you end up getting bamboozled because, well, it moves sideways. So like everything else in trading, nothing's foolproof, right? And choosing your indicator. I've suggested to you that MACD and RSI are the good ones, but I think that, other chartered market technicians and even experienced traders would say different. They'd say maybe look at stochastics or some others. Do your homework and figure out what works best for you, but the technique is the same. The price diverges from the indicator. That's all you're looking for there. And here are some bonus tips. Imagine divergence as a disagreement between the price and the indicator during a pullback. Divergence suggests the indicator might be anticipating a trend resumption, giving you more confidence for your entry. I hope that helps. I know it was a mouthful, but I think it was worth understanding because I think price action indicator divergence is one hell of a tool to use if you can.
Yeah, thank you so much for going through that lesson. I think it is really helpful to learn, and some people were saying as well, there are some examples of kind of pullbacks there and buying opportunities. I think someone said Micron. So let's see what Micron is doing in terms of pullbacks and buying opportunities. Shout out to our pal Obi, who you can see with Sean around 2 p.m., and who was shorting this one earlier. Yeah, I think this is, I think more probably like a kind of a 9 EMA pullback for sure. There is that nice kind of movement up here on Micron. Micron might have some range scalp opportunities. I don't know. I'll have to wait and see. Also, yeah, shout out again to Caliber Debt for talking me through those SPY trades. I should have taken this short when we failed at 524, and then we didn't. And then I tried to go long because there were a lot of opportunities there earlier to kind of basically take that bounce off that 523.90. I wasn't really hasty about it enough in either direction. So we're still down in this name, still down on the day, unfortunately, just being really honest here. My timing with Tesla has been atrocious, so let's talk about it, because that's what we're here to do on How to Trade, talk through trades, and explain what we were doing with them. I like the short because we were at this point having this nice little rejection out the 9 EMA. We broke above that area, identified that 174.60, I got out. Then try to get long here because we're holding this area of support. And honestly, part of why I got long was because I was like, you know what, I think we could go either way. And I was like, you know, because I'm leaning short, it's probably wrong and it's probably a long. So it just wasn't me trusting my own instincts, because a lot of times my instincts are wrong. We broke below, I got out, not a huge loss there, nothing to talk about. Tesla's been so bamboozling. As Sharif once said about NVIDIA, that bamboozlement is real with Tesla. And I do agree. This one, literally do not know what to do there. Yeah, I think, you know, it is what it is, but you know what? You got to roll with the punches. And right now, the market punching me in the face instead of Sean's, you know, like fun little slap emoji. The market's like, but you know what? You fall, you get back up.
Bang.
And that's what we're here to do here. I said here twice, but that's okay.
All good.
AMD, still my chart's still being weird, so let's pull up my other P-Pro 8 chart. Look at this range. Oh, if we reject 182 again, I'll take it short, 180, 140. I need to be finding range trades that work for me. That needs to be my focus, and I'm going to continue focusing on that. Also, people are giving lots of love for your lesson of the day in the chat there too. So shout out to that, killing it, and thank you so much as always for going over those. Microsoft kind of doing something. Don't know if it's something I have a read on, but I do like that we have these little curls here. We have this 9 EMA bounce. I don't have a read on it yet, but honestly, there could be some kind of range opportunity, 429.80 to 430.40. In all honesty, my only positive name du jour is AMD, so we'll see if we go back to AM Dance with AM Danger once again. Also, shout out to Elon in the chat mentioning Albemarle, I believe on the daily chart with that 125. Oof. This is nice, actually, intraday. This might be an example, though, of resistance flipping to support, or support flipping to resistance. We had this nice support on the 9 EMA. Now we're dipping below, but that's neither here nor there. Let's look at the daily for ALB, and let's see what it gives us.
You did that on purpose.
ALB. But yeah, this is.
The Katina man is still long AMD, by the way, guys. 178.27. He's holding that bad boy, and it's recovered quite nicely. He was quite right on the day there.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, congrats to Sean on that. I'm sure he's dancing there, AM dancing. Yeah, Mira, I do agree. I think there is a lot of strength on AMD. I would be taking it a range short for 40 pennies to 180, 140. Just to clarify that, I do agree with you, and I would have a really tight stop there. But yeah, Albemarle's interesting, because I think we did have that, you know, we're trying to get that pop off that 125 area. Let me zoom out a little bit more here. But I think, and there's just, to me, I still see lower highs and lower lows. I'm going to be really on, or, you know what, or sorry, flat bottom and lower highs. I think we need to break above 140 for Albemarle. I'm not saying we can't get it, because if we look starting the last week, we have had a little bit of a trend to the upside, but to me, the overwhelming trend is lower highs with a flat bottom. I'm just going to be really honest with that. But yeah, I mean, that's my take on the chart. I think a nice higher high, an eclipse of that 140 area would be quite beautiful if you're looking for that. SMCI is exploding, someone says, so let's look at that.
Yes, I was just telling the Katina man, it's up ridiculous amounts.
mean,
it's like up and to the right, man. It's 10%. It's ridiculous.
Also, oh my gosh, this look here. This is crazy. We kind of fall below here, but we don't make a lower low.
No, but that's the
we push
daily.
back up. Oh, that's the daily. Never
on the
mind.
daily, yeah.
Thank you for.
No problem. Yeah,
appreciate
I was
that.
like, that looks better than that.
I
Look
was
at
so
it,
confused.
man.
Yeah, you're right.
Unreal.
Better than that. Is there a chart that could look better, Sharif? This looks like the blue sky setup chart. No, I'm joking. It's not a blue. We've been higher. But I think this is a really nice look here on SMC. Why? Who knows? No, I'm joking. We'll actually see if there's a catalyst. Also, thank you so much to Stay at Home Dad for the super chat. We'll pull that up in 2 seconds. SMCI, what I'm seeing is it's just kind of a sympathy play with Micron. But NVIDIA, always moving. Thank you so much to Stay at Home Dad for the $1.99 super chat. NVIDIA, cup and handle in the 5-minute. Let's look at the 5-minute on NVIDIA. Right now, I'm seeing kind of a similar setup to Microsoft. We dip below, then we curl back up. Honestly, to me, I think just the way how rigid this chart's looking, and when I say rigid, I mean there's less roundiness and more sharp, jagged edges. Either way, those sharp, jagged edges are telling me move up. We have higher highs, higher lows. I see what you mean in terms of the cup and handle formation, though, because we did have that move down, curl back up, and then a little bit of a spout to the outside, right? So I see what you mean. I think to me, though, either whatever pattern you want to call it, it does look certainly bullish indeed. Corey, thank you so much for the 99-cent super chat with the cool glasses emoji. You are cool glasses emoji. And Sharif, what is happening over here?
I got shafted by DWAC. That's what happened.
Gosh, it did hurt you.
Yeah. I mean, it bamboozled me. It looked like we were breaking down. It ended up putting in a higher low, and there it goes. As I took that one out at the break of the $0.75. Now it's $1 higher than the $0.75 that I got at a 42.74 DWAC. Looking at going green, only down 0.6%. Let me talk about NVIDIA though, because I have a script order to go long on the break of 925. I don't want to call this a triple top, but the closing print at the IB on the IB candle was below 925. So we've had 3 attempts at 925 today. And this is the candle I'm talking about. This is the one that technically broke $925. It went to 926.56, okay? But look where the closing print is, south, 923. So we spent very little time, and this is the 5-minute look, not like 15 or anything like that. Here comes NVIDIA again at 925. So we double topped here on the 5-minute look. We broke back down to 1919, held the 20 period, and up we go yet again into 925 on NVDA. We're not getting prints even north of that at the moment. So the shorts or the sellers, whoever is dancing with NVDA at this 9.25 is keeping it down for now. So I put about a 20 penny spread between the stop and the triggering price, which is the stop, and the limit price, because I don't want to use a market order, and I also want to get filled. So the way that I do that is by increasing the range, the spread between the triggering price and the limit price. And the way that I do that on my system might be different than the way that you do it on yours, but everybody should have that option, the stop price and the limit price. I know I have it on my platform over here. If you don't have it, you may want to look at getting a different broker, because you should have that kind of option. All right. Now we're knock on the door of 925, and I didn't get filled yet. Let's see if we get the fill here. Now we're filled 925.05 long. Let's see exactly what happens on NVDA. Guys, I'm in the sim today. This is not real money. All right, so we're taking reps. We have issues with prints today getting filled on NVDA. Let's see if we're almost at 926 now. So NVIDIA is absolutely flying to the high side here. Let's see what kind of prints we can get Adair.
Yeah, let's see. Honestly, let's see what Tesla does, because have you seen a more bamboozling chart? Asking for a friend. The one thing I've noticed that's consistent though is we can't break 174.60. I have a little order just waiting at the dock, ready to get going, shorting 174.60. If we break above 174.80, I'm out. It's a little bit of a larger position, larger for me, which still means it's relatively small, but it does allow me to kind of, get some scalp reps in there, lift those weights. And of course, thank you so much to Yoel Reina. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Learned more in 4 days than 4 years at school.
Wow.
Love y'all. Thank you so much. That is such a nice thing to say.
That is very nice to say.
And we love y'all here. And we love being here and bringing the trades. And like I said, really hoping to go live soon. So hopefully I will be able to bring that smoke up here. We'll have to see how that goes. But honestly, I think one of the things today, like I said, I don't have one positive name, but I'm very proud because I've mitigated my losses. There is nothing horrifyingly going against me right now, except Tesla is SPY maybe a little bit worse. Tesla, one of my worst names though, and a lot of that is just, the timing here has been weird, and it's been Tesla. But the point I'm trying to make is, even with the names that I'm losing on there isn't like a lot against me because I'm really trying to manage my positions a little bit better.
Very good. That's
Because you have to learn a little bit every day. Pardon?
That's really good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, so I mean, this Tesla, this range is, I'm going to use another Sharifism again, the bamboozlement. It's so real. It's here. It's amazing. How is it? I see beat
Flying. It's flying. But flying, I mean, that's not a fair statement. I retract that. Because a dollar for NVIDIA is like 10 pennies on KAVL, right? That's the truth of the matter. Let's see if this one holds 925. We've taken out about half the position. It's got to hold that area. Otherwise, we're going to flatten it out here. It was an area of resistance. That we know for a fact. 3 times it touched around there, and it couldn't break it. So, if you listen to the TA books, if you believe in all that stuff, typically what happens is resistance flips to support. It's not a hard and fast rule as we come down back into 925 now. So just break even on this trade. Let's see if we hold this general level on NVDA. It's up 2 1/3%. And as I look on my side chart, my goodness, SMCI, man, it's up 10 1/3 and went up like another, $4 since I talked about it last. It's up $92.73 on the day. SMCI gives me automatic FOMO just by looking at SMCI on my what's it called, watch list on the side. You just get waves of FOMO coming in. Anyway, let's see what people are talking about there in the chat. Mr. Long Shorts, would you say a negative divergence is forming on the MNQ 15-minute? Thank you. I don't actually have any of my indicators up like the RSI or MACD, so it'll be hard for me to look at that at the moment while I'm trying to do this trade. Oh, NVIDIA's coming right back down now after trying to hold 925 and then right back up it goes. So I'm going to send it to you while I put my stops below 924.
Yeah, no, with NVIDIA, do your thing, 21. I'm actually trying to get NVIDIA as well, but I'm setting this for a bit of a, weirder, I guess, point of entry. If we get to 924.26s, I'm a little bit intrigued. Pretty small position, trying to take this pop up. I say that because look where we had that little previous little pop up earlier, right? I like this area. Also, you might think if NVIDIA can get that low, what will it go, going back, honestly, NVIDIA, I think we could get that low and bounce, right? So that's why I want it. Maybe this is a bit too optimistic of an area, 924.26, but if we get it, please just punch. I'm Yoda now, I guess. And NVIDIA's green, so that works. Also, if we break below that 923.50 area, so we're going to give it 75 pennies.
I just got that now. That's actually funny.
It was a really weird, obscure pun, so makes sense. But yeah, NVIDIA, will you let me NVIDIA? Shout out to Sharif with the win, NVIDIA. I need to stop. But what doesn't need to stop is AMD. As Joanna Brewster said earlier, these chips killing it with a viciousness up there here. So this is a massive look, massive move up here. Yeah, Mira, you definitely called it. Don't short AMD. I was going to see if it continued the range, but AMD was like, what range, Adara? Stop trying to find a range where there's no range. Stop trying to make fetch happen. And then AMD continued to fly. Congratulations to anybody in this long. One of those people being Sean the Katina Man.
The Katina Man is still holding AM done from 178 and change, and now we're moving up into that 182 1/3. Stopped out of NVDA as it did break down below 924, so we take a little bit of profit, negative on the name, just putting it out there, negative on the name. It did break down below that 924. Let's see if it reclaims it, guys. Let's see if it reclaims it at that. Well, let's see, where is the key area of support here? So if we're assuming higher lows, right, then it shouldn't make its way down to 919. If it makes its way down to 919 and breaks it, that'll be the breaking of the trend. So it should stop in, if it's going to continue up, either where it's at right now or come down into 2 or 2.1 or even 20 and hold up at that level. What we're looking for, though, specifically is a higher low. Right, so we broke through that level, albeit on the 1, and it was quite transient. We spent like 3 minutes above 925, and then right back down we go again. So NVDA is NVD bamboozlement. There we go, and coming back down now below 23. Here come 22s, and aggressive selling, already $4 off the top there, as we did break 926, albeit by like 15 or 20 pennies. So NVIDIA on the way down. Let's see where this one stops, but we're looking for higher lows and maybe look to get in on the back on the back end, as Neil likes to say. All right, let's go to KAVL because this one did hold 3. So we did not stop out here as it only broke 3 by, I think, 2 or 3 pennies. Yeah, it only went down to 298. So I gave this one a bit of a buffer, thankfully, and I didn't get stopped out as it did hold that $3 level, but having a lot of trouble really reclaiming anything near the highs. I mean, how high did we get up the last time? We got up to $0.25. This thing went up to almost $4. So I'm talking about KAVL. Now, we have a trade called the VWAP hold high at daybreak, right? And the whole point of this trade is it makes a big move right at the bell and then comes back in, holds VWAP. Can be a little bit above the volume weighted average price, a little bit below. But the point is for it to trade at VWAP. And the whole idea of this trade is to build up your position near that VWAP area, so that when the more liquid time of the day comes in, let's say 233, whatever, when the big kahunas come back on, the liquidity starts pumping back in, and then you actually test high of day. I've had several good trades on with this method before in the past. Doesn't manifest and pan out every time. So you may get it, you may not. What I'll be looking for to indicate to me that we are really heading towards highs, number 1, a break of this 9 1/3, 9 1/4, this top that we had over here, and then really to break through the $0.50 to show me, okay, well, my next step, my next line in the sand is going to be around that $4 or thereabouts. So we'll see if KAVL can continue to hold. Let's flip back to NVIDIA. See what this one's doing. Still at 923 or so. So we'll wait for maybe another green candle to come in here. Now, as I look at NVIDIA, the areas of retracements, there's 2. The more aggressive retracements come into the yellow dotted line. The yellow solid line. The yellow solid line is a 20 EMA on my chart. But that's not where the majority of the prints retrace to. As we watch it making higher highs and higher lows, the majority of the candles bounce. I have that magnetic effect off the 10 EMA. So if we break below the 10 EMA looks like we're poised to do at the moment, we'll be looking at that 921 area because that's where the 20 period is. Right, so if it does find support at the 20 period, I likely will punch in back into this area. But let's see exactly what it does with the 10 first, whether it holds a 10 on a closing basis, and then we'll look to decide at that time. But NVDA, you know, kind of the stock that never wants to stop going up, quite frankly. All right, what else we got? Ooh, Tesla looking flat bottom breakish.
Looking bamboozling is what Tesla's looking like.
Have you been trading it?
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
You can't get a good read on that thing.
It's lower. Yeah. Well, I mean, well, good. Yeah, you have a point. No question about that. I'm seeing a lot of defense at that 173 3/4, right? And then the rejections, they've all come. The good rejections have all come surprise off that 20 period, whether it was here at 11:30 or here at 12:20. The retracements into the 20 period, which is the yellow solid line on my chart, have been rejecting today on TSLA 1% down and trying to hold, for whatever reason, this random area of 173 3/4. So we'll keep eyes on TSLA. Oh, NVIDIA now below 323, looking to go into the 20 period. All right, so that's really all I have to say there. And KAVL, getting a nice bump up, back up. I'm going to take some profits here. How's the look over there?
I mean, yeah, sorry for getting all upset there about Tesla. Tesla, you know, they call it stressful for a reason, I'll put it that way. I found it hard to read, but you're right. Like the general theme of that one is weakness. It's just the timing of that I just could not get right. You know, Elon says the roadster will be 0 to 100, and that stock would move 0 to 100 in ways that were deeply bamboozling to this
Reddit
new
top
trader.
49.50.
Reddit top 49.50. Thank you so much to Sean and Sharif for that one. Also, I did get back NVIDIA, and I want to explain why. This first entry point, I don't even know what I was doing. I'm going to say FOMO. It was really not a well-educated trade. And I say that because there are people, you know, Sharif killed that momentum trade. I'm not a momentum trader, and I think I was like, oh, you know, I want to be part of the action. I want to be part of the movement. I thought I had a good entry point. No, we basically ended up buying into a falling knife. This time, however, I was watching the book. NVIDIA has not broken decisively below that 922. So I was like, you know what, Adara? Just try to get it if we hold this 923. I did. We're holding it not badly. If we break decisively below 922, I'm outie. I'm scalping this out. If we get above 923.50, we're getting some out. If we get to 924, we'll be getting some out. So that is the look here for N to the V to the D and the A. Also, sorry, just saw this one now. Thank you so much to Chase Bands for the $2 super chat. The proud husband of Mara, XO. Yeah, I remember last week, I believe you said you were going to marry Mara. Let's see how Ms. Mara's doing. Because you might have some competition. I know a lot of people love this name. Oh, this is interesting. Look at this level. Dara, you can't get so excited about this, but look at this 2220 area. We see this beautiful chop and churn range, then we reject, we fall below, then we pop right back up, and look where we're dancing now. If we break above this, I think, we'll definitely see a little bit of strength, because this was certainly an area where we had a little bit of trouble getting below, above or below. It was a little bit of a roadblock. Now we get to that 2240 area. And then we see, again, a little bit of a bottom. I don't want to say flat bottom break, but certainly an area of support from which we then broke below. So I think there's certainly something here. There's something I want to keep an eye on. Also, NVIDIA, part of, we did get a beak wetter here. We have half the position left. I took this with a bit more shareage than I did, or share size, a bit larger position than I did the first one. The first one wasn't particularly a large position, just because I wanted to really make sure, especially with that being a bit more of a breakout trade, that this was my style. This time, again, still not a huge position, but bigger than position numero uno, because I wanted, to kind of be a little bit more comfortable. This is a trade that I'm more comfortable in as well, because I was able to watch that book a little bit longer, see how these levels hold. I don't know if we're going to get filled here at 924s, but if we do, I'm there waiting, NVIDIA. Let me out. We got out of NVIDIA.
Bang.
Pleased as punch. You know what? I'm more pleased because after that first trade didn't work. Instead of, I didn't. Thank you. I didn't want to take this as a revenge trade, right? And I know, as someone put it like very astutely and accurately in the chat, avenge and revenge do mean the same thing, right? So I say avenge trade, they mean the same thing. When I say avenge, though, I think it's more just like, doing it for yourself. Instead of out of rage, you're doing it, I guess, out of still a sense of revenge, maybe. It's not a perfect analogy, but it's one that I find helps me reconfigure it in my mind to say, instead of just going in because you're upset, you're going in because, the stock, you and the stock had kind of a contemptuous relationship, and you want to amend it, and you want to, maybe it's an amend trade, maybe it's that. But also, either way, NVIDIA, if you're not going to go above 924, I'm going to do the old man finger, we might have to execute ourselves a bit earlier than intended. Also, I don't know if you saw this message in the chat, but the execution issues, there's a message in our chat,
thank you. Yeah, I will.
So,
I will look at that.
I just put that out there. But yeah, I have to say, I think sometimes the trades that I'm more proud of are the ones where the market kind of knocks you down. You just have to get back up, brush that dirt off your shoulders, and keep on climbing. And with that being said, NVIDIA, I think we're going to have to say goodbye to you. But that's okay. Oh, I accidentally added to this position. Okay, fat finger moments, that's cool. We're going to be getting out of all of this. Post haste, how many shares do I have in here? There we go. Goodbye. But also, so we should be getting that filled right away. There's something else I wanted to look at here, and I do not remember what it was. Oh yeah, the SPY. I know, shout out to Kyle Burdett. I know was in that SPY short earlier, because the SPY had a beautiful little move to the downside. Look at that big move down. We bounce off VWAP. This is, honestly, this is a name that I found a little bit bamboozling, but I'm still really proud of myself for trying to trade this a couple times and having some successful scalps. So shout out again to Kyle Burdett for kind of sharing some of the levels that he looks at and that guide him through his SPY trades, or in general, he said, like the counter trend shorts in general, just looking for that big volume spike, as you saw kind of around here, to prove that there is some oomph in a counter trend direction. So I do really appreciate that. NVIDIA, we're going to have to see how she's doing. I cannot believe I accidentally added into that position. Big yikes, but, we're going to get out. We're going to extricate ourselves, and, beauteous times indeed in these markets. This has been such a fun trading day, and Reddit's going to make it even spicier. What are you looking at over here?
I just got back into NVIDIA. I'm looking to defend that 922 area, a beak wetter at 923.50. But Brendo sent me this. So anybody who follows, what's that guy that does reviews? MKD? Marquise. What? Yeah, what's
I don't know his last name.
Yeah, Marquise Brownlee. Thank you, Ram. It's funny, you think I would know because I follow his channel, but he did a review on the Cybertruck after having it for, I think, a few months. And anybody who's watched it knows that this panel gap, this is not a door ajar, guys. This is a legit panel gap there. Yeah, it was right, Chile Nightmare. That's super ill. I have OCD. Okay, and Adara's lines, her lines were not straight on her chart. I had to show her how to make them straight because every time I looked over there, they were crooked, and it drove me nuts. Can you imagine how much this would drive me nuts? That's why they didn't let me in the car. Ram, you speak sense, woman. Absolutely. No, but this is for real though. And that Marquise guy, I don't know. I'm joking about this, but he put Fisker under.
Yeah, no,
because that review of the ocean was, you know.
He's well respected, though.
Yes.
And that's why, because he can say stuff and people listen, because he knows what he's talking about.
He does. So we wet our beak there on NVDA at the 50 penny area. We made, we're long again, guys, in the sim, 922.88, looking for that higher low to hold up, okay? So we made this higher low at 922.25, looking for that area to hold up. Possibly to test 925 again. It's NVDA, so anything can happen. It may not jive with TA, or it may not give a, you know what, about your areas and whatever. So we'll see whether we get that move back into 925 on NVDA. Looking for, I already wet my beak. I'll probably wet my beak here at 923, let's say 90, okay? Just south of that 924 area. Took some more profits out here on KAVL as it came into that 15 penny area. This is doing that VWAP hold thing, but you know, it's really squeezing me for patience here. So we'll see whether or not we get that. Scott H, shout out to you, my man. You were saying Reddit about to trade. We had the Katina man updating us consistently about what the theoretical auction price is. That is the tap. I know the Reddit, the actual IPO price. It's up again, Katina man. Okay, so can we get the new price?
No, just doing thumbs up.
Oh, thumbs up. Got it. I thought it meant like the price went up. There he is. Shout out to Shot. Yeah, as soon as we... 49.50. That is what the tap is. We know that the actual IPO price that the insiders got to buy at is $34. That was the high end of the range. It was supposed to be 31 to 34. The stop on AMD for the Katina man on his long that he's long at 178 and change, he's looking to take that out on the break of 181. That's about 80 pennies from where we're at. If it breaks that, Katina man is going to cut the trade there. So if you're following along with him, keep your eye on that. Now, I'm really upset about this DWAC trade, guys. DWAC, wow, what a recovery. Can you believe this? Can you believe this, man? And I got out here and then it... Yeah, that's really frustrating. And this is the area that I was thinking about too. This 43.50 area. And again, we talked about this owing to 1, 2, 3 troughs at that 43.50. Forget about 43.50. Look more like 44.50, baby. This is on the way up. DWAC is now up 3 1/3 after being down like 3 1/3, I think. So nice V-shaped recovery here for Digital World Acquisitions Company. And it looks like it may want to take 45. Because now we're at 44.50. So lots of strength coming in for whatever reason. Now over 4% here on DWAC. DWAC coming in strong, looking to recover off some earlier weakness there. NVDA still break even on this trade as we dance at that 922.88, looking for a higher low. If it makes a newer low through 922, cutting it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's a great entry point, I have to say. Killing it on that. Also, what I decided to do was, because I did fat finger into this, and I was like, wait, we just dropped. Oh my gosh, I have to get out of this.
Yep, lost on that. That's trouble.
That is, yeah, I mean, talk about trouble here. And you know, I'm kind of disappointed, because if I had been able to get, we still have more of this. Okay, Adara, I love when that happens, when you don't realize what your position is. Cool, buy. Oh no, I just tried to buy into that. What am I doing? I love, honestly, you always learn a little bit every day in the markets. So sometimes you just have to, like, you know, honestly, if I hadn't fat fingered actually into this, it would have probably been an okay trade. But you don't learn anything from the trades that go perfectly.
No.
You learn from the trades that bamboozle you, chew you up, spit you out, throw you into the garage. I don't know what analogy this is, but honestly, I did learn a lot from the stress of this. Honestly, I'm still happy, even with those fumbles out, we still didn't get bottom wick. And we might end up getting bottom wick, but that's okay. I'm still happy I took out some of this position. Worst game of the day for me by far, but honestly, that means things can only go up. You have to stay optimistic in these markets.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's one of the biggest things I've learned. And yeah, Always happy to be trading here with everybody. I hope Kyle Burdett got a short on that. I'm just going to say, in something in the market there, I'll say that. But just happy to be here. Yeah, I mean, I think he did, because I just saw him say, "Come on, SPY, get low." So I would probably say that nice short there.
Tesla broke down below that flat bottom. So that flat bottom at 173 and change that we were talking about, that big drop on the NQ precipitated that flat bottom break, baby. It goes right through 173.75 like it doesn't even matter. In fact, it dropped $1 below that 172.83 now LOD on TSLA, coming into support level 1, trying to close above 173 on this candle here. But Tesla, a lot of weakness, 1.5% to the negative. Forget about these price increases. So what, says the market? We're selling you off. We're not down with EVs. And now we're hearing about Bentley wanting to revamp its entire look at going electric. So they're like, nah, okay, the market's kind of dried up a little bit for these electric vehicles. We're not getting the same subsidies from governments anymore. Interest rates are high. Nobody wants to finance these things and pay, well, for a Bentley, you're going to be paying like $3,000, $4,000 a month. But anyway, it's not just Jaguar now. It's not just Jaguar. It's not just Bentley, it's BMW, it's Mercedes, all these companies, legacy companies, Ram, they are rethinking their whole electric push. And so we're gonna have to see how these EVs do, man. It's been a tough look. And there's another thing going around too. Like when I look at this social media stuff and I do a lot of reading, there's a difference between Tesla and EVs. Tesla is kind of like almost like the iPhone of EVs.
That is true.
You know what I mean? People want to drive a Tesla. They don't necessarily want to drive an EV. And let me tell you another reason. There's so many accessories, Adira, for your Model Y, for your Model 3. For example, Model Y and Model 3, they don't come with a center screen. So you got to look, they don't come with a driver screen. They come with a center screen. So you to look at everything on the right. So if you want to look at your speed, you want to do this, that, or the other. The Model S and the Model X, they come with a center screen. So what the aftermarket people did, they put in a little like heads-up display for you. Made completely customizable for the Model Y and the Model 3. So many aftermarket accessories coming out for Teslas because so many people have them. You're not going to get that with other EVs.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
That's a really good point. I appreciate your analysis of that. Yeah, I think that's, and honestly, there was an analyst, I believe, was it Morgan Stanley, that agreed that earlier today, I don't think it was on my Benzinga either. I just saw it on Twitter. They put the letter out there. Let me see if I can find it. But they basically said that they're still bullish Tesla, although there are near-term issues with EVs. They made that very clear. They said they're still pro-Tesla because they said that, oh, is this it? No, I still can't find what it was. But they basically said that they think that Tesla and BYD are the strongest EV competitors. So 100%. They said long term, they still think those guys will be shiny.
I agree.
And they'll end up winning out there. Also, I don't know why I said shiny. That's so weird. They'll be shining through, I guess is what I mean by that.
I love what 1320 Wolf wrote in the chat, completely contrary to what I was saying. Look what he wrote. Gonna put a Tesla emblem on my trash bin. Ouch. That is funny though, but I don't know if I agree.
Also ouch.
Yeah, ouch. Oh, sorry, Elon. All right, a couple of hammer candles here, bottoming tail candles showing up, whether on Tesla over here, whether on NVIDIA over here, or whether on the future. This big move down that precipitated me getting stopped out of NVDA just got bought up aggressively by buyers, both on the future, both on NVIDIA, and even to some extent TSLA here. It didn't really happen a whole lot on any of the other Mag 7 names. I'm talking about Google, Apple, Amazon. You didn't really get those bottoming tail candles here. It was more reflective on these three, this backwards L, NQ, NVIDIA, and TSLA here on my charts. So we'll see if we can put in a new 5-minute candle and make a new high. For NVDA, that could precipitate me back into this trade. Already negative on it, trading in the sim today though, guys, as we are having execution issues on the floor here. And apparently there was already an update at 1 o'clock that they were gonna terminate everybody's executions. Yeah, 1324. I love all that is Elon, but the hate is too much for TSLA. I respect that, man. I respect that, you know. Tesla, the stock, is not for everybody. I don't know if you're talking about the company as well or what there, but Sneisman, Sheriff, why did Micron explode? Brendo.
I love when
We have executions. Woo! Executions back on the floor, baby. All right, so maybe we'll switch here. In case you're wondering, Micron had earnings yesterday, and they absolutely blew away earnings. They're being bought hand over fist by NVIDIA. What's the tap, Katina, man? 48. The tap now on RDDT, the upcoming Reddit IPO, $48. That is a premium of $14 on top of the actual price. The actual price of the IPO, $34 on the high end of the range. We'll let you know exactly when that bad boy starts trading. It's 1 o'clock. We have 3 more hours, New York Stock Exchange. Can we get a launch, please? Any day now? So we'll wait. We'll find out exactly when we get that launch. We'll let you guys know there.
I love that you are talking to the New York Stock Exchange. Sometimes you talk to stocks, but Sharif's like, that's not enough for me. I will talk to the New York Stock Exchange. Yeah. So also this is really funny. I have no idea if this is a coincidence or I heard this wrong, but I was listening to this song today on my way to work and someone said that it was like a rap song and someone said something the equivalent of like selling off like Birkenstock. I'm sure I heard that wrong, but it reminded me of the Birkenstock IPO, especially on today's momentous Reddit IPO day. That Birkenstock IPO was, I tried trading that, didn't work out, but honestly, I'm really happy that I took it because I do feel like I learned something from it. And that something is IPO trading is not for everyone and you might get rinsed. But still a huge learning lesson for me for sure there. Also, Tesla, I'm not in Tesla, I'm in AMD. Taking this AMD range, I mentioned this earlier, I love that 181.40, 181.80. I didn't get the bottom of the range, I got in like 181.50s, took out some of it, added back in. We look like we might be crumbling a little bit. As long as we hold up well along this 181.20 area, I will be pleased as punch, but I think I'm probably gonna have to stop adding and re-adding here. I'm just gonna try to get everything out here. Should we get back to 181.80s, just because this is not the type of range that I have a lot of patience for at this juncture. And also, AMD is kind of like, oh, Adair, you might not be welcome here anymore because it's trying to break below that 181.20. So I might have to extricate myself from this trade before we get to our lesson, round 3. How many shares do I have in here? There we go. So there we go. We're going to be leaving this guy before, we might have to get out. That's okay. Before we get to the lesson, which is, of course, going to be pullbacks. If we see Reddit, the lesson will stop and we will
Yes, ma'am. I'll let you know right away.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah. But time for divergence pullback confirmations. And I'm so happy I have the slide on the correct slide as well, because sometimes I'll have this open and it'll be like the wrong slide. We're on this. We got this. Imagine you see a pullback in a trend, but you're not really sure if it's a true buying or selling opportunity or if it's a fake out. Divergence pullback confirmation can help you and it can come to the rescue, and it combines price action pullbacks with technical indicators to give your trade an extra little shot of confidence. But you want to understand divergence first, right? So in regular confirmation, the price and the technical indicator are like RSI or the MACD are going to move in the same direction. So an upward trend will have the price and indicator go up, and a downward trend will have the price and indicator go down to the downside. But divergence is when things get a little bit funky. In an uptrend pullback with divergence, the price is going to dip, but the indicator will go up. So it shows that even though the price is down, there is still some bullish divergence present, and there might still be more of a bullish move. In a downtrend pullback, the price rises, but the indicator goes down. That will be a bearish divergence. And we have some examples of both of these. This regular divergence, you have the move, price pushing down, but momentum does not follow. Thank you to Trading Setups Review for this graphic. And then in MACD, this is going to be a bearish divergence. So look at this. We have this move up here, higher highs for the price, but the MACD making lower highs. And as you can see here, a sell, a movement to the downside. So that I like that we had, I wanted to have a little bit of examples of both. Also, I want to note here, this is a USD JPY chart. Someone I think yesterday or the day before was asking, can we use these strategies as Forex as well? And yeah, that's why I wanted to have some Forex examples on here too, because you can, as long as you have other confirmation, which we've always talked about, don't go out on a limb because of one indicator. Make sure you have your whole stew of indicators before you enter a trade, but you can use this with Forex if you're looking for some kind of inkling to enter a trade. Divergence pullbacks, divergence and pullbacks, how does this work? This could actually be a really powerful signal, because bullish divergence and uptrend pullback is basically we're gonna have the price dip pullback, but the indicator rises in a form of bullish divergence, which suggests that the price weakness could be temporary, and that hints at a potential buying opportunity for you. Bearish divergence in a downtrend pullback is also really important. This is when you have the price rise, so that would be a pullback in a move to the downside, but the indicator falls, so let's show a sign of bearish divergence. We could have more downward movement on the horizon, and the price strength might be fading, which gives you a bit of a selling opportunity. Putting it all into action, how do you put it together? First, you want to identify the trend. Identify the uptrend or the downtrend, and then try to spot the pullback. If you see a price retracement against the trend, that is going to be the pullback opportunity. And then you want to look for divergence. Does a technical indicator like the RSI or the MACD show some divergence showing the pullback? If so, you're going to be wanting for bullish divergence in an uptrend pullback or bearish divergence in a downtrend pullback is what you're going to be looking for your point of entry. Now, how do you plan your entries and exits? It's going to be similar to the basic pullback, actually. If you're going long, you're going to be doing so based on bullish divergence during an uptrend pullback. That's when you're going to enter a long position. Going short, you're going to be looking for bearish divergence during a downtrend pullback and then enter a short position. Now, for exiting the trade, you're going to want to exit when the price breaks above resistance in uptrend or below resistance in a downtrend. And here's a fun example I found. Obviously, this is totally an example, but here's an example here on this chart. It's not labeled here, but it is a chart. You have this move to the downside, but you see, hey, the RSI is actually moving up. What will I do? You're going to maybe want to enter the long here when you have this next kind of pullback. Here's an example. You can put your stop loss below the pullback. Of course, we're not telling you what to do. You're going to want to do on your own terms, but here's just one example of how you might want to plan this ahead of time. Then you target new highs, and that's where you get out. So I think this is a really clear example that also is kind of a culmination of a lot of what we've been chatting about with regards to these profit takers and points of entries with these types of trades. But of course, with everything, there are some caveats. Be aware of the potential for false positives, so that's bullish or bearish divergence signals that don't come to fruition. You always want to make sure you have confluence with other factors and indicators before entering a trade. Speaking of confluence, you're going to see OB in 45 minutes. But also, you also want to keep in mind trending versus flat markets, because a lot of these indicators are going to be less effective and or more prone to false signals in flat or consolidative markets. And of course, use that how you will. I know there was someone in the chat a while ago saying that there is a way to use some of these indicators in consolidative and flat markets, so figure out what works best for you. But here's an example. I found this from Investopedia. I really liked it because it shows examples of both. So first you have this false move. You have this upward trend, but you have bearish divergence, right? And then you have this sideways kind of trend where the MACD doesn't really know what to do. So I really like this example, so I put it here as an example of two of the ways that there are some caveats that you want to be careful about with this type of trade. Choosing your indicator is also really important. Oh, Reddit's open.
Reddit's open. Here we go. Okay, I switched back to live, guys. So now we actually have the book here. Everything is kosher on this end. We have all the gateways, so keep your eye here on this trading. We have the 1 minute chart. We opened up Katina Man, I believe, at $47. We dipped into 46 and change. There goes 48. Here comes 49, guys. 49 coming in, 48 and change. All right, let's keep an eye at 49. Size at 49. It's getting eaten through now. It's gone, actually. So we'll keep eyes at that whole dollar level. Right back into triple eights. There goes 49 to the high side. Let's see if we can hold above that 49. Oh, wow. This is nuts. Looking for size. Where is size? Okay, so the biggest size I'm seeing here is at 50. That's fine. That's a little bit from where we are at the moment. 49 and a third is any size moving up with us. Let's keep our eye on the bid as well. We want to know if we're going to get backstopped if this thing flushes. So keep your eye on the tape here and the book to see if we have big size at either resistance or to support us on the way down. Big boy size, I see about 1,250 lots at 50, at that $50 level. Here comes 50. All right, and there goes the size getting eaten up when we reject. So wow, bamboozlement central. Now there's an iceberg at 50. There's not enough size to justify the rejection. Let's just see exactly what we do here. A lot of excitement. I feel like an auctioneer. I ain't trading this, baby. This is too nuts for me. Should we cover? I mean, I don't know what to do here. There goes 50.
Oh my gosh.
Here comes 51, baby. 50% to the good at the moment here. Let's see. Is there size at 51? Yup. Every whole dollar level there seems to be size. And there goes 51, Katina Man, on the way up, 52% now. Wow. I was talking to some traders back there, and they were asking me if I secured shorts for this because, well, the trade goes both ways, guys. It looks like we're going to have a lot of zigging and zagging. Let's see exactly where we end up, but we're already at $52, and we're eating up that size as well. It looks like as if we're getting, there goes 52 to the high side, baby. A lot of strength coming into this name, and this is being watched by a lot of other companies, and there goes 53 because they want to know whether there's exuberance, whether this is going to be well participated or not. They don't want to launch their IPO if there's not excitement, if there's not participation. So let's see exactly how this one does today, because I think it might foreshadow the rest of the year for this IPO market. Very, very good start to the IPO right now on RDDT.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, why didn't Birkenstock do this? No, I'm joking. It's just, this the thing. Remember? Is all IPOs are, right, because I got into Birkenstock, and Birkenstock did not want me there. And that was before I was shorting, because there was a period early on in my very young trading life where I did not short. But yeah, I mean, shout out to anybody involved in Reddit. This is a crazy look. Shows no two IPOs are alike. Reddit above 54. I can like stop the lesson if we just want to look at Reddit, like, because this is a crazy, we're at 60% to the upside. We're almost $55.
You know what I've noticed so far? When we break a key level, we dip below, and
then we come back.
Yeah, and the 54, we're doing it again. So you break the level, like say that key, hold on to level 54, 53, 52, whatever it is. You dip below it, and then you're going to retake it again. Here comes 54 again. So back up to 53.50 and change. Let's see if there's size. I'm not seeing enough size backstopping the move, and that's what keeps me worried. Let's see. Here comes another attempt at 54, Adara. New size has reinstituted there at the whole dollar level. Can we break that size? So lots of Alvin yelling, dump it. Vin says, woo.
That's pretty accurate. That's what it feels like watching this. I can't imagine what it feels like trading it.
Oh, my God.
It's a nail biter. Oh, my gosh.
Katina Man, are you in this? Can we...
tried to punch 50 long, but missed.
The Katina Man tried to punch at 50. He missed there. There was all sorts of volatility. He's going to wait for it to settle down a little bit. And I hear some clapping. I don't know if that was Brenkels back there, but it looks like somebody's excited in the back, and please just punch for these people, man. I mean, that's what we're here for. Well, there's a lot of swearing on the floor now. It's all good. There goes 55, baby. 50. There goes 55. Here comes 56. Very exciting for something that I'm not involved in. But yeah, you know, nary will you see a stock trade like this live unless it's on IPO. 56 incoming. 56 goes, baby, to the high side. Here, I guess 60's coming in, Katina, man, because we're now up 65% on the day. And there's all sorts of bamboozlement. I'm getting tired of talking.
Gosh, I love the stock market. Thank you so much for covering that, Sharif. Shout out to Sharif, the stocktioneer, killing it. Also, before we go back to the lesson here, thank you so much to B. Davis saying, girl, you're awesome. I always love your energy. Y'all are a great pair. And I mean, Sharif and I really just wanted to read that because I mean, shout out, I feel like we have a really good time. I don't want to speak for both 100%. Of us, but bringing these markets to you guys.
I'm going to say I have a bad time, Adara. That's what I'm going to say. Like, I'm going to say, no, this is horrible.
I just realized after I started talking that I backed you into a corner, and I'm really sorry about that.
No, she can tell it's sarcasm. She knows now. She knows.
That time, yeah. Ramin's also, when Sharif's not here, Ramin is my sarcasm monitor, so I really appreciate it. I have two people who dabble in sarcasm to help me, show me the way. So much appreciated. But also what is always appreciated is choosing the right indicator if you're involved in these pullbacks. To bring it back to the lesson, thanks again to Sharif for killing it with that stocktioneering.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. But yeah, RSI and MACD are really popular choices, but there are others you can talk about, or not talk about, we're talking about them, but others that you can use for your trading. You want to experiment and find what works best for you. Also, bonus tips. Imagine divergence as a disagreement between the price and the indicator. They're fighting. They're in a bit of a scrap. They need some time away from each other, right? They need, to go take a walk or, do Sean's walk, talk, and stock. Maybe.
Yeah.
And during a pullback, divergence suggests that the indicator might be anticipating a trend resumption. And that can give you some more confidence in your entry. By combining pullbacks with divergence, you can possibly improve the accuracy of your pullback trades, give them an extra little layer of confirmation. So that is the lesson of the day for the last time there today. This is what a market. Honestly, I have to say, I'm so happy to be here looking at the markets every day because that was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I was not involved in Reddit.
Yeah.
What? Oh my gosh. Pitbull saying 11 million in volume. Insane.
Yeah.
Don't disagree.
Yeah, where is the volume? Yeah, 11.5 million. We're probably going to see easily 50 or 60 by the end of, well, no, I don't know, maybe that high, but we only have another 3.5 hours of trading. So I don't know if we see that, 2.5 hours of trading, excuse me, that that much volume. I'm keeping eyes here. Look, I want to get involved. I really do. But it's going to have to be on a dip trade. I'm just not going to punch willy-nilly at the highs. That's, it's just a 50-50 bet. Just go black or red on roulette. I mean, this is what I feel. I don't know how to trade this. If you guys know how to trade this, fantastic. To me, what I feel I could kind of do is put a dip trade at a whole dollar level. I was going to put 54, right? And then it just dipped aggressively below 54 there into 53.5. That has me rethinking the whole thing. Finally, we're getting a bit of a downturn here. It looks like the top print for now, Adara, on RDDT is at 57.80. And now we're coming down into 54, so we're about $4.50 off the top there. Only a couple of 5-minute candles have generated so far. We only have less than 10 minutes of trading on this bad boy. When did the first print come in on this? Let me just have a look here at my side chart. I'll tell you exactly when this monster opened up. It opened up at 15. Okay, so it opened right at the quarter hour. Now it's breaking below 54, coming into 53s. Is 50 a buy here? It's the $10 level. It's the $50 level. I mean, we got to make it down there. 53.5 we come down to, and 54.5 we just bounce right back up to. Now about 60% give or take on the day for RDDT. $34 IPO made a high of 57.80. So a lot of strength, a lot of exuberance, a lot of eyes on this. Not just because it's an IPO, but it's the first social media IPO in quite some time. I don't recall when the last one was. I don't know if it was it Pinterest?
Major one, that's what I was
Thank you, yeah. Right. So it's been a minute since we've been on here. I don't know if the Katina man is now long 53s on RDDT. All right, so I'm praying for you, Katina man. If you can print 55, I'll smash this desk, baby. The Katina man has his offer out at 56.50. That's what I like to hear. There it is. We're going to spend the money for the Katina man, baby. $1 in the money so far. 61.33%. Go Reddit, go.
There it is.
I mean, whoo. Wait, I want to see this dashboard. I want to see what everybody's in. Also, check out our dashboard at More Trader TV Live. Look who else is long Reddit, though.
Look
Are we talking about this?
The Kanob is long 50s. He's long 49.97. Shout out. He already is out. He's out. Okay.
But still,
so
oh boy.
The Katina man is out. Both of them traded. They both got a lot more guts than me, I'll tell you that. Shout out to both of them. Both of them traded. Both of them profitable, Obi? Obviously, because it didn't dip anywhere below that, let's just say. So shout out to both of them. Very happy for both. 65% now as we pump up. Coming back into that 57 level again, Adara. Yeah, the action here, it's uninterrupted. Lot of action. I'm getting tired.
Yeah, thank you so much for covering that with that exuberance on that tape. I think people really appreciated that coverage and the energy you brought there. I cannot wait to hear from Opie and Sean and Daw here about those trades, because I mean, say it with me. Oh boy, that's amazing.
Oh boy.
That is truly an amazing trade.
Darwin said it in the chat there.
Oh, did he?
He's like, oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's an oh boy type of day.
The Katina man took $3 on that trade. Yeah. The Katina man took $3 on that trade, and I got one word for him. Yeah. How come I couldn't hear that?
I didn't see it.
Aww. All right. The production team has the volume down. Oh, okay. That's interesting. There we go, Brendo. He looks
I couldn't see him.
Doesn't he look like RJ Scaringe a little bit there with the sideways hat? He's not here, so we can say it. So
he's
dressed up as RJ for Halloween.
That's kind of a brilliant Halloween costume, because it means you don't have to do a whole costume, but you also automatically look like the person you're going as.
Yeah, he was all about that life.
Right?
A lot of zigzagging right now, Adara. Some red candles coming in now. It was uninterrupted green. We got a few red candles in the mix, but we're holding up here. It looks like at that 53, 54-ish, now putting in a higher low. If we dipped in to that 53 level, now we're dipping into 53 and 3/4, trying to move back into 55. I'm looking at the lows to see if we're getting consecutively higher lows. The trend is strong. It looks like we're on our way back into 56. We just got a 55.5 touch yet again on RDDT. This is trading on the NYSE, by the way, guys. Make sure if you need to select your exchange, you're selecting the right one. But a lot of strength in Reddit, and well, yeah, this has been well received.
Oh yeah. I mean, absolutely. And we read the book there on Reddit. I think someone else, I think maybe Combass Rex was making that pun as well earlier in the chat. But yeah, Reddit, what a look. Also, I'm so happy with what's happening in the Cybertruck right now. I have to say, after a couple. I think in my brain it felt like it was more. There were really only two very short-lived, because this is a 3-minute chart, so these trades were less than 6 minutes long. Failed trades on Tesla. I got back in the Cybertruck and I said, you know what? I like this entry. Why not do it? And I loved this area too, because look at this area that we popped up into earlier, and we couldn't get above it. We had these wicks of sellers overwhelming buyers. I said, you know what, Adira? Just do it. Be like Nike, which is reporting tonight, and just do it. And I did. We took about 25 pennies. We have a piece for the dream. The dream is that 173 area. So I do not think our dream will come to fruition. But if it does, I do have also some beak winners set to kind of add things to this position as well. If we break decisively above that 174.10, I'm outie. This is a scalp situation. Honestly, I can't wait to hear what Opie and Sean have to say about their amazing trades. But also, I want to visit Rivian, because we're just talking about RJ, and I am in his competitors trade. No, I'm joking. I'm just involved in Tesla. Honestly, this is kind of an interesting look. We have these lower highs, lower highs, more or less. Then we kind of see this 1134 hold decently. The thing is, there's not enough of a range in both directions for me to kind of get interested here. But it's certainly a lot of stuff happening in this chart, just not moving really in a way that I find is easy to trade. Pretty range bound, but bound within these hyper-specific, pretty tight ranges. Also, there's another one Nike. I just mentioned, actually, let's start with Lulu first, because it's still on the NASDAQ. Lulu and Nike, two athletic apparel-related brands, are reporting tonight. And honestly, Lulu, why did I abandon you earlier? I love this. Look at this. We pop up into 478.50. I say abandoned. I hadn't looked at this one all day. Then we bounce off VWAP beautifully. We come back, and look where we hold, around that couple pennies below that 478.50. But also we have lower highs, so this could be a flat bottom break. I don't have a clear enough read on this either way, but something around 478.50 is interesting, so I shall be keeping my eyes on it. Also, Sharif and I were talking too, because it turns out apparently Sharif is wearing a Lulu shirt ahead of Lulu earnings day.
It was not by design, I promise you. This is my only Lulu dress shirt. I have a lot of Lulu gym clothes, but with respect to actual normal wear, I have one like polo tee and this, and that's it. Cause it's just so expensive. And like, anytime you get it on sale, we're talking like 15, 20% max, and that's how they maintain their margins. They don't mark down stuff. Like you're gonna have to buy it at higher prices. All right, back to the Reddit IPO, guys. This is what we want to cover at the moment. This is where all the exuberance is. What I see forming here on the one is a bit of a bull flag, with maybe that 53 and change, 52 and change being the low end of the range. Obviously, we know what the high end of the range there is 57.5 or thereabouts. The problem with this is, if you punch in 50, like let's just say you punch in right here, 54. Right? And so then you could literally give it to the low end of the day, I think, or the low end of this range. So if you punch in 54s, it breaks 52.75, I'd cut it, because that would be a new local low since this range started. We're getting some lower highs now, okay? So if you're looking at the 1 minute chart, consecutively lower high, not necessarily lower lows, though. We're at the volume weighted average price, whatever that means. I mean, we've only been trading for a few minutes. So if you want to put some stock into VWAP, 53.5 seems to be an interesting area of support at the moment. What is concerning me is the successive lower highs. I guess that's to be expected, because if people are punching in 47, 48, 49, 50, they're going to wet their beak up here, right? Like, I mean, wouldn't you? I would. I mean, I don't know what everybody's thinking, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what we get here. I'm thinking about sitting at 53s, like the Katina man sat there at 53s, but I don't know if second time is going to be a charm here. So we'll have to wait and see. Here comes 53. So down into that 53 low 20s. All right, right back up again. So a lot of strength, a lot of volatility. It's done. How many shares now? Okay, so we're going on 17 million shares now. So the Katina man thinks VWAP at $52 should be the level there. And I happen to tend to agree with the Katina man there, because I think if I try to get a little bit too aggressive, maybe taking 54s, right up, man, right up into 55. I mean, talking, it looks like it's not going to get you anywhere. There it goes, 55.5 incoming. Bit of a top there at 55.5. Some size showing up here at that 56.50. I just saw some 56 2/3. I can see it there on the book, about 250 lots or thereabouts. Some size also at 56, but 150 lots there. But we'll have to make it up there. Wow, this is crazy, crazy movements, but tightening up within a range now. We're not getting spikes like we were into 57, into 56.5. So the range is tightening up a little bit. Let's see how long that holds.
I kind of want to range trade this. I really want to range trade this. You know what?
Yeah,
I'm going to take really small position on this, and I'm going to range trade it. We break below 53s, I'm out. I thank you for the bang, but I don't know who that was, but thank you very much. We're going to be waiting just below 54s. We're going to do 53.95. Thank you, Sean. Sean's like, yeah, it was me. So that's...
The reason why is because if we don't practice how to trade IPOs, in the next one, we don't have to.
Well, exactly.
Thank you so much. Sean's saying if you don't practice how to trade IPOs, you don't have the experience. And I want to shout out Sean as well, because I remember when I first did the Birkenstock, the Birkenstock IPO was the first IPO I traded. I traded it here when we were the midday.
Yep.
And I remember too, that morning I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to trade it because I'm not like an IPO trader. And Sean's like, as you're learning, you kind of want to trade everything though, right? And honestly, that Birkenstock IPO chewed me up and spit me up, but I'm still really happy I traded it because I learned something from it. And that was also more or less a punch and pray for me, was that Birkenstock IPO. This Reddit is a range I actually like, so why wouldn't I take it? And I'm not gonna compromise. We're gonna wait and see what we do at 54. If we get to, I think, what was it, 54.30, 53.95 is where I have my point of entry. So if we get in, we get in. If we don't, we don't. But I want to try taking it because that's how you learn.
I put an entry as well at 53.25.
Yes.
25 is my lucky number. We'll see if we get that dip trade. It's towards the bottom end of the range. May not come down there, and watch. Comes down, it's gonna go boom, $50 right away. Down $3.50, $3.25. We'll wait and see. DWAC is moving though, guys. So I negated to talk about DWAC. Sorry, I'm switched back to live, so I don't have the DWAC screen open. DWAC is just on the way up to 45. It looks like. Did we get a 45 touch there? No, we got into 44.70. So this one well on the way up off that 40 low. It's about almost $5 higher. Look, the volume is suspicious on DWAC. 2.6 million shares done on the day, so nothing of aggression there. Back to RDDT. Here's my order sitting at 53.25. Here comes 53s. Let's see if we get filled. If we do we bounce up, or are we gonna have to flatten out here? Let's see if there's any size. There's some size at 53.5. About how many shares there? It keeps moving. It looked like about 100 lots, 98 lots sitting at 53.5. Here comes 53.75. I'm looking there on the bid to see if we dip down, but a lot of action right now, right back up into 54, so we don't get printed. Somebody got printed and she's happy I'm spending the money.
I mean, happy is a strong word. I'm mostly just like paralyzed. I'm not even paralyzed with fear. I mean, paralyzed with like just watching this tape move. We're looking for just shy of 55s. You know me, I like to give it a couple pennies of room because I trust no stocks. So we're going to give it to, I'm sure he's not nodding in a way I like. So if we break below that 53, I'm outie. Let's see what we do. Do we have 54? I feel like a stocktioneer again. 54.99. We're going to have to wait and see. Also, someone, and that someone is Adara, forgot that they were in a Tesla short because we literally were like penny shy of getting filled here. Honestly, though, we haven't made lower low, or we haven't made higher high, so I'm not leaving. I think I'm going to change my point of exit, though. We're going to do 73.20s. I just literally forgot I was in it, so I was like, we have to remember that. But we didn't lose anything here, to be very clear. This is, you know, there's still a lot of...
I'm long.
A lot of opportunities. You're long?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to concentrate now.
Okay,
so hang on.
We're both. Yeah. It's okay. I will talk because I am in the sim still on this Reddit. But I will also pull up the Reddit chart so we can all live through this trade here together. It looks like we're dipping below 53s maybe. So let's. Oh, we bounce right back up. Okay. This is I'm just saying things. Shrew's just like saying like we're locked in here, locked and loaded here. And we bounced off VWAP. Okay, sorry, I clapped there. I got really excited. I am out of the money right now because we got involved just shy of 54s. But this is honestly like I'm so happy. And thank you again to Sean for the support there. Just saying, you don't learn unless you try to enter and try to trade, right? And with the range that Reddit was giving you, I had no excuse but to try to hop in. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You get what you get and you do not get upset. While I have this open, I'm going to take a look at Nike on the NY because this one is really interesting.
I got to cancel that, yeah.
Yeah, this Nike is really interesting. We kind of had that dip below the 90 EMA, then back above, then below. This one is really bamboozling Nike as we head into earnings tonight. Nike and Lulu, the two athletic wear companies, going to be really interesting indeed. But I think I will probably have to extricate myself from Reddit at this time. I think that, yeah, Reddit is kicking me out of the chat room, so I'm going to have to say goodbye to this trade. What are you looking at?
Yeah, okay, so I'll take over.
Thank you so much.
I lost, how much did I lose there? 52 and a quarter, and I went 52 and a quarter, and yeah, so I lost $1 a share there. That's not that bad for this trade. I'm sitting again though. I'm gonna sit here at 50 and a quarter. So I'm looking to defend 50. If we make our way down into that $10 level, the $50 level, I'll look to get long again. But yeah, you know what? I couldn't let this one go against me more than $1. I just, you got to draw the line somewhere. So this one ends up being an L on RDDT. I'm back to live, guys. So this one is real money on the line here. We'll see if this one can make its way down to 50, defend 50, and then come back into whatever this 53 range, 53 and a half, which we had a lot of wicking in and around there. So looks like that is maybe a bit of a resistance level, was support prior before that big boy Huadunk. So we'll wait to see, number one, can we get to 50? Number two, what it does subsequent to that. With this order out there, I'm probably not going to be able to switch screens because, well, it can make its way down in a hurry and I need to be notified if I'm long. Katina, man, is there a good way other than looking at the blotter to know that you're long on a stock if you're on a different trading screen? So say I've got my layout for DWAC and I get long on Reddit without looking at the blotter. Is there a way? The level. Yeah, if you look at the top of the right corner, level 2, it says position. Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, good call on that. All right, thanks, Josh. Appreciate that. Shout out to Josh showing me that little trick there. Okay, so keeping eyes here. 51.50 or thereabouts, the bottom end of this trough. I want to say 51.60 or so. That might come into play again right here. It looks like we're on our way down into 51 and a half. I'm sitting at 50 and a quarter to look to defend that $50 level. If it does come down there, we'll look get long. A lot of bamboozlement, a lot of craziness. This is what people are talking about here in the chat. Big Kyle Burdett filled at 52, 53 on VWAP. The top is in. Shout out to Big Kyle. Looks like he's going short. Big Kyle. Oh, Big Kyle is long Reddit. No way, Big Kyle.
Wow, Reddit does impossible things. I'm joking. Shout out to you, Kyle Burdett. That's an awesome trade.
Scott H, long on Reddit, 52. Shout out to you, Scott. Hope you print. Jay Lee, be patient. You can get 55, I bet. I didn't get it on the 53 and a quarter dip, Jay, but maybe we'll get something a little bit better on that 50 defend if it does come into play. Where's the volume at right now? 20 and 2/3 of a million shares. So it looks like we may easily print about 50 or so because we definitely have more time left here until 4 o'clock for the trade to come in. There's the new low. There goes 51.50. Here comes 51. So we're looking to see now, do we get anything in that 50 area? And if we do we hold above that area? Something tells me I probably will get stopped out here because there will be stop hunters looking for people that have that stop just below 50. So we'll see if we get stop hunted or not. But hey, like the Katina man said, you don't take the reps, you can't expect to ever know how to do these. So we're going to take the reps, we're going to take the L's if that's what it comes down to, and that's the way it is. Here comes 50-50. Now we're below 51 a dare.
Whew. Yeah, this market is something else. If we hold up, I was going to get involved at 51.50. Obviously, we didn't hold it then. I want to talk about my exit from this trade, though. As you can tell, we did accidentally buy bottom wicks. So that was a fun, it worked out. But I mean, we also we lost on this, right? I just thought it was kind of funny if that worked, and then we got out the second we could. The bamboozlement is real, to use a quote that Sharif once said about NVIDIA. Yeah, this Reddit, honestly, so happy I got the opportunity to trade this. Like I always say, honestly, I'm so happy to be interacting with these markets, and Reddit, this was crazy. I remember watching the ARM IPO, and I thought that was wild. I remember, this was when I think Sharif was filling in for Brendan that week, and I remember afterwards I was at the desk and I was like, oh my gosh, I remember watching that jump over to 60 pennies. This was crazy. Oh my gosh. Also, let's say pamp it for Sharif and his trade.
Hopefully, we'll see.
Pamp it. So nice look here. This is shout out to you. This seems like a good point of entry. We're going to see, though, what Reddit gives us. If we hold 51s, I'm definitely interested. Also, we got out of Tesla. So I can... be very happy with that. This was a bamboozling trade, and I got out here too because look at this area. We held this area so well for some reason. Really happy I didn't panic punch out of this one. But also, if we keep holding this up, I like my ranges. I might go long. Also, don't tell me now Tesla decides to break below 173. It might. We're gonna have to wait and see what happens here. This has been such a fun market. I am not positive on the day, but honestly, I feel like it's been a positive day for me regardless because I've learned. Was it kind of a pun? Yeah, but I also think it was a truism as well. And it's always nice when those work out. Also, yeah, this Reddit is holding so well, this point of entry. So we're going to have to see there, but I will say pamp it for Sharif here.
Sorry, I'm just going to have to...
No, it's okay. Yeah. I can keep talking. I talk... We have to talk a lot here, right? So we're all good there. AMD... this is the 1 minute chart. Let's switch to the 3 minute. Shout out to Joanna Brewster. I believe I remember seeing in the chat that she got out of here around the same time I did, right before I began the round 3 of our lesson when we broke below that 181.40s. Had a couple negative trades in this name. Honestly, though, my only positive name here because there was a little bit more of this positivity. What? Oh, nice. Sean and Sharif trade twins there. So shout out to both Sean and Sharif. Yeah, this AMD a little bit too wild for me on these wicks. I can't read. It's like doji after doji after doji, but it looks like we could be trying to recover, make a move back up here. But you know what? I don't have a read yet. So let's see. Let's wait and see what's going to occur. Also, Eli Lilly. Someone said earlier Lilly looks beautiful. Let's see how beautiful she looks. I know she had a positive catalyst. She's above. Oh, I neglected her. Look at this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful trade. I say trade, I wasn't in it. This is what made me nervous, though, this dip below the 9 EMA, which is why I didn't get involved. Then we come back and we just dance it beautifully. Or dance above it beautifully. This is a really nice trade. Let's be aware, though, for these dojis, because who knows what will occur. Also, yeah, Reddit.
Nope.
Looks like Reddit fell.
0 for 2. 0 for 2. And I fat fingered, so I actually had twice the shares there. Got long 50 and a quarter, then got long 50-50. I was trying to actually put an order out for 51. So that's it. Look, I wanted to trade it. I wanted to try, but now red on the day because of RDDT. But that's the way it is. You got to take these reps. Let's see what we get at 47. We opened up 47, Katina. I had to flatten out there for a bit of a well, not a bit of a loser. That was another dollar loser. So $2 losers on RDDT for me today. But look, you don't try if you don't get it unless you try. We took the reps, and obviously I didn't want to participate in that initial move, but maybe that was the best move, that initial open. And that's what I was talking to Katina Man about. He was like, look, man, I'm just gonna punch long. Right at the beginning, he tried to get 50s. I think that was the best move for this type of trade because it's kind of like U-shaping down on the way. So lots of interesting stuff today, but I got the reps in and I learned a little bit, so we'll see if we can maybe improve a little bit next time on RDDT. Looking like it wants to come back into $50 here as we move up a little bit back into that $50 areas. Big Kyle taking way too much risk here. You and I both, bro. But shout out to Kyle. I hope you print. I don't know if you're DCAing or what's going on that side of things, but I'm rooting for you, Kyle, like I always am. I'm always rooting for everybody in the chat. I never want anybody in the chat to lose money. I never want anybody around me to lose money because good juju seems to find its way to you if it's around you. So shout out to everybody. I hope y'all are doing well. Yoel Reyna, have you ever seen a new IPO or do this, then explode the next day or next week? I can't recall exactly, to be honest with you. What was the biggest IPO I've witnessed so far? I'm having trouble remembering. I think it's probably a pandemic, during the pandemic. I'm not sure exactly which one. I'll have to go back and look, but I don't know exactly offhand which one it was. Scott H., I'm reloaded RDTT. Let's do this. Shout out to Scott. I hope you kill it. Kill it for me because I couldn't do it. Kyle Burdett, I got no clue what to do with this long. Down is usually good for me. Yeah, I hear you, brother. Shout out to you as well. Jay Lee, ARM did that. Yeah, ARM, that was a sick IPO. Why am I not remembering that? But I'm thinking there was probably more liquid IPOs during the pandemic because there were so many IPOs in 2021. I'm just forgetting really most of them here. People are talking about Carvana. Really? No, Carvana's that VWAP. What's up, Katina, man? Right above 50 we go again. There we go. Up into that 50, 80-ish area. Now right back down to 50 and down into 49s. The bamboozlement is real. It is fast. It's furious. 24 million shares, about to hit 25 million shares on the day for this IPO. The biggest, I'd say, probably in a little while. I don't know. Probably won't outdo ARM, I'm assuming, but we'll have to look back up ARM IPO and see how many shares it did on the day, but definitely bigger than Birkenstock or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, Birkenstock was, it didn't really work in stock, did it? I mean, my trading, it certainly didn't. I think it was a bit of a weaker IPO from my understanding. Klaviyo was also not too much happening there. That was a little... But yeah, that Birkenstock was quite something. Also, I am long. We went back to old patterns. I made that sound worse than it is. I do still like the idea of this trade. We went to Eli Lilly. And, okay, this ticker does not want me to type it. That's cool. There we go. Thank you, computer. Eli Lilly. We got long here because I liked this kind of...
Apple's tanking.
Lower highs, higher lows. Let's see what's happening in Apple, though.
4% now.
Oh, my gosh. Seriously? Apple, what are you doing? Oh, everything just fell. Eli Lilly just fell. Okay, we're going to have to deal with you, Lilly.
Okay, so Tim Cook is going to meet with Xi. That would not sell this off. Looks like Xi's going to meet with a lot of the big tech IPOs next week. IPOs, get it together, Steve. A lot of the big tech CEOs. Looks like he's going to meet with Apple's CEO, HSBC, AMD. Tesla's tanking too. Yeah, Tesla on the way down. Apple on the way down. Meta on the way down. Not so for Softy. Kind of NVIDIA on the way down as well. So we're getting big moves in Meta. Here, let me just show you. Big moves in Meta on the way down. You're getting big moves, bigger-ish moves on the way down for Apple. Tesla as well. Not so much NVIDIA. We're still locked into that kind of range. We broke below 8650, that 50-point level. We're also below the volume-weighted average price. We're still up 0.89 on the day on the NQ. Google, dead money, dead weight today. Amazon, kind of the same thing. They're not really moving. So this is the headline that just came in with Xi right now. Blackstone, HSBC, Apple, Exxon, AMD, Micron, and Pfizer going to meet with Xi, it looks like next week. Government-sponsored forum in China, seeks to assuage American companies. It's not the American companies you need to assuage, bro. It's the American government. Wrong one. Should be meeting with them. All right, so that's the headline there. I'm not sure. Who is Xi? Xi Jinping, my man. Sal G, the president of China? All right. That's all right. Maybe not everybody knows who he is. That's fine. Xi Jinping is who I'm talking about. All right. Right back above 50. Here we go with Reddit. Could we see 51s? Could we start curling here, Adira? I mean, it looks like we put in a temporary bottom around that 48.5, a smidge above 48, and we're putting a couple of candles here, putting in higher lows. Not necessarily, the higher highs you want to see, but definitely the higher lows. Could we be curling here? That's the question as we dance at 50.
I mean, I hope we're curling because I did want to get long here. We didn't get filled right away. I waited. I was patient. We got involved. If we break kind of below these 48s here, I'm out. I'm going to give this a little bit of room, but I have enough for 2 beak wetters. They're not going to be super substantial, so let's see what happens here. We're gonna. You have to try things. I know someone earlier was saying too, like we were saying you live and you learn, and they're like, what was learned? I think sometimes what's learned is like confidence. It's just having the confidence to go for the trade, having an idea and committing to it. And when it doesn't work, you leave. Because I think sometimes too, and this is one thing I'm learning, sometimes it takes guts and it kind of takes understanding and planning to know when to leave a trade too. And so that's what sometimes has to happen. So I hope that makes sense. Just someone who's very new to trading and who's still in the sim and learning, trying to explain that. But I think
want to build on that point too, because you have a really good point. Remember that story that I told you where I almost got fired?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was sitting right where BPI was sitting, right there. Shout out to BPI. So it was that trade that I was like staring like a deer in the headlights, almost. Like I didn't really kind of like, okay, it'll go back up. And then you keep telling yourself that it'll adjust. And it just keeps going, da, 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 right? And it's just like, so you learn your lesson from that it's not going to go your way, typically, and to flatten out the trade. So you end up taking one bad feeling to make up for a worse feeling that would come if you let it go all the way.
Right,
so.
yeah, it's hard. It's a really weird feeling. And yeah, I think I totally understand. It's also, we're out of Reddit. We're out of Reddit. I just want to talk about this story. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So the plan for this trade was I liked watching. Thank you so much for the button there. And pamp it. Says Sharif. I was watching for these wicks, these filled wicks to the downside. I was watching this hold. We didn't get filled the first time around 49.50, so I waited. I said, you know what, Adara? Let it come back. If it breaks below 48, you get out. It didn't break below 49. I'm really happy with how this worked. We took out some around 50.25. We saved a piece of the dream. Where did we get out here? Was it? Yeah, it was 50.75. We got out for the rest of it. So a bit over $1 in the sim. And I'm really happy I went for it because sometimes the market chews you up and you have to say, no market, my turn to stand up. Maybe don't say it like that, but you just have to get back up. And so thank you so much for sharing your story there.
Yeah, no problem.
And I also want to say too, when Sharif says he wishes everybody good juju, he does mean it.
I really do mean it.
He was literally saying that earlier today as well, like he wants the good juju. And I even remember a couple days ago, I made some joke about getting IW massacred in my IWM trade.
Yeah.
And then Sharif laughed, and then he's like, oh, I feel badly for laughing because it's a losing trade. So it's like, you know what, honestly, I'm so happy to be here on the How to Trade. And I really do appreciate all of the good vibes from Sharif, Neil, Sean, everybody in
for that trade. Now,
Thank you so much.
Are those two beak wetters?
They are.
Jeez.
They are.
I like it. Okay.
We were a little bit frisky with it. We were like,
clearly,
why not,
I like it. All right, here comes 50 again, Adara, as we come into that 50 and a quarter. Do we hold 50 this time? I mean, or is this a dead cat bounce where we kind of put in a few green candles here only to make that flat bottom break through 48.5, 48 or thereabouts? We'll see. I mean, a lot of zigzagging here to the high side and the downside here on RDDT. Now, the volume's slowing down a little bit now, guys, okay? So we just talked about, we were at, I think, 24 million shares. That was about 5 minutes ago. If I had done that at the start, we would be at 15. Now we're at 26 and change. So looks like the volume cooling down a little bit over here, but the price action, the price action is cooling off a little bit as well. Now we're getting dollar ranges instead of $5 ranges. So RDDT still tradable, up still 48% on the day. Big premium to where the actual IPO took place, which was $34. That was more insider buying. The actual opening print on the day looks like it was an even $47 on the dot. We'll have to see where this one ends up at 4 o'clock. We'll see what the closing print, about 2 hours and 7 minutes right now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is, shout out to Niall Hatto as well in the chat saying took 49.53 to 50 first IPO. Congrats to you. We're here like cheering everybody on here, right?
Yes,
That's what's great about this community. Everyone's going to have their own style of trade. Also, shout out to Kyle Burdett taking this long.
Kyle Burdett.
Big. I apologize. Big Kyle Burdett. But honestly, in all seriousness, shout out to you. And also, Kyle Burdett also helping me try to short the SPY earlier as well. So I really do appreciate all the insight. Everyone coming here from different perspectives and always sharing what they have to offer. So thank you. I appreciate the support in the chat. Always happy to be here. Yeah, Kyle also saying big at the bottom there, so my apologies. But also, thank you so much to Ahmed Almwala for the 729 AED super chat. Apple, nice for CSP in my opinion. Let's take a look.
Here we go. We're moving. We're moving.
Reddit's
52,
rising.
52 incoming.
Oh my gosh.
The Katina man is long 48. 48.36. Yeah, well, Katina man, when you're moving dollars at a time, 36 pennies, negligible in this case. But sorry to interrupt you, Dan.
That's amazing.
Want to update everybody.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I think Apple looks like a bit like a flat bottom break here. We had that 170, 190 area, then we fell below with quite a viciousness. Let's look at the daily on this. I know Sharif has been looking at the daily on this because I know you had your dip buys in Apple. Apple, honestly, we did have that really nice little peel. And honestly, if you want to zoom back even further, we did have technically a higher low. We kind of get to this 166 area, then we come back to about 168. And we haven't eclipsed, we haven't gone back below that 168 area. So we're going to have to wait and see what we do here on Apple in the longer term. On the day, though, it looks like a really nice flat bottom break. This one has been a little bit harder to read, though, and a bit bamboozling for sure has Apple been. I know this chop and turn had me a little bit confused. I was like, could it be a long? And Apple was like, no, it's not a long. Continuing to the downside. So I didn't try trading it just because I wanted to wait for confirmation there. But this is, what a market. I have no words. I am so happy we got to bring this to everybody today. And hopefully you guys got some entertainment out of it, some lessons, some trading. It feels like both 20 minutes and 5 hours all in one 3-hour session.
A little bit, right? Especially this Reddit trade here as it makes its way right back up into that 51.50. I did have a dip trade as a third. I guess third time it may have been a charm. I was sitting at 50 and a quarter, so I took it out because It's like, I'm going to take a third L on this one. So maybe I should have left that one because that one would actually make money. That's a lesson in commitment right there. So keeping eyes on this name. Ian Rispetto, my man, $5 super chat, $4.99 to be exact. Can you guys look at Lulu earnings today at the bell? Yes, sir. Absolutely. Let's bring in the chart on Lululemon. Just remember, last time earnings was not so good. They did talk a little bit about weakness last time around. I'm talking about Lulu's earnings last time. But for the most part, when there have been times where the consumer has been crunched, whether with whatever, with respect to interest rates or any other issue, they seem to do well, a lot better than say Foot Locker or what's it called, Nike, and some other players as well that are in the same space. They seem to have pricing power in a way that those guys don't. Now let's look at the technicals. So where are we at right here in terms of the top? Let me just show you where the last earnings was. That was October. You could tell by the candle over here. This was the earnings. And yeah, we did sell off a little bit after. So we dipped about 9% to the bottom there. That's not too bad. All right, so technicals. 440 double bottom, 445 thereabouts double bottom was kind of a bit of a pullback right off that making of an all-time high of $517. We kind of retrace a little bit, holding up at around 450 or thereabouts. The wicks come below 450, but most of the closing prints are in around 450. Now curling back up through 480. So resistance, I'm going to say obviously that 500 level will be resistance. Then obviously the high side will be, the all-time high, will be resistance as well at that 1515. The other area to keep your eye on is 430. Look how many touches here we had at the 200 period. That's the blue solid line on my chart. It has a history going back the year and a half of holding up at the 200 period. So if we do make it down, if we do sell off, look for support at 430 bucks. Okay? Now it might not hold it to the T. Like look over here. This is another earnings date over here. We dipped below it initially, but look where the closing print is back on June 1st of 2023, right at that 200 period. Yet again, we do that over here. And so this has a history of holding at the 200 period as of late. So keep your eye on 430. If we miss, if the high side, if we beat, I don't want to say it's a blue sky setup, but we're awfully close to all-time highs on Lulu. We'll see how they do, but anybody who goes in that store, especially on the weekends, kind of has like that Costco effect. Yeah. Where you're like overwhelmed by the masses of people and you think to yourself, how can this company do any wrong?
Right? Yeah, no, I have a friend who works there too, and they treat their employees really well as well. So she had lots of really positive things to say as well. They let them do workout classes and stuff for group workouts too. Yeah, honestly, we'll have to wait and see how those earnings go. I think it'll be really interesting either way. And I think it'll be really interesting to compare their earnings, at least mentally, to what Nike does. Right. Because they're both these two sports companies. We also have FedEx tonight, too. So FDX, let's take a look at that, see what kind of earnings they deliver, pun intended, because last time it was a bit rough, if I remember correctly. Yeah, here we go. Here was last time FedEx reported earnings. So I think it'll be really interesting to see what can they do here. They did fill that gap from their earnings drop, but can we get back to where we were earlier? Can we get back to that previous Acme, that peak of 282? We'll have to find out tomorrow, though. Because, sorry.
Yeah, I want to give one more thing for the Reddit people. So I did not have the volume weighted average price on my chart, Ram, but I want to show something over here. So there's clearly resistance here to the high side at the volume weighted average price, and that's one thing I negated to do. I didn't put that up on my chart, but here you go. The white line VWAP reject over here. And then again and again. So VWAP acting as a resistance level ever since getting broken. If it clears VWAP, look at for his support.
Thank you. Yeah, so they appreciate that. So we will see you tomorrow with Reddit updates, FedEx updates, whatever else you want. Same bat time, same bat channel. For now, though, Brendan's at the desk.
Hey guys, 2 hours left on quite an exciting afternoon here as far as the market is concerned. Accelerating downside currently for the futures. We're not yet flirting with break even on the day, but back to 0.4 right now for the S&P, still 0.7 for the NASDAQ, but pretty ugly day for Apple across the board. Just made a new day low here on this DOJ note. There's Apple right now, 4.2% here. It's been a long time since Apple's had a 4% kind of a day to the downside. 171 holding as support right now. If you zoom out, 170 and then 165, bigger levels. But yeah, really no upside at all today. It's just been straight down for Apple all day long. Not going to be a good day for the overall market when Apple just goes straight down. Although, as I said, we are still positive for the NASDAQ on the day. There's our DDT. Still 50%, but trying to roll over once again here. $50 trying to hold it as support. What a move that was out of the gate this morning. All the way up to $58 for Reddit. I guess it was just after lunch, so early afternoon for Reddit on its debut. More than that now, but yeah, Apple leads the way here on the negative train. Pretty ugly day right across the board for Apple, as I said, right out of the gate. Google following suit downside. The rest of these, however, are more than making up for it, as you can see, including Broadcom. They're a huge day to the upside. NVIDIA, yet another day to the upside. AMD, Qualcomm, Intel, Microsoft, Meta helping to the upside as well. A lot of strength in banks, it's worth mentioning. We were talking about that this morning. It was on the watch list. We were talking about it in the first hour. Were these banks going to be a buy coming off what happened yesterday and some of this talk from Fed Chair Powell and being more dovish than hawkish yesterday, indicating that it's probably going to be June. It looks like anyways it's going to be June that we get this first cut. Maybe some more activity coming back into the banking sector as a result. These as well. Worth noting some of the defensive type names, big day upside, GE, Caterpillar, AMAT, to name a few here, Deere as well, nicely positive. Energy names over here, nicely positive on the day. Tesla downside, notable name, 1.5%. Yeah, major indexes higher. We got Micron this morning as well. That was top of the watch list. We'll flip things around though, and we'll talk about Reddit first because what a debut it's been. Back downside right now, as I said, trying to roll over a little bit here, guys, trying to hold $50. But wow, what a move that was out of the gate here. 47 all the way up to 58 for Reddit.
All right, welcome everybody. Yeah, thanks Brendan, thanks Adara, thank you Sharif for the midday. All right, yeah, so Reddit was an exciting one. We should have, as per usual, we said yesterday that Astera Labs that we would have wound up losing if you take the opening print on that trade. But today, Obi, come over to the chart here. Yeah, distinctly different day. As right there is the opening print for Reddit at $47. We don't have that at all. So we'll slap a fail on that. We were sitting right here. I mean, I was reading the tap. The problem is the tap was 50. Then it was 48, 49.50. Then it was 48. Then it was like 46.50. So I was thinking that, it was coming back in a little bit. So they had enough demand to post it possibly coming out at 50, and then they brought it out at 48, and then it went down to 46.50. So I'm like, okay, it seems like there might be some selling heading into this, but then no, opens up and boom, just blasts right off to the upside. So we always say one thing, and we talked about this again on the midday show, and then again back with Sharif, and that was just like the only thing that I thought was really safe was kind of like a VWAP pullback. So this very first pullback that happened, we went long and then we touched out to $58. Again, not really a big exhaustion volume or anything like that, but came back in. And then once it came in, that's when we were just sitting here at 53 because at that point VWAP was 52. So it's like, if you're not here to take a dollar risk. And then we go boom to the upside right there, and then we make 3. So that was 53 up to 56 in 1-2 minutes, Obi, straight bounce. And that's what was trading during the IPO, of course, nicely done to the upside. Then we bought some in, got out there. See, this is that risk that we talked about. We bought it at $50.25. We got out at 49. It looks like a little bit of a slippage there, 49.30 or so, as we were trying to get out at 49.75. Then we bought that dip. Got a piece out. Now we're holding to see if we can get back up to the upside. So yeah, pretty good day overall for Reddit. Back and forth there. The only thing I want to say to everybody, because I heard this yesterday about Astera, you're going to be on your way home. You're going to be sitting around the dinner table, probably not my dinner table, but your own, or maybe if you're speaking about stocks at dinner, maybe you should think about something else. But you're going to hear that, oh my God, Reddit was up 50% today. Like, I can't believe I didn't buy it. You can't, it's not up 50%. This number is based on that $34 offering price that they priced out yesterday. So unless you're in on that price, then today Reddit just kind of looks normal. I mean, huge move up, huge move back. And realistically, guys, we're now up $3 off of its opening price. So that's really the difference on how much you're up or down on Reddit today. And it bugs Neil and I because often you'll hear that you go, oh, it was a really successful opening day for ARM. You know, it was up 75%. And then we're like, huh? Felt like it was sell pressure all day and it was down $3. But because it was so wrongly priced and the rich get richer down there at $34, this is the story right here at 50. So we'll hold, see if it breaks that bottom. But what were your experiences?
Yeah, no, it was pretty wild. I was definitely not well prepared. I kind of ran to my desk as it opened. And yeah, so 50, I think 50 was nice. The build up into 50, that's kind of what I got in on. Nowhere near what I wanted. So a little disappointing performance in that. But yeah, it kept on going. I punched out pretty early as well. I think the system, what was it? The more live trading. Kind of had my position stuck for a little bit, but I did get out underneath that 52. But it went all the way to 57s, and yeah, some distinct selling happening in the 57s, 56s. So I just got up and walked away. I was like, yeah, well, I was ill prepared for it, but you know what? It's not over yet. It still definitely has a lot more oomph left in it. But that opening drive through that 50, that was definitely mint. And then take a look, 50 is kind of very interesting still. We're still kind of doing a bit of a orbit around that 50 level. On Reddit, but yeah, let us know how you guys traded. Did you guys participate in this move? Are you guys waiting? What's your plan on Reddit? This $50 level seems interesting as of right now. We're just holding on to it, but let's see where it goes. You gotta remember this thing. They were pricing it a little bit lower. It kind of popped up. We opened up higher than what we were supposed to open up at, and we got that nice strong push into 58. So let's see if we can make some directional moves, or we just chop around sideways here. But something we don't want to take our eyes off of is Apple, Sean. Apple definitely has a catalyst.
We'll talk about
that seems like it's kind of pulling the market around as well. Again, Apple not being the top constituent anymore, but definitely still up there at number 2. So it definitely has a little bit of weighing as well. But yeah, that 171 holding right now. Let's see what we got. Day's not over. The bell has not rung. There will definitely be more opportunities, Sean.
All right, just be aware they're talking about this DOJ suit on CNBC right now for Apple. So good timing. Let's talk about Apple. Right back to 171 right now. Actually at day lows, essentially, if you missed it. A few more details coming out over the midday. You guys were talking about this a little bit, but yeah, here we go. Accelerating downside 4.25 now for Apple.
Oh yeah, Apple was down into the right, Brendo. Very weak on the day. Here's the scope of the lawsuit. It's going to focus on several areas. The first one is Apple restricting access to third parties for hardware and software related to the iPhone, and the App Store may also be involved. We know they take 30% off the top for anything bought on there, and whether or not they will allow the software providers to go and allow customers to bill on a different website so they can use different billing processes there. We'll have to wait and see. That's part of the thing in Europe as well.
If you go out to the daily time frame, it was this low, 165, that we were eyeing on this move down that kind of held as support, but might be right back there in a matter of days here, guys, for Apple.
All right, yeah, thanks for that little brief story there about Apple. I mean, what a crazy day it's been here today. We were so happy just yesterday. Remember, we were like, oh yeah, we'll get out of some of our Apple and in around 180. Well, that actually came pretty close. We should have got out yesterday in all of that nonsense up here, up to 178, 179. But yeah, we recently bought some back down here at literally 169, like 25 or something. We got a great opening print somewhere. I don't know where it was, but anyways. All right, so Apple, look at this. This is what happens. The DOJ is coming after you, man. You better hide as anywhere you can. And it looks like Apple's trying to hide out down here near 171. I mean, there was some protection down here. It looks like there's some support. Obviously, things have changed now as we get this, protectionist view. And what we did on Apple, we didn't trade it at all. And we talked about this earlier. I feel bad about trading it. We're up today, and it's going to be fine. But this was the missed opportunity. Forget about what happens right away at 9:30. It's this move up here. If you were thinking short, and again, I don't even really have it on the radar today. It wasn't on this, and we talked about it at 8:30, at 9 o'clock, that I wasn't really super concerned. Or did Reddit just go down there?
Yep.
What? All right. So we just got taken out. I just said like, oh, I think Reddit could maybe go up. Like we were just $3 in the money, basically. Not just, but about 20 minutes ago, $3 in the money, and then it came right back down. That's wild. We're kind of playing with not, like this was a much better trade there because we actually based that out. Right now we're just trying to catch that bottom. I thought maybe there was going to be a bottom in Reddit. Hey, Fabian, where are all these degens, man? I thought they're supposed to be coming in. Oh, they're all downloading stuff, he said right now. Okay, well, on that note, right now, yeah, Reddit nicely done to the downside. But anyways, Obi, long story short, we went long here at 72. We actually able to make money. We're going to be net positive going long right now, but there it is. Look what's happening right now with Bitcoin. Nice little move to the downside, and I just want to show everybody, yesterday we lost way too much on IBIT because we got excited about it. This time we got in and we just got out. So small hit, but an L nevertheless, as Bitcoin's starting to go to the downside. And I'm just hearing in my ear, Mr. Jamie Dimon getting involved again right now. Apparently JP Morgan talking about, I don't know if it's him or an analyst or whatever, but mentioning that Bitcoin is well overbought right now. So I'd say money's coming out of my wallet, not dropping into it right now, as there goes crypto all the way back down to the downside. So, I just wish we talked about this already. Just let it cook, man. Let this thing go down as much as it wants to. It'll be back up, but I just feel that all this like, oh, it's overbought, it's oversold. That's a nice opinion, and I just don't think Bitcoin should be falling this much on little opinions like that. But that's just what I'm hearing in my ear, so we'll wait on that. But yeah, JP Morgan, there's a hurricane coming. No, there's not. We hate crypto, yet we're developing a coin in the back. There's a whole bunch of stuff like this. So I would say, if you're going to trust anybody, we got to trust people that actually trade crypto, and we'll wait to see if there's any news from Cointelegraph or something like that. But that's the story I'm hearing.
Yeah, no, definitely some crazy action on the Reddit. Apple as well, DOJ problems. Definitely, again, watching that back down into 71, trying to a little bit of a cheeky long there. You can see the NQ kind of drop back into this consolidation that we had in the pre-market and wick back up into that, or trying to wick back up into that 18.6. So the 18.7 to 18.6 seems to be a little bit of an interesting pocket there on the NQ. But yeah, Apple definitely taking a strong move off that DOJ trouble there.
Let's talk about Micron. Just stalled out once again at the top, kind of rolling over as well. Huge move though, still holding on nicely. Held 110 there a couple of times out of the gate this morning, initially at the open, and then on a retest as well. We're back to the highs. So Micron, if you missed it, nice beat for their earnings report.
Yeah, big beat, Brendo. Revenue increased 58% year over year. It's about $5.82 billion. They turned a profit while they swung a loss last year at this time. That was above analyst expectations. The guidance comes in fantastic. They're guiding $6.4 to $6.8 billion revenue for the next quarter. That would be a 76% year over year increase from Q1 2023, Brendo. So all the right check marks beside its name.
Yeah, right spot, right time. I did mention it before, but Frank Caberna coming up this afternoon. Lots to discuss, obviously, with Frank once again today. Remember, Fed Chair Powell again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll get comments from Fed Chair Powell. I think it is, though, he's just giving opening remarks at this event, so it might just be like a prepared speech, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's probably just, exactly, that's what I was going to say. It's probably like a fireside chat, you know what I mean? Grab a coffee, chill out, see what the guys try to say. And then eventually we'll find out from him as well when he calls into Trader TV Live. And then we figure, geez, just missed it.
Damn.
She was up this morning, 5:30.
For a game?
Practice. Yeah, we don't play games at 5:30, my guy, but
yes,
sometimes we will. Okay, so here we go. Yay Sports. What is your favorite sport?
I think in terms of like the one that I play, basketball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
basketball.
Definitely.
All right. I like basketball too. All right.
Oh, don't get me started about the. No, I'm joking.
No, esports is awesome. Yeah. I love esports for sure. Trader TV Live used to sponsor an esport team.
Really? Which one?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay, nice.
Okay, so what are we? talking about? But we did. All right, so anyways, all the way to the downside here. We'll find out whatever the best one was what it was. No, but so we bought Reddit. So Reddit, hello, a Micron. Look where we got out. You want to talk about, like, honestly, some days we get great wicks, some days we get horrible ones. And I was like, you know what? We'll buy against VWAP because we said any pullbacks into VWAP we want to buy, right? So we bought this right there. This is right when we went off the air. We talked about it. Remember, you were short. I went long, and it was like, oh, nice trade. So we got that out right there. That was a nice trade. That was for $1.20. So we actually got to top. So top to bottom there, so it's all good, right? Then it comes back to the 50 period. I buy that every time. All right, but we buy in small because we're waiting for VWAP. Then all of a sudden it cranked through VWAP, and we wound up, because this was only at 110.83, so we actually put it at 110.50 into this area, hoping that, hey, if we break VWAP and we get this print, hopefully it does bounce back up. It did, but we didn't take it out because, you know why? We're thinking maybe it can go back up here, which it winds up doing, but then it winds up breaking 110. And of course, I don't have any patience for it. I put the stop order out. It gets out at 110.90 and then, 109.90 for about a 30 or 40, 50 cent hit actually. Boom to the upside after that. So we will be red on Micron, but I want to buy this dip. I'll buy this into one. We might get long soon. I put a bid down here at 111.25 into this area. Let's see if it holds 111. Then if not, maybe get out somewhere around 110.60, something like that, and then probably make a bottom wick again. But I really like a pullback into these names. I want to play strength. I don't want to be shorted. I want to be long. We just got to find the area, and we did screw that up the first time.
Yeah, I think Micron definitely a strong move off the open there. If you had the short, licks those, not the pre-market high, but pretty much that consolidation highs just going into the open there, and then flush to the downside. So I did kind of try to attempt at a little bit of a long and then a little bit of a short, and then I was like, yeah, no, I'm not really doing anything meaningful here. So I kind of left the ticker, but it seems like we did reclaim a little bit of VWAP here on top of that 110. So 109 was 109.5, and then 110 making some higher lows and potentially some higher highs as well. But yeah, that day high right here at that 114.5, definitely, or just underneath that 114.5. Pre-market high is 114.5 on Micron, but a little bit of a sideways range there on earnings day one, Micron.
That's smoked. I was just noting here. Lee is not good. Why are you saying Ramin? Oh, okay. All good. 8.25. It was definitely the other way around this morning. We were talking about the possibility of another 2 days in a row to the upside here for Lee Auto, but yeah, not the case. 76,000 to 78,000, down from 100,000 to 103,000. That's not good when you're talking about EV deliveries. So yeah, we gapped up this morning early on in the pre-market, but got absolutely crushed. Yeah,
well, the market has a way of remembering what you did last time. And last time they reported their increase in sales, it was up 173.5%. So if you set that kind of standard, you better hold up to it. Look, management guided 100,000 to 103,000 EVs for the coming quarter. They're not going to make that. We're not talking about 70,000 or so EVs. So, you know, that big $1.8 billion that they turned a profit in 2023 may be a little bit less in 2024. At least that's what management is guiding, Brendo.
Yeah, a lot going on today elsewhere. So understandably, might not have been top of the list for people today, but this thing was pretty wild if you were watching it this morning.
So not watching it, but I'll go over there in 1 second. I just want to tell everybody I did get back into Bitcoin right here because I wanted to have a look to see like what levels were sort of potentially a bouncing level. So this time yesterday, in and around this afternoon, you know, we danced around right here. That's 65,000. So I was thinking to myself, let's just go long into here. So that's what we did. So we just got, oopsies, we just got a nice little dip buy into IBIT right now. So we did just get back into it. So there's that bottom. We're going to try to respect about $37 on IBIT right now. We're just long at 37.23. So not much to talk about on this other than that's the play until we break that bottom. We went down there, we tested it, we had this move yesterday. The reason why I think it's important to trade Bitcoin and especially, not important to trade Bitcoin, but just important to look at some of these levels is because we did, was it yesterday? Yeah, so we had this move down there yesterday and we bottomed out, and then boom, it just took out these highs. We thought we had some negative news on Ethereum yesterday, and then it just ripped all the way, right? And so we'll have to watch out to see if that is possible one more time here on IBIT. So that's the trade that I'm looking for. IBIT, I did not look at Lee, XPeng, NEO, or anything today. We have multiple bangers, though, on Tesla, and we can address that. But do you have anything on Li Auto?
Nothing too much. Again, we talked about this one this morning, and yeah, not the top name on my watch, but definitely in play with the move that it's been having over the past morning session. Right, 32 comes in, and then pretty much sideways off the morning drive there. So holding it in and around VWAP. But yeah, the only really kind of strong move there it had with volume was just off the open, 31 to 32 and some change. Can't really get past this consolidation that we kind of had in the pre-market, and then still kind of I guess it's just consolidating right now. Where will it go? Who knows? But definitely a move nonetheless. But XPEV, yeah, I didn't really look at XPEV either. XPEV to the downside. Tesla, I know that you talked about Tesla to the downside as well. But it's interesting to see that LI is actually holding up, not really looking as heavy as some of these other constituents in the EV sector, I guess, if you want to call it. But yeah, Rivian as well, a little bit to the downside there. So it seems like LI is holding its own relative to the other EV tickers as of right now. But again, my eyes were not on it. There, other names definitely more in play.
All right, we saw on that sector board when we came on at 2 o'clock there, banks very, very strong today right across the board. We were talking a little bit about financials in general this morning. If you're with us in the pre-market coming off what happened again yesterday with the Fed, very, very dovish comments from Fed Chair Powell yesterday, kind of shrugging off this recent little blip as far as inflation is concerned, saying that we are still moving in the right direction and things are still progressing towards a condition in which they're going to be able to cut interest rates. And, you know, we're going to have Frank coming on here in a few minutes. He's going to talk about it, but I mean, it's back above 70% as far as June is concerned for cuts. So it looks like that's going to be the first one.
Yeah, and it'll be better for them too because they'll have more mortgage demand. They won't have to pay as much out in interest on the savings accounts and these other money market products. But look, JPM up 1%, Schwab up 2 3/4, Goldman Sachs up 4 1/4. It's been a fantastic day for financials. Morgan Stanley up 2%. So we'll keep eyes on this. I expected this though after yesterday.
Yeah,
so.
If you zoom out, I mean, the whole market rallied after the Fed yesterday, but the bank's still pretty strong into the close as well.
All right, agreed on all those, man. I mean, it's been a great little moment for banking stock. This is funny. Shout out to Fabian. I'm going to talk about SoFi in a minute and what a waste of a time that was. Shout out to Fabia. This is funny. Now possible, this just in on Reddit, now possible to lose money directly with Reddit stock instead of just losing based on Wall Street Bet's advice. So that is now on Reddit. So thanks, Fabian. I tweeted that out. So thank you for that one, Fabian, as we'll zoom back here and get back to 100%. But I thought that was fun. So let's have some fun around here as we talk about that all the time. All right. So yeah, this is part of the reason why we went long SoFi. We were very, very patient with SoFi. We're up on SoFi, but it's not doing anything, and we're really not up anything. So we bought this first dip into 750. We talked about liking that dip. Came back in today. We knew Anthony Noto was going to be on CNBC and doing the tour around. He talked about their latest offering that they had and that it was based on strength. They wanted to raise some capital there. SoFi was up 3 or 4% earlier, I guess. Maybe not that much, maybe 2%. And now we're just right back down to the bottom. So trading unlike any other of the banks today and just going to the downside. I really don't think that that's going to be the right stock. Like here's Robinhood on no news up 2.5%. So it's just like, go back and forth with these banks. This is why I say, and the only bank I'm holding in it's small because we talked about that we got out of this already in the long-term account is JP Morgan. So just keep staying with the best. JP Morgan's now 5 or 6 straight days up, barely a red candle as you continue to go to the upside right now. So nicely done here. JP Morgan continues to rip. I like the bank stocks. We'll talk about Tesla when we get back.
Yeah, some of the I guess payment tickers on watch as well, with the banks running with the way they are. We kind of covered some PayPal in the morning, and yeah, what did PayPal do off of the open? A little bit of a continuation, not a little bit, quite strong of a continuation off of what we did going into the close yesterday, coming right back in and holding some of those prices off of yesterday, ripping right back up and holding VWAP for majority of the session now, and then now we're kind of trading below. And I don't know, we were looking at a couple of banks as well. I think what was it? We can take a look at XLF, right? So that'll give us a good perspective of the financial sector right there. And yeah, XLF doing quite well. Again, looking kind of similar there. Strong move into the close yesterday, and a bit of continuation, and then holding VWAP as of right now in and around that 42 mark on XLF. So yeah, the bank's definitely strong. All right.
What do you got?
All right, guys, we've been talking about pullbacks all week. Tomorrow we finish off the lesson by talking about beware of fakeouts. Pullbacks are often retracements. Fakeouts are trend reversals. We'll be talking about that and how to trade tomorrow with Adair and I at 11.
So you know what? I just, oh, well, he just got, Bears vs. Bulls just got rid of a comment there because, or maybe it wasn't a thing. Someone said SoFi is trash, and then someone said, Sean, just get out of SoFi. So you know what? I actually think that that's right. So we'll just get out where we got in these last pieces. It was just down here to 37.38. We'll take a move back up here into the 50-period moving average and just call it a day on SoFi. I mean, it is a waste of my time. It's a waste of energy. We talked about preserving the mental, especially with my guy over here. Oh, yeah. And it's just like, why am I going to look at this and see it in my blotter and sit there and be like, what am I going to do with this when who cares? I don't need to do anything with it. We have bigger fish to fry. What's up to Naveed in the chat here? He wants me to talk about NVIDIA. Why no NVIDIA talk? Well, we will get to it. We do that rundown every single day. We do it at the open to try to give traders an idea of some of the names that we be trading, some of the ideas that we have. We do have the sticky note and the watch list all available. So you guys can go look at all of that. Look, NVIDIA was a monster today. There's no doubt about that. I mean, gave a lot of different styles of trade an opportunity to trade today. Like if you're shorting weakness, or not shorting weakness, but shorting tops, I mean, this top right there that was made right away, right off open, was 926.50. Well, look what just happened right there. That's 926.50, almost to the knot right there. Hit it, I think it was maybe even, right to the penny, another top, right to the, within $1 of that top, and then just again right now within another $2 of that top. So I feel that if you're going to be a short trader here today, you had many opportunities to win quite extensively here on NVIDIA, because like if you go short here, let's just take the last example here. If you go short at 24, giving yourself $2, well, your first out would be about that $2 mark, which is right there. Then you got a huge drop down, giving you 10. I'm going to sneeze, Obi, so
yeah, no worries.
Go over to Obi for a second and I'll be right back.
Do, Sean. And yeah, we're just catching a little bit of a... All right, cool, thank you. 18.6, catching a bit of a bid there, and what is this? 53.06-ish area on the ES. So yeah, we're catching a little bit of a bid. Where does that reflect? Softy's a little bit of a bid as well. Amazon, I saw somebody in the chat asking, I forget who it was, they were like, Obi, are you short 180 on Amazon? I have not really taken a look at Amazon today, my friend, so we can take a look right now, real quick, to what Amazon has been up to here. Yeah, so we did kind of push that 180 off the open. That was kind of interesting. I think 188 all-time highs in and around that area. It is building up into that place, but pretty much sideways for most of the day there. It does seem like 79 is a bit of an interesting level as we've bounced off of there 3 times now and holding above yesterday's kind of strength there. Again, with FOMC, coming in real strong. It seems like a few tickers have kind of continued the move off the open today and holding above some of their prices. So it's interesting to see Softy kind of doing the same as well. Apple obviously distinctly different due to, again, they have DOJ news, they're being investigated, so maybe a little bit of trouble there. But let's going on with Google here? Google kind of giving back a lot of its, well, pretty much all of its move off the FOMC from yesterday. So definitely some strong reversion there. Can't really hold VWAP. So you can see how distinctly different this acted off of the open there. I was definitely not involved, didn't have eyes on, but Google relatively weak compared to some of the other constituents here. Nvidia, yeah, a little bit sideways. I don't know if our friend Compessor X is still in that trade there, but it seems like we kind of bottomed out on Nvidia around 904, 905-ish area right here. So yeah, so take a look at that. So a nice strong push right off the open. You hold this, what is this, yesterday's kind of highs, and then you rip right back up. So pretty much sideways there. So we're very wide range, 925s to 905s, and then it's done it once, twice, and maybe attempted it for a third time, but we are making relatively higher lows. So I have no idea where this is going to go, but it looks pretty much sideways to me. But definitely a lot of opportunity if you're looking, is what I'm realizing there. It's just like we were talking about kind of like what do you call it? We were talking about kind of like hunting last time I was on. So if you're kind of waiting, oh wow, there goes Reddit to the downside.
Really?
But yeah, you're kind of stalking the ticker. You're looking for opportunities. Maybe you're stalking the tape. I think that's definitely a good look there. Getting stopped out of Apple as well. Again, like I said, I try to cheeky long on something that's trending strong to the downside on top of that 171. But clearly, it is not working. It is still going to the downside, making fresh lows as of right now. 171 was a little interesting, but there goes some quadung, some teleportation to the downside. 45s coming in on Reddit. Oh boy, I'm gonna wait for a pop.
All right, so I want to thank everybody. We did do a walk and talk earlier today. I don't know if it's up on Instagram or not. I'll have to double check. But right now we did put it up here on Twitter. So thank you everybody for watching. That's about a minute. We talked about execution issues and things like that. So we are now, and I just remembered it because we're now back and ready to rock and roll. So yeah, anyways, IBIT just had a nice little move up. Now it's trying to flush back in right here, right now. Just real quick. I am starting an Apple short, but it's just because we've represented this 50 period the whole damn time. So we're going to try that again. If we break above this 50 period, I kind of want to use this little wick top right there. So maybe 35 or 36 as an out. We'll build into this position. We're only short right now, very, very small starter position here to build with that. We are also looking for AMD shorts now, I feel like. You know, you're under the 50 period, but I'm looking more watching out for this 81 where we have VWAP, where we have the 200 period. And again, we'll be up, we'll still be a little bit down actually on AMD. I mean, we took a shot down here. I actually remember, I told you I had 600 shares, but I didn't realize I wasn't trying for that many shares, maybe 200 or 300, but all my orders filled at once. And it really started to go to the upside. Once we got back into here, I was like, oh my God, I felt like we only wanted like 100 shares, let's just say. We wound up getting 600. I think it was more like 2 into 6. So when it started happening, I was like, okay, we got to get out, man. This name is just falling down. I'd hate to have this happen because then we don't really have any targets to get out and blah, blah, blah. So we wind up holding a little piece up to VWAP, then a piece back into here and getting out at 181. But I'll short again here on AMD. So that's what we're going to try to do right now. See about an order into this area. So I'm trying 180 30s. Again, I'd like to see it go and work with it in this area against these levels. So let's give it a chance to breathe a little bit here with AMD. So that's that trade there. Bitcoin and IBIT still dancing around as well. The best trade for me today is going to be similar to what it was yesterday. And that was Tesla. And again, it was really, really quick to get in and out of these trades. So we had a huge move down. We came into some support that we liked. We talked about liking 174. We actually wrote down 174 right here on our sticky note today. And I talked about it, and I thought I justified the move pretty good here with everybody. This was that jump spot yesterday, you know, right when the market started to go. So this was past Powell. So this is 230. Powell comes out, dances around, then jumps. So that's what we liked. So we took that exact same trade, look at this, right into this area. So that was about $1.50. Then it came right back into the area again. And then you know what happens when that comes through. We get it locked and loaded. And we put that in the clip and fire it off right there again, right back up to $1.50 upside there for Tesla. Now we left it alone. It had a huge move down. Maybe we should buy. We've talked about 172 before on this name. Could be a little level. I feel like I'm pretty happy with what we're in now. IBIT probably breaks lower very soon. We're going to try a little bit more down here to average it into 35,000. Sorry. And I really hope that wasn't a Freudian slip there when I just said Bitcoin 35,000. But 65,000 coming through rate. That's amazing, eh? 65,000 just to say that.
Yeah.
Like
we were just at like 30 to 40. Just,
I know. I
just
remember the
like a couple
podcast
of days ago.
Yeah, 2-3
feels
weeks
like,
ago, 50.
yeah.
I was like, if we break 50, we could go long.
That bid came in real hot. Let's just say that, and that's just kind of how crypto cycles have been, right? Like a lot of the strength either way comes in real hot, real fast in the span of just a few weeks, right? And that's kind of what we've seen and observed on the Bitcoin push into the 70s. We were holding that those 30s for a little bit there, and then to the downside, or sorry, to the upside before we kind of revisit the downside as well. But Reddit kind of coming into this 45 area here, so I got that on watch. I did say I was going to wait for a bounce, but I didn't really wait for a bounce into the 45. But we are bouncing a little bit here, so let's see. But the futures quite heavy there, distinctly heavy there, breaking through that 18.6 and pushing into the 18 halves as well. Nvidia pushing those lows. Let's take a quick look at the map here. Let's see. So Alphabet pulling back in. Apple continues to make new lows, so it's a good thing we got out of that one. We tried that long. It did not really work. So we'll just stay a little bit patient there. Again, I think the short idea was definitely the right one, and it happened much, much earlier here. So me trying to catch a bounce on something that's been trending pretty much all day that has a negative catalyst, I shouldn't necessarily be forcing that too much. Got to stay as nimble as possible if I am trying to counter it. But that 171, not really holding right now. 45, 46 kind of holding as of right now here on Reddit. I think there was like a 2,000 to 3,000 lots on that 45. Looked a little juicy there. So I did get in a little early in anticipation, but again, it doesn't work. It's fine. Next trade. What is the next trade? I have no idea right now.
But I didn't pay for Reddit shorts, did you?
Yeah. I paid for them a little bit later, but I do have them on Reddit.
What is the cost of those? Do you remember?
I do not remember.
I'm gonna look it up.
I think it was it was under a couple of bucks, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Apple holding that 171. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Well then, maybe I do need to reassess this. Let's see. But
what are you in?
I'm in nothing right now. So I got stopped out of Apple. I got stopped out of Reddit as well. Reddit's kind of popping back up. I was looking to take Reddit through that 45, but if it's not going to happen right now, I might just wait for a little bit of a pop to see if that can bring us into that 45 level on Reddit.
Oh, it's cheap.
If not, yeah. How much are they?
1.6 cents.
Yeah.
A share.
It's not bad.
So Reddit spread is like 3, 4, 5 cents. So it's free. It's basically free. Right there to get it. What was that? Spread it.
Yeah, credit.
Dare, stay on your show, okay? But there it is. Nice move down. That's funny though. Spread it, Reddit. Damn it, she's good. Okay, just real quick. So we got reloaded up there. We got the 50 period on Apple there. Now we're short right here. We just got something out at O's. We're short at 10s. We always take a dime on that one right there. But we just paid for shorts. Oh, did I hit accept? Yes, I did. Okay. So now we can go over to Reddit. I'm going to try to let this settle down. I mean, here we go, man. Apple with a nice move to the downside right now. We're bidding 90s here. We need to, nice move. This is how violent it is. We just went from 15s down to 95s in just a matter of seconds right there. We'll wait for AMD to come back up, but I'm going to buy a little bit. Okay, there it is. We actually wind up crossing and closing the spread there at 94. Get some outs there, and we'll just go like this again. It's not a lot of money, but right now, I told you, we're up on the day, and we're trying to add to some of our balance right now. So my next bid on Apple is down there at 90s, then the 80s, and now over to the desk with Brendan.
Got opinions on central bankers, geopolitics, and economic data? Apply your macro views with a Forex account at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offer $0 commission trading using a Forex account at IG. For a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
Alrighty then, and we should be having Frank Caberna coming out soon, so we'll hear all about what was going on yesterday, the opinion of the Fed, and where potentially rates are going, and his opinion on all of that. And you're going to want to stay tuned just a couple minutes for Frank from IG. So hit that QR code and go support them over there. Thanks, Brendo, for that. Okay, so Apple did flush there a little bit. We did get our 90 fills, so that's good. So we're happy with that. Obviously, we talked about where we're going to be getting out if there's a problem is going to be right in around here, 20. 171.20, 171.30. You guys pick your poison on that one. IBIT doing nothing right now, and then RDDT, the one that everybody wants to go with. Thanks, guys. I thought that was a pretty cool, we have a pretty cool thumbnail for tonight's stream, or this stream right now.
For Reddit.
It's a cool little Reddit guy there. All right. So I think you guys are right, maybe. Breaking down through this might be the best trade right now. This is a based out, oh shoot. I feel completely fine, but like now I feel like a sneeze is coming on. I'm going to have to maybe go blow my nose or something, but I feel fine. I didn't even sneeze yet. All right, now we're starting to go back up to the upside. Yeah. So the reason why I say negative or positive, remember when I was like, oh, you're going to be sitting around the dinner table tonight and saying that Reddit was up 67%? Well, it just lost 30% there on the way back down. So watch out right now. Maybe that's a bottom, maybe it isn't. But you know what? I'm going to try to break through 45. So we're going to put an order in now. We'll try the break of 45. We tried the break of 50 right here. I told this to Obi. He was sitting here. I only crossed up 20 cents. Or maybe it was 30 cents. Either way, we missed it. I'm not even sure we were close. So I don't know if I'm going to use a market order to go short 45. I probably will not. I'm going to use that same thing. We'll cross 20, 30 cents to the downside for Reddit. So I'm going to try that. And, this last break, so this bottom break here of 40, let's call it 47.50, that immediately went down $1 and change. Then the next candle gave it $2. So I feel like at least probably about $1 worth of risk on a break. Makes sense, right? Break this. If we break that, then we get out again. So you're really consolidating right now. I'm going to trade a breakdown of Reddit through 45. I don't want to just sit here and say let's short the tops, because then boom goes the dynamite, and then you're losing $1 and you don't even have a choice. So I think we'll play that bottom break with an out of $1 the other way. So I feel more confident playing with the trend in right now. Although it's consolidating, I'd prefer the short. Apple going back into that 171 area again. So that's going to be good. Hopefully we can get a move down on that one. Anything else you're thinking about?
I mean, I'm watching that Reddit real close there. So
what was your idea on it?
So I just tried a couple shorts, just in trying to push into that 45, and yeah, we do kind of bounce a little bit of a double bounce there off that 45. There was some size sitting there, so I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna get out of this and kind of reassess. I did say I was gonna wait for pops, and these entries were not waiting for pops. So now I am probably going to wait for a little bit of a pop here. Looking for a bit of a bid here on the market there. It doesn't seem like it's really doing too much as of right now. And the question I ask is how much is left for this 15-minute candle to print? About a minute and a half for these 15-minute candles to kind of print there. So I'll be patiently waiting to see if or where the market may catch a little bit of a bid here to give us some direction. But yeah, nothing too crazy there. People talking about coin. Have you seen coin today? Coin has been blasting to the upside. That? Or, not anymore. Not anymore, Sean. So it kind of recovered the whole move.
You saw there. Bitcoin just broke 65.
Yeah, so a little bit of a pullback on coin coming in on that as well. Pulling back into yesterday's close, very, very strong. You could pretty much buy the open, sell the close yesterday. And today, maybe not so much. You had a strong move right off the open. Now we're kind of reclaiming the whole thing as of right now. So let's see what Coinbase kind of does. What else are you guys trading? Sean is talking about, is Apple and Reddit both puts? I have no idea. Sean McKenzie, is it? McKenney in the chat there. That's what they asked.
You want to know?
Apple and Reddit both puts is the question.
Oh, so so first of all, we just trade against, we just trade equity. So whether or not you have calls or options or puts, any kind of which way. I think you could probably trade similar, some of the calls or whatever that I'm trading, or any of us are trading. You can use that for options. I mean, as long as most of the stocks I trade anyways will be option eligible. So, all right, are we ready? Okay, perfect. All right, the moment that we've been waiting for. Let's go hear what Frank has to say. It's IG, it's Frank Coburn, and it's Brendan.
Yeah, what a difference a couple of days make here as far as the market, as far as interest rates are concerned. We get quite the dovish Fed Chair Powell yesterday, Frank. It was an interesting press conference in a number of stances from my point of view anyway. I was not expecting him to be so dovish when referring specifically to these inflation prints that we've had over the past week or so coming in higher than expected, kind of shrugging it off, saying, it was never going to be a straight line. It was seasonality when it comes to January. It was, whatever you want to call it for the rest of it. But give me your thoughts here coming off of what happened yesterday and then going into, as we were talking about a little bit earlier on the show, he's going to be speaking again tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more in terms of the dovish talk catching me a little bit off guard. This is one of those, Brendan, that you have to believe that Fed Chair Powell and the rest of the Fed members, the central bankers here in the U.S., have a lot more information and insight than you and I have, which isn't to say that information and insight might not change on a dime at some point in the next couple of months. But yeah, they seem very, very comfortable with those recent inflation prints not going necessarily in the direction that everybody wanted them, which is to say not going towards 2% like the central bank necessarily wants. And almost in the face of that, came out and said, we're still likely to cut rates here this year, almost kind of guaranteeing it. And the dot plot also being pretty firm there, almost exactly where it was in December, even though it's been a pretty hot January and February here in 2024 in terms of U.S. data. And so, again, it seems like, and we got the same thing. We could talk about the Bank of England as well, because the pound is getting pretty much annihilated here today. It's one of those, Brendan, where the major central bankers all seem to be on the same page that we're all heading lower. And I think that there is a little bit of a fear that if we wait to cut rates until we get exactly 2% inflation, then by the time this lower interest rate feeds on through the U.S. economy or the English economy or the Eurozone or whoever, by the time it feeds through, Brendan, it might be too late. And those backward-looking metrics like inflation and employment and everything else might start ticking in the negative direction by the time they finally cut, if they wait too long. And so, again, this data can all turn. Fed Chair Powell, while he might have the most information here in the U.S. in terms of inflation and employment, he doesn't know necessarily what happens in April and May and June leading up to potentially this first cut. But he seems real confident that it is coming.
Yeah, and in a hurry, it would appear. And as you mentioned, Bank of England and Bank of Canada seem to be now on that same, similar path. Anyway, all right, we talked a little bit on this back on Tuesday with the dot plot and some of these economic projections. Walk us through, what this means, this graphic that you have here in relation to what we got back in December.
Yeah, absolutely. This here letting you know that a handful of things. One, interest rates are heading in the lower direction over the course of the next several years. Each of those dots is essentially a vote from a Fed member. And so you see there in the longer run, the expectation is really focused around 2.5%. That's where they want interest rates in that longer run. And that pairs well with an inflation rate that's around 1 to 2%, which is where they want it. So interest rates higher than inflation, and inflation still positive, showing that an economy in the U.S. is growing, but not too fast to really damper consumers that have to pay such high prices. But in the shorter term, you have the focus here for 2024, Brendan, right around 4.5%, which is about 75 basis points lower than where U.S. rates are currently. And though you do have some more hawkish Fed members that in 2024 have rates projected exactly where they currently are, and even you have one curmudgeon who is there saying that interest rates are going to have to stay around 5% or higher for the next 2 years. But the focus is really lower in this year and then even lower in the coming years. And now where the potential choppiness comes, I mean, the biggest potential volatility inducing event for 2024, Brendan, is if inflation stays high or, God forbid, bounces back in the US or Canada or UK. They've all been relatively highly correlated over the course of the last 2 or 3 years. If inflation bounces back and they price out these cuts for 2024 and those projections in the outer years lift, that will likely have significant effects on the stock market and that gold market that's blowing through 2,200 last night and this morning, giving back some gains. But it'll have significant effects for those markets. That seems to be the least probable potential outcome here. What could still shake up these markets, and you and I have talked on it, and we've become very in tune with the Fed Watch tool from the CME Group, who supplies the Fed funds futures that help us project where and when the Fed is moving interest rates. If this shifts out in time, if Fed Chair Powell has to come out at the May meeting and say, yes, rates are likely to move lower here in 2024, but we're not ready yet, that could still cause a lot of turbulence for the stock market and the gold market. Because, yeah, we looked at these odds on Tuesday, Brendan. They were at around 60%, now jumping up to 73% chance of a cut in June. And if this continues to inflate on the cut side, and we do get that first cut in June, I think you will see a sigh of relief from the stock market and all the ancillary asset classes that move based off of interest rates or with some correlation to interest rates, because it'll be like, okay, we finally got the first cut. And they now, if they cut in June, they can cut effectively 3 times in 2024 without it being crazy or feeling rushed to get it done. If they push that out, then the clock starts ticking on, are you going to get these 3 cuts in by the end of the year? Or is it only going to be 1 or 2? Or is it going to be none? I mean, I remember when I first started trading was the environment where interest rates were down at 0%, and we were waiting month after month for the Fed to hike. And then they finally did hike up to, I think it was 1.5 or 2%, very, very gradually, though. And that's just to say that the Fed won't get rushed into something in most cases, be it hiking interest rates or moving them lower, because they know that once they do it, that has a lot of downstream effects for, potentially months down the line. And it's just so hard to balance this backward looking inflation and employment and all this stuff and try to say, okay, we think inflation will be good in, July and August and everything else. And so we're going to cut here in June without it being either too early or too late. So eyes on June for that first cut, and there will be implications likely to the up or downside based on if they get it done.
And he did allude to that in some sense, I think, a little bit yesterday, pointing to that the first one is going to be the most impactful across the board, which essentially what you're pointing to. We talked a little bit about the move in the dollar late in the day yesterday, but highlight some of the other currencies here that have just been wild in the past 24 hours.
Crazy price action in Forex. And I love the central bank season because you get so many moves like this one, and the pound dollar move is an even crazier example of this, which is, like I said earlier, and of course, there can be instances where central banks do different stuff, where they're not all on the same page. But I feel like this happens every time we hit central bank season. And by that, I mean the ECB, the Bank of Japan, the Bank of Canada, the Fed, and the Bank of England. The major central banks all tend to meet in the same week or so span. And so what we saw in the last 24 hours is Fed Chair Powell comes out, says we're not changing rates, and then says, we're likely to cut rates at some point here this year. And they kill the US dollar. Euro jumps up well beyond 109. Pound gets up close to 128. Even the yen, the poor weak yen that's gotten beaten up so much recently, has a big bounce to it. Australian dollar has a nice bounce here. Canadian dollar has a nice bounce. Everybody beaten up on the US dollar. And then the Bank of England comes out. And keep in mind, the UK has been, I would almost say, the US, UK, and Canada have been some of the strongest economies in the last couple of years in terms of high interest rates and GDP output and everything else. When you put that all together, and the Bank of England comes out early this morning, and they say essentially the same thing. Maybe come out a little bit more dovish, and that U.S. dollar rallies, and you see a complete reversal in all those pairs, which is just craziness. And so I like that back and forth, especially when you look at a stock and gold market that has been essentially one way on this news, which is up and to the right. S&P obviously seeing, they kind of muddled through it yesterday for a little bit, searching for a direction, and then obviously here today, continuing in that upside direction, although it looks like they're giving back some ground the last hour or so. Obviously, you guys are on that closer than I am. But this gold market also moving higher on this confirmation of interest rates moving lower in the future. And man, gold really strong open to the futures last night. Unbelievable. I don't know if anybody watched that one, but blowing out 2,200 right on the open and giving back some ground here today. Now trading closer to, I got like 2185, but a really strong gold market, all-time highs in terms of the gold futures that I have data for since at least the 90s. And so, yeah, you're seeing a little bit of that one-way action, although, like I said, in the last couple hours, you're seeing a little bit of two-way action for stocks and gold and some of those other markets. But yeah, those Forex markets seen a ton of back and forth as that game of relativity makes it so much more nuanced and difficult for people to pick one direction or the other.
Yeah, it's amazing how an event like this can change sentiment and change the whole mentality and the idea going forward. I mean, we were just talking about banks all of a sudden. I mean, they've been strong, but banks notably strong today, equities anyways, across the board. So just real quick to wrap up here, I think it's only just an opening remarks type of situation tomorrow morning from Fed Chair Powell again. I mean, at this point, there's probably not much else that can be said after what happened yesterday. It's going to be a while until we get anything significant. There are a few other Fed speakers to come through, but I mean, tomorrow should be, just maybe even a little bit of follow through.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine anything shocking. Maybe we get a little bit of this, me and some of the guys over here on our side talk about kind of the law of diminishing volatility with some of these things. If he does come out and he reiterates some kind of dovish comment, maybe you see the same trends that you saw on Thursday, but maybe just not as big of a move. If you saw market X move 1% higher or lower off of Powell's dovish statements on Wednesday, if he comes out as a dove again tomorrow with any remarks as to, oh yeah, interest rates, we're moving them lower, maybe it's 0.5% or something that's around half the volatility of that. Because yeah, I mean the flip side of that coin is he comes out and says something about how inflation is stronger than they expected it to be, and these markets really reverse course from Wednesday. I don't see that happening. Probably a reiteration. Maybe I hope we get some wiggle on it because some of this volatility has been great this week for us active traders.
Yeah, a lot of people pretty excited about Reddit today as well coming to market. So that might be the bit of the noise you're hearing in the background right now. Great stuff as always. Frank Caberna, good to see you. Have a great evening.
Thanks, Brendan.
Yeah, Frank, echoing some of the thoughts there that we had Raheem Alani on earlier, talking about some of the metals and the precious metals and things like that. And we talked about gold skyrocketing. You asked me about silver earlier. Of course, I knew nothing about it. FCX was a name today that, you know, again, if you're looking at junior miners, going to be a different story. But, you know, Freeport just continues to rocket higher here. Look at the move that we've had on copper. And I mean, we don't have copper futures on the platform. I'd have to look it up on TradingView or something, or Trade Ideas. But there's a nice move up here, 38 all the way up to 46, and still going. So yeah, a lot of those names pretty interesting right there. And yeah, I was really actually surprised at some of the dovish talk there that we had from Powell. He could have gone the other way for sure, but he didn't. So we're pretty happy with that one. But thanks, Frank. I don't know if we got the Frank bump there or not, but we shorted Apple and then brought it all the way back down. So there it is again. I mean, we'll be positive on Apple today. We're doing quite well, man. We're positive on Tesla. SoFi is actually a completely flat trade. Micron is an L for us. We did take that there, but slightly down on that. Apple, obviously, we're trading that in IBIT. All right, well, while that was going on, we were able to buy a little bit there on IBIT. We didn't get our very bottom take there. We actually canceled the 37 just because I was like, if it's going to run it over, it's going to run it over. We should have took it. Comes back up into the 50 period and get a little bit out, but we're going to be red on IBIT as well. So a couple red names there, a couple up names. We'll be up on the day, though, net because of some of the, you know, the different share sizes and whatnot that we took. But you know what's really winning today? I mean, congratulations. Anybody that kind of played, in my opinion, first of all, Apple's starting to go down right now. Apple just broke through, so we're 30 cents in the money there. DraftKings. So DraftKings is a funny name here because March Madness, this is the last 4 or 5 days. So this week, starting today, is March Madness. Monday or Sunday night, they released the bracket. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we just continue to go to the upside. I would say you fade this move, but when they release all the amounts of gambling and all those kind of numbers that are going to come through off of just this last week, well, just starting today, but this week, heading into next week, and then once we get in the championship game, then maybe that's when you sell it. I'm not sure baseball is going to be a huge tailwind for them, although there's a lot of gambling in baseball. But that's a nice move up there for DraftKings. And again, congratulations anybody that really did believe in this name. I am out of this name in and around here. So we got out on this top and we came right back. We fell back in. Then we retested it. I got out in and around 30, probably, I think it was 37, 38. Anyways, we did talk about it, and I feel bad for myself because it's a nice move right back there to the upside. And I say congratulations to everybody there on DraftKings. So I just met an individual that's part of our campus program. So he's all the way here from Quebec, Yeah, actually didn't catch the city there, but I want to give a big shout out to everybody that's part of that campus program that's there in the chat, and also right here. Go over to Real Trading, be a part of this community. We talk about how much fun we have here all the time. We had a lot of fun today. You heard the screaming about Reddit. Yep. You get some good trade ideas coming through with a lot of our experienced traders in behind, and then even if they're not too experienced, you know, it's sharing ideas and trying to figure it all out. And it's always easier, you know, it's like if you're on that roller coaster for the first time. It's nice to sit beside someone that's already been on it, talking about like real roller coasters here. And then it's also important to sit beside somebody that's maybe also never been on it as well. So you can share similar experiences like, oh my God, are we going to fly out of this roller coaster or not? Are the seatbelts safe? And hey, they might even tell you they are and potentially they're not. But it's always nice to have that sort of back and forth. So I think that it's something that we really accomplish here on our floor by having various, you know, individuals like yourself.
That's a great analogy. Yeah. It's like remember that time I was getting some palpitations and that's a roller coaster. Like Sean's definitely been on many roller coasters before, and Sean was like, relax. You're like, you know, you got the harness on. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. I was like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
I trust you. So
I like the harness thing there.
Yeah.
Too,
so that's why I was like, that roller coaster analogy definitely works well.
Obi might fly out. Yeah. If you lived in Canada, T-Money would be there. Yeah, we apologize. Unfortunately, Real Trade. I don't apologize. It is what it is. I do, actually.
Obi might fly
it is what it is. I wish
Flying
everybody could be. Are you? What was that tomorrow?
No, I said I'm going away for the weekend.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Nice. Is that where you're going to Chicago? You mentioned that before?
New York.
New York.
Yeah. I'll be going to New York for the weekend. Yes.
Sick. But then you have to be back because you have to fill in.
Yeah. I'll be back on Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be back on
Sorry about that.
Yep. So yeah, no, that roller coaster analogy definitely works quite well. Let's see.
I only said sorry about that because I wish you could have a longer vacation.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really. I wouldn't really call it a vacation. Let's say it's just a little bit of trading education, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Good.
We'll go check out.
Good.
I gotta go see the bull, right? I gotta go see the bull.
Oh yeah, that's right. Big Patty Ice told you to do something to that bull. I remember that. I don't touch the bull. Oh yeah. I actually said this in the I looked over to Sharif and I was like, okay, so I see what Raheem's doing. You know, Raheem phones in from Cancun. You know why he does that? Smart guy. First of all, he loves Trader TV Live. Shout out to my guy, Raheem Alani, OCI. But again, now it's a tax write-off. You conduct business there.
Yeah.
You know, you can start to write off certain expenses. You know, potentially, all right.
All right.
Not taxable advice here. I'm just telling you that those are different expenses that you can do, especially as an independent contractor or things like that. I don't know what his taxable situation is, but those are some interesting ideas. Thanks, Ramin, for that idea in my head, because I was mentioning it to Sharif earlier. And I said, man, if Neil was smart, he'd be phoning in from Florida right now. We'll see if we can
we could call him up. Be like,
we'll see if we get him on the hook. I'm gonna remind him of that.
See what's up.
I'm gonna remind him of that.
Yeah.
Tell him, yo, let's get some business done. Let's handle that business right there. Okay, we just got some more out of Apple. Apple at the day's low. I mean, let's just spin the money for this trade, honestly. It is what it is there. And, oh, yeah, there was somebody in the chat that was like, that when I was long here, everybody in the office was screaming. I think they were screaming because it was coming down. And then there it comes down into the downside. And then we bought 48.50, able to get that out and then dropped it out right there. So pretty much a flat trade. $3 there, in there, out, averaged up in. I think that was a positive trade and then lost right there. So we went long at 48. That out right there is 47. I told you guys this already. 47, I'll have to find the exact order, 47.70, something like that. So I think if you were trading with me, the most you probably would have lost there was about $1.50. And honestly, if you want to hold for more, I don't hate on that idea. Like, I think we should be holding for more. I think there's a lot of potential here with a lot of these names today. So yeah, holding on to more for a win there is not a horrible idea as we battle right now with Apple and try to figure out what we want to do.
Yeah, Teddy the trader in the chat saying,
what up, Teddy?
NYSE, eat pizza at Artichoke, order the artichoke, trust me. All right, yeah, no, I was asking a couple of friends there.
Oh, cool.
I was like, all right, what's the best pizza in New York? Because I definitely want to try. And yeah, they were like, that's a hotly debated topic was the answer that I got. And I was like, yeah, no, I bet it is, but we'll figure something out. So Artichoke is definitely one of them. Yeah, throw it in the chat. You guys got some pizza places that would do justice to the infamous New York pizza. I will definitely try to go and check it out tomorrow. Yeah.
Yo, take a picture for sure, okay?
Yeah, no, I gotta go touch the bull.
If you're beside, there's a real old picture. Let me ask my wife if she can find it. There's a real old picture of me probably. Well, it's actually I proposed in Central Park. So, yeah, I can't remember how many years. I mean, hold on a second. I can exactly remember how many years I've been married. 12 or 13, something like that. And so there's a picture.
Is she watching right now?
Yeah, probably. If you see in a minute, I'll get a message here. I'm probably in big trouble. But yeah, I'll see if I can find that picture. I was beside the bull. I wasn't doing anything potentially too crazy there with said bull. But yeah, so we'll find that picture.
You gotta grab it by the horns or what?
Yeah, we're grabbing it by, yeah. I mean, that's what I think you should do for sure. I'll try to see if I can find that picture and show it on the show in just a couple minutes. All right, so we're now, I mean, we got a lot out there on Apple as it fell back in. We kept on getting more and more out. I'll try it one more time up here. I mean, the market's still underneath. I still feel fine with everything. So this is Apple, and we'll trade it accordingly. So right now, that's what we're looking for here with AAPL, a little bit of a dip down. And if we break up here through 171.30, then we will get out of Apple.
Yeah, so I did also get a little short on the Apple. I was interested in that 171, but it does seem like it is coming right back up there. So market kind of attempting to do a little bit of a balance, 18,560. We got a couple of wiki action, triple wick in that area right now. So maybe, I have no idea, but let's see what we got in store off of that. We only got about, it is power hour, we got 50 minutes left. So I'm just being a little bit patient there. I did say the bell has not rung. I did kind of go a little bit, let's see, what do I want to call it? Let me. I was gonna say full-on monkey tilt, but maybe not that much. I did try one too many times, maybe three too many times there into that 45. I saw the size at 45. I'm like, all right, well, but the thing is, like, I'm so anchored to that short bias that I don't take a step back and realize that, like, oh hey, there was size at 45, and now we're holding above it, and then we kind of double bottom, not really double bottom, double bounced, like into that area, picked up, broke this trend, and now we're slowly kind of creeping back up into that 50. So I don't have to be trying it that many times here. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times. That's 3 too many, maybe 2 too many there. A couple times is fine. That second bounce definitely kind of giving it away. That 45 maybe doesn't want to break right away right now. Here comes Apple, that 171 holding quite well there. We're just chopping and churning in and around that 171, and I think I'm about to get a little bit clocked out there. So we'll let that happen. Next trade, I am watching, I guess obviously Reddit and Apple, but Amazon, that 180 short that someone was talking about in the chat, working out quite well for Amazon there. So Amazon has been making lower lows. Lower lows, lower highs as well. Take a look at that strong wick off the open, and then kind of can't really get past the VWAP, pulling back in, but still well above yesterday's close and yesterday's action as well. Very strong into the close. We kind of saw that. I think I tried a little cheeky scalp into the imbal on Amazon yesterday. Some interesting stuff. Again, nothing really crazy there. As of yesterday, but today that fade off of 180, oh boy, is that working really well. But the fade on Apple, it was the one for sure. I'm kind of getting a little bit, I know for a fact that when I go and review this trade, Sean, I'm just going to be like, all right, well, why am I punching 171s after we've come down from 178s? I'm looking for that continuation, but yeah, I think one try is good enough there. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, that's perfectly fine. I'm not gonna make the same mistake I did right here on Reddit, trying to force the push through that 45 with my breadcrumbs here. So we are bidding right back up off that 45, quite significant. I think it was like 2,000 to 3,000 lots there on that 45, if I remember correctly. And we've been bidding up since then, breaking that intermittent trend that we've had off of these strong sellers that did show up in the mid 50s there on Reddit. But yeah, let me know what you guys are trading in the chat. Talk Tesla saying Snizman. All right, we'll talk some Tesla right now. Let's see what Tesla's up to. Yeah. Tesla to the downside for the most part. So looking similar to a few of the names on the day. If you're looking at Google and Apple here, very, very distinctly similar. Same with the NQ as well, right? NQ kind of pushing relatively lows. It is below the open there on the NQ. Just gotta watch this Apple just to see. It is quite close to the stop, so
yeah, I'm
gonna get clocked out pretty soon there. But yeah, Tesla. Again, we talk about this. It's interesting. It's just an observation, right? Like I know nothing. Just an observation that I've been making is that when and if VWAP is holding, it holds. It might hold a couple times, it might hold multiple times, but unless and until it doesn't, that might be a look to have. But yeah, right off the open, you can see, let's go down to a smaller time frame here on Tesla, because it does look like a distinct downtrend, even using some of that pre-market action. We've only made lower highs. Look, any attempt at a fresh high has been lower, 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 and then once you get through VWAP and then retest, that VWAP stays a little bit heavy there. A little bit of a confluence. Again, if you're not really looking at VWAP, you can just, I guess, look left on the chart and just be like, all right, well, support and resistance. We kind of pushed up into this level, just which seems to be kind of interesting here. Here it tests from the bottom, here it tests from the top. So that price right there, 176s and change. Nice little, when we get back through it, sellers really really pour in to the ticker VWAP. Where was that at? 176.70. So like pretty roughly in and around that same area. So maybe you see the VWAP and then you get that confluence, and then maybe this is your confirmation there for a strong sell. But Tesla, very, very strong to the downside here. I think it was just a few days ago. Yeah, we were trading the 160s. 160s held quite well there, and then we bounced right back up into this 170s, 175-ish area on Tesla. But interesting move. Again, we're coming in off of a bigger picture, kind of a flush, right? It feels like it was just yesterday that this thing was trading at 260s to 270s right here. Take a look at this. Wow, this is the weekly chart on Tesla. So a little bit of a strong downtrend there. We kind of talked about this. I guess earlier last year or mid last year, we were looking at some of this, and then we popped back up in. Nice little fade off of this. What is this? 300 push. Can't really get past that 300 once again at the middle of last year. When is this high right here? So July, yeah, it's about in and around the middle, and we kind of continue this overall trend. What is a monthly looking like this? I'm really curious.
All right, Obi, you want to look at the earnings board or what?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do this. Let's see what's happening tonight. We do have Danielle Shea. Oh, hold on a second before we throw that up. Let me just put this profile up. We have Danielle Shea coming on tonight. We'll talk all about it. She wants to talk about NVIDIA, IBM, Microsoft, all the usual suspects. Get your questions ready for the market recap show, the best recap show out there. And it all starts with the earnings board. So let's just go find out what's going on right now with the earnings board. We did get out of some more Apple there on the downside push and averaged into it. You can see my trades at the bottom. All right, earnings board. We have Nike, we have Lulu, we've got FedEx. We talked about that. What else do we see on there that I'm missing? All right, not much after market other than basically those three names, FedEx, Lululemon, and Nike. Tomorrow morning, nothing again. So yeah, it looks like tonight you will be with me, and we'll find out where all those names are going to go. And those are like a nice bunch of names because we're going to get bellwethers, right? FedEx should be good for shipping and let us know maybe even about the retail landscape as, are there being more packages shipped? What's the situation there? What are they foreseeing? You're going to look for the guide for FedEx because if they see more shipments, then we can sort of push it down the line and maybe say, hey, if they're seeing more shipments, more demand, then potentially a stock like Amazon, could start to see a little bit of a downside or upside push on some sort of that kind of talk. This is what we're expecting. Oh, Accenture was this morning. Okay, so there it is. It is Nike coming through with a 7.6 expected move. Look at this. They're all lined up here. Nike, 153 billion. Next, FedEx, 65 billion. Then Lululemon, 60 billion. So those big three are right after there. And I'm going to say this is all of them pretty big for retail, and then FedEx, of course, could be big for everything. I mean, I just think that's a good gauge on potentially what the environment looks like there south of us, but in the United States. I was going to say south of the border. That would be our border. All right, so we just got right now some 120s and then 170. What are we short at? 25s. So we're just short right now. We're going to play off of this break here. And I actually put it at 36. So we break too high. We've been taking profits here. I mean, it's always nice when we don't have any ticks lower or higher than where we're short. So that's what we're doing. We are working on that short right now. And I didn't even recognize this. We just got short AMD. And so we wanted to get short into this area. So it's a very small starter position here for AMD. The problem is we're starting to break a little bit here, but we're still well under. I mean, we can watch NVIDIA and all that. We've been shorting AMD today. Sorry, we've been going long AMD today. This is our first short on this name against 181, basically. So VWAP's up there at 181. Let's go short against that. We'll start a position here. We do have more offers higher than where we are right now, looking potentially even the 200 period as maybe an out. Let me cancel all these and regroup. But so far, that's what we're looking for. iBid is still dancing around, and Apple dancing as well. Reddit is a story
back
because you're right back to VWAP. Yeah. So do you want to play the reverse on this? Let's go short.
Yeah, I'm queued up for a short, but I'm like waiting. I'm patiently waiting for 50 to show me something special.
I just punched short.
Nice.
Okay, so I'm short right there. I'm going to go short Reddit against this level 51. So here we go. There it is, man. It's instantly in the money. We just got, you could take this out right now if you want this. Reddit right now at 49.20s. It's a small trade. We're going to wait for this to go, of course. We're going to bid 48s on Reddit. See if we get something down there. Our out's going to be 51s. So we'd like to make a little bit of profit here just in case it does go back up to the upside. We could turn red on Reddit. Red on Reddit. Yeah.
It's like a double, triple entendre.
Yeah, might have jinxed it.
That could mean a few things.
All right, there goes Reddit. Yeah, no, it's not even, I think even lower than that. Ramin said 6 out of 10, but I did not mean that at all. So hopefully we do not go red on Reddit, but good little trade there. Averaged in on Apple. Again, we got a nice little high print there. Our average price is just 27 now on this. So let's just continue to sort of do the same thing here on all of these names. Take profit where profit lies. Here comes another profit spot for us. If we can get back into the 20s here on Apple, we'll take that out. And now we'll see if it can go back even lower. We're short now at 26.50, just trying to stack it up. Reddit right here, trying to break lower. We're short at 50s. It's a 50-cent winner. I mean, we're just hitting keys and putting up numbers. So again, you guys do what you guys do best, and I'll try to do what I'm doing best. And that right now is trading. So we're going to keep doing that. And here we go, Reddit. Let's see if we get a downside push for this name.
Yeah, no, I definitely like your entry there. It's like pretty much it works instantly, and I think a little bit of a learning moment for me. If I like it,
there it is.
If I like it, just take it, put some risk on.
Obi, this isn't the first time you sat here. Oh, yes. what I wanted to say to you actually.
But I stay learning every time though.
No, but I
can't pick up on all the value.
No, you don't have to. But this is what I'm saying, and I actually have something to talk about this with Sharif as well. Look, this is the thing. I feel like you guys should have more confidence than you have. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you've been looking at the charts a lot. Most of the calls that you make are really super solid calls. You know, so I just feel it's the same way what I talked to Adara about this and things like that is that the more we sit here, it's kind of like working out, okay? Like I can go home and say, I don't have time to work out, I don't have time to do this. And quite frankly, I probably don't. But I could find 30 minutes to do some, push-ups, run around, whatever, take the dog for a more aggressive walk, something like that. So I just feel that for you, most of the trades, like I'm sitting here looking at them, they're all pretty key, man. And you go over some charts and you know the right trades to do. So I want you to get over sort of that crutch of like, this is not, like I'm not ready for it yet, because you're ready for it yet. You know, if I was like a major league team and you're in the minors, you'd be called up. So right there. So I just think you should have a little bit more confidence. And again, it does take a while to build that. Yeah. And I think you're ready for that. So just take the trades and let's see what happens right now. All right, there we go. Look at that, man. Everybody's learning with you now. You know what I mean? So even in the chat,
we're learning together.
Exactly, and that's what it's all about. Let's learn together. And even if you're a professional trader, like I learn so much every day as well. So that's the other thing, right? We're all going to learn together. We're all going to get a heck of a lot better. That is for sure. All right,
trading is definitely a journey.
Hey.
Some interesting volume candles here on LNC. This is Lincoln National. This one already really strong here, heading up about 7%. Did get a price target increase to $33. Nice volume here, so just keep an eye on LNC. Still strong heading into the close, guys.
Okay. Yeah, so that was a really good trade there, and we're pretty happy with everything that's been happening here today. We do have VinFast ad that's up right now, so go check those guys out. I'm not super happy now with Reddit, so we can check this out right now. We just got more shares short into this name. We are short at, yeah, that wasn't awkward at all. We got a nice little short there at 49.70 right now, trying to go against 51. So if we break through 51, we'll watch out now, but we're going to put a little bit lower there, near 49, take the out this time if it does fall back in, because we have a loaded up position, and it's not a whole bunch of shares right now, because you know what we're going to celebrate instead, Obi? Let's go, man. Let's face slap it out. There is Apple. So we talked about those levels, and all we're going to do right now is say, oh boy, and say, oh boy, because it's falling down. Apple starting to pay us out a little bit right there. Look at all these shorts, the same level. Remember what our out was? We said we're going to get out at, I can find it right now, 36. So we're short now at 28. So that is 8 cents worth of risk. Give me 2 cents worth of slippage, 10 cents worth of risk to be printing what we're doing right now. Not that bad. Oh yeah, by the way, we sort of slept on AMD, and guess what's happening with that one? We got another one on AMD right now. Shout out to DJ Khaled, as well as we'll see about a short, see if we can get out here. We just bounced off the 50 period. We missed getting more short there. It didn't get up to that 200. Let's see if we can get a bid here. You know what? We just bid 90s there and missed it. So let's bid 98s. Take a piece out. If it comes down to 90, we'll take that. And all this is really is kind of like counting our blessings a little bit here. As we've noticed, some of the trades that we've put on today in the morning weren't the greatest. We did get that nice trade up on those execution worries. We're able to make some money back there on AMD. So that was all good. And here goes Reddit, man. We are starting to get a little bit higher now.
50.
I'll probably stop the continuous reloads right now and see if we break through 51. And then, man, we will be red on Reddit if we break this high right here. So I'm going to get ready to punch this out. Remember we were debating going the other way on this name?
Yeah, we were talking about like an end of day potential squeeze.
That's why I literally paid for shorts just to lose now. So, hey, what's up with that?
I literally lost only on the shorts.
Yep, exactly. So, yeah.
A little bit of FOMO, because like think about it. So bad preparation on my part. I borrowed the shares a little bit after the IPO opened. Kind of had a talk with the risk manager there. Like, yeah, I got to be better prepared. Get them in before the IPO kind of comes out there. But yeah, that 56, 57 was quite distinct, and I knew I didn't have shares. I knew I wouldn't be able to get them right away, so I kind of just got up and walked away, and then came back, and I was like, damn. 55s, 56 is a great place to sell as it comes all the way down to 45s, and I'm like, all right, well now I'm chasing maybe a little bit of a FOMO tilt with this. Whenever my trading kind of looks like this, I know I might be getting a little bit of FOMO, a little bit emotional about it, but I'm learning how to better catch myself with that. And the first step is acknowledging it and recognizing it, right? So definitely, that's a little bit of tilt trading on my part. I do not trade like this, but it's a little bit cleaner there. But yeah, clean fade off the 55s. We are pushing kind of back there, about a 50% reversion from 55s to 45s back into 50 there. Let's see what 50 has in store. Again, Reddit, long-awaited IPO, Sean. So I think this is not over yet. We got day 2, we got the whole week, we got the first week. We got to see how it kind of sets up, how the weekly, how the monthly sets up. This is a new player on the block. So Reddit is going to be definitely not in play every day, but definitely going to be on watch in the first few days of the IPO. And maybe we got another name for being in play, right? Out of the thousands of tickers that do move.
Because that's what we need. We need more names here.
Have you ever looked at the Wilshire 5000? Have you ever heard of that?
I have not heard of it nor looked at it.
I happened to find it. It's just like here, I'll pull it up. It's an interesting index, Wilshire 5000. So it's like a market index. And so whenever I say lots of tickers, I'm like, yeah, the 5,000 in this Wilshire price index with 5,000 tickers in it. So interesting, pushing very high. But like, I don't know. I just discovered this recently, so I was just like, I don't know if a lot of people know about it. But nothing really, I don't think it's tradable. It's just an index there. But interesting stuff. A lot of people in the chat kind of talking about the conversation that we had. Yeah, it's just Nike, just do it. I do have to embody that motto there. Definitely, I think it was Quan Tran saying, yeah, less talking, be more about it. Yeah, Nike, just do it. That's what I got to get better at, building that confidence. And it's a work in progress. I do have to have a little bit more sense of urgency there for sure. That's something I'm trying to work on. Again, like we talked about, working out. Building those reps, building that muscle, building those trading muscles, right? And kind of recognition and gut instinct as well a little bit. 50 holding as of right now on Reddit there. So again, not really doing anything much here in terms of me taking trade. Here. Yeah, it worked real quick, but it kind of held this like short-term trend that we're having, right? So if you pull up the Reddit on a 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute chart, we did kind of break trend here. If you throw up a moving average or what say you to kind of define your trend, we did break trend in and around this 46, 47-ish area, and then now we're
All right, we
holding
took it
and
out.
pushing back up into that 50 there. So let's see what 50 has in store. It is kind of that VWAP area. What do I have as VWAP here? I have 50.83. And we kind of went pretty much close, about 15, 20 pennies away from that. What's the high there? High is 50.65. So yeah, this is accurate here. 50.60s is the high, and then 50.83 was in and around VWAP. So as of right now, we are kind of heavy at VWAP, heavy at the 50% retracement of this flush that we've had. So let's see what we got in store. Again, I got nothing else on the board for Reddit there, but Apple, that 171. Definitely a little bit interesting there. I initially tried the longs, got below, tried the short, held it right back up. But I think I got to reassess this kind of short there. Gotta be. I think if I'm looking for it to flush off that 71, and I was trying the longs, the stop definitely. I think it should be a little bit tighter there. Because of what I'm looking for, right? This is not necessarily what I was looking for. I don't know what the market's going to do. I don't know what Apple is going to do, but the stop definitely can be managed a little bit better there. There goes Reddit flushing off that 50. Are you still holding?
Come on, dog.
Damn, nice trade, Sean.
All right, there we go. So we've still got 2/3 of this trade back on board, and I mean, there it is. So we'll see. We're actually bidding 48.25. It just went to 48.50. We're short right now at $50. So good little trade here for Reddit. Let's see if we do get a downside push. I mean, we could just bid. I mean, I'm bidding 48.26, but it's just bouncing off some of those levels right there. So why don't we just flip it up here? Okay, see now, I mean, now it could go down, right? I mean, this is the whole point about this. We're having a lot of fun here, but it is holding some levels. So we'll find out about that one. Right now, look what just happened here. DraftKings moving around right now. I don't know if there's some news, but there's some volume coming into DraftKings, and we just sort of talked about this, so maybe something happening. We do got a Dara over there. She'll let us know if there is anything that she's seeing on DraftKings, but right now it is what it is. Not moving around too much. It looks like we will get stopped out of Apple. You know, we made some money, but not much here on that first take of 172 long. Then we've, you know, down 4%. Into a market that's now going back up to the upside. So there it is. We will get stopped out. I'll slap a fail on it, but we've already talked about that. It is not a fail. We made some money there on Apple. And then just for anybody else watching, we are out of 60% of our AMD. Okay, I'm very excited to hear what Adara has to say as well. So let's go back over to Adara. She's very excited to give us this.
So it is, I have DraftKings related news. So this RSI here, Rush Street Interaction, this one, massive spike here on volume after it's been reported this one is weighing a sale and that it has approached DraftKings. So DraftKings fits into this, also getting a volume spike, probably the highest volume candle of the day here. So DraftKings and RSI, Rush Street Interactive, on watch with this report. Guys, I'll let you know if I see anything else.
All right, DraftKings.
I still don't. I don't really understand that story. I mean, I see it on here because they're trying to sell what? So I'm just trying to figure out. They're trying to sell something that they already. Okay, so
always trying to sell something, Sean.
They're always trying to sell something. Yeah. First one's always free. Okay, we'll find out more about it. It's actually not this story right here. I don't think that we just had Kingsbridge Behavioral Health expanded program. No, that's treatment for problems, gambling, I guess. Okay, so we'll pass on that one for now, and then I'm just going to still continue to look to see about that DraftKings. But Adara just said that story there, so we'll weigh what's happening here with DraftKings, and I'm going to wait to see the release on that one.
What's the high on DraftKings that you have over there on that the little the shake and bake that we just had off of
48.
48s? I got 49s here. That's pretty wild there. 49 high. I was curious. I was like, wait, how come that wick only goes to 48? But yeah, no, some strong action there. Check this out on the 1 minute.
Rush
Street
Interactive shares halted.
Minute. So let me just see on the second chart here.
So we don't have Rush Street. Is it a Canadian company? RSI is the symbol.
Oh, that happened real quick, Sean. That was like that print happened within a 10 second
right, okay.
time frame there. So maybe just who knows? Maybe off the news, a quick fat finger or whatever. But it kind of slams right back in and does what it goes back to doing what it was doing pretty much for the past couple hours there, churning and chopping and churning in and around that 47, 48 level here on DraftKings. So nothing too crazy, it would seem. Sure, it has an initial reaction to that news potentially, but it comes back and does nothing. So yeah, I'm also going to do the same. I'm gonna go back to what I was doing and do nothing on the DraftKings there. But yeah, let's take a quick look at some of these large caps, see how they've kind of panned out on the day there.
Damn.
Yeah, Apple's kind of
flushed.
it's kind of like just choppy on that 171. So I went long, I went short. I was like, yeah, no, I don't want to necessarily get involved if it's going to stay that choppy. I don't really have a direction on it there. But let's take a quick look at do a quick market pulse check. I know I'm so used to starting off with Apple. You know what? Do some justice. Let's start off with Softy, because Softy is the leader of constituents right now in the market, and let's see how long it stays. I think it will kind of hold its place for a little bit there, but Softy pretty much sideways. We were looking at this earlier today. Let me just close that. Didn't really venture too far away from its opening price or VWAP there on Softy. Let's take a quick look at Apple. We know what Apple's been doing. Apple's strong quadrum to the downside off the open. DOJ investigating Apple for some shenanigans that they may or may not have been up to, but catching a sell for sure. So the sentiment, yeah, definitely. With them slowing,
Look at Apple now.
Once you saw that they were kind of slowing down phones on purpose and they were willing to pay off those fines.
Yeah. Slow down on that. Slow down on that.
Like,
are they slowing down phones on purpose? I mean, the thing is that once you start to have huge upgrades on your platform, I almost feel like it's.
Oh, is that the excuse that they gave?
Yeah, because it's like their processors can't handle it. They keep upgrading this and that and yada yada yada. So I'm with you.
So what you're telling me is that your software is getting less and less optimal. Okay, never mind.
Less and less optimal. Optimus Prime on that one. But as you're talking there. By the way, everybody, there it is right there. Spin it one more time. That's 75 cents on AMD, and we're out. And that's my bad. I didn't realize I had two bids down there. I had one at 79.50, one 79.50, and then when it came back in, I was like, let's take a 60. So we take a 50. Do we even get a 50? What was it, 50 exactly? Yes, 51 and 61. So we get a 61 there and a 51 out of AMD as we approach these levels. I would have liked to hold it, but we didn't have that opportunity. And then there's the flow. Well, we did have the opportunity, but I forgot about that order there pending. Nice little flush to the downside right there, bouncing off 171 and change, and I guess Reddit can go back to sort of Deadsville there. We should have had a bid there. We were bidding at the 50 period, which at that time, or is still, in and around that 48.20. So we'll wait. Did you guys just see that? My chart just flash? No. Are you kidding, Ramin?
That was so fast.
Fabian, get out of here.
I know
her response was like, that I have many issues, but now I'm questioning my vision and everything like that. But no. Oh, I feel justified because at one point, and we got to go to Adair because she's really excited to bring more news. The thing is that we had a viewer actually screen cap.
I was here that time.
A blank screen. Because and it showed like a little login logo or something behind it, so it was justified at that point. But okay, we'll just move on that and go see what's up with Adara.
Continuing to have the highest volume candles of the day right now for RSI. This is Rush Street Interactive. This one did open to the upside after the halt, now trading lower. No confirmation yet, but there were some reports that this one is considering, this company, Rush Street Interactive, is considering a sale, and they've approached DraftKings with regards to a potential deal. So that was why DKNG had that move as well there. No confirmation. If I see anything else, I will let you know. But some reports circulating around that RSI and DKNG might have a potential deal. And we are brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used in our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off.
All right, thank you, Dara. So the move was on RSI, not necessarily DraftKings, it would seem.
Yeah, so I misunderstood that. Thank you, Derek, for clarifying it. So it is this Rush Street Interactive looking to put themselves up for sale, and then DraftKings a potential suitor for that. And I was typing in RSI here, and nothing was coming up. So I had a Sharif moment of panicking that we didn't know what that symbol was, and then we wound up finding it. So right there, RSI, well, Adara found it, and I just copied her. So nice little move to the upside. I don't know enough about this, but hey, I don't blame any company that was $3 back in October, up to $8 right now, and saying that they want to get for sale. I don't know enough about this. It's obviously a nice move to the downside. Nicely done here. I always get a little worried whenever companies say this kind of stuff, but we'll wait to hear what happens right now. RSI potentially on watch, and we'll see if there's a buyout candidate there for any of you traders that are, buyout traders or whatever on that one. We can discuss that when that does come through. Apple, of course, making more movements to the downside, so that kind of doesn't surprise me. We'll wait to see if there is anything with that. And then Reddit's kind of flat right now for us. Oh, this is what I want to talk about. What about this? Let's go. Let's see if we can moon finally here on IBIT. Hey, every time you got a positive day on a stock, you should celebrate it a little bit. We are now up on Bitcoin. Today on IBIT, as we bought these bottoms, we talked about a possible hold there of 65,000. We zoomed back the Bitcoin chart out. We looked at it. And again, this is kind of what I'm talking about with me and Obi. It's like, I don't have any experience trading IBIT. I could sit here and be like, I don't know anything about IBIT. I've never looked at it before. But at the same time, we're going long on it. We're trying it out. And what I can say about some of this discussion is that what's the RSI and RSI? That's a really good one. Who just mentioned that? Zamalek right now. We can find out the RSI right here on IBIT is 53. You know what? Maybe I can zoom this back out. This is on the daily chart, of course, for that. I'm going to zoom this out a little bit higher so we can talk about RSI more often. But maybe, Obi, in order to get a little more confidence, the one thing that we could also do is, and I started doing this when I was looking at new strategies for the show, is that if you're thinking about, you're like, okay, I like this trade, but I'm not 100% sure about it, go with 10% of your share size. So almost the opposite of holding 10%, just start with that.
Yeah.
So that way, if it blasts up on you and you're just wrong on something, you could be like, okay, this is what it is, blah, blah, blah. I only have 10%, so I only lost $10 instead of $100. Something like that. Anyways, we're all here.
So. Ease into it, and if and when it starts working, that's when you really kind of push closer to your 100% of the position.
More when, not if, actually, because as I said, I think you're going to be great. So, all right, let's go back over to Adara. More news?
Just a look here at some of the biggest movers in the S&P 500 that maybe we didn't get to talk about earlier today. Some of these are going to be earnings names, including Accenture, ACN, this one reporting a EPS beat, but a sales miss, and also projecting revenue largely below expectations for the for the next quarter. So almost 10% to the downside for ACN. Next up, Broadcom, very much the upside. This one getting an upgrade from TD Cowen and a price target of 1,500. So really nice look here for AVGO. Last but not least here, we have this one up here as well. I'm just trying to. There we go. But yeah, lots of movers here on the S&P 500 as we head into the end of the day, guys.
All right, thank you, Adara. That 171, Sean, coming right back in. So a little bit of a chop and churn, just kind of very, very choppy. And there goes Reddit past that 50 mark. Will we get to VWAP? VWAP is at 5080s. We are coming in real hot. Where is my Reddit chart? All right, there it is. All right, I got a lot of charts here. I've been switching around screens and windows. All right, there's my Reddit chart. All right, cool. That 5090. So we are testing that VWAP area right now on Reddit. What is that previous high? 5170s right here. Previous high, 5170s-ish right here on that high. So if we kind of break past that point, how many stops will we take out? That was a great short. Anyways, the only real pullback that we kind of had, and then for the continuation back to the downside going into 50, again, all retrospect. But this price kind of interesting if we can get back into there, into the close. We were talking about how even with that AAPL trade yesterday, I don't know if AAPL kind of did that into the close. Bit of a pop into the close, or no? No, definitely. We had a bit of a pop into the close as it closed high of day on AAPL yesterday, and it seems like today we had a bit of continuation, giving back most of the move that we did today. But take a quick look at this. AAPL IPOs yesterday and into the close, not very distinct, not really squeezy, but it does hold above VWAP and kind of push up in towards those highs, opens, and then continues that move before taking a little bit of a breather off of 80 on the dot, Sean. 80.00 high on AAPL right now. But RDDT is the main squeeze today. But let's see if the squeeze is really on Reddit. Let's see if we can get past this VWAP right here. this high from before? I have no idea. I'm watching. I'm patiently waiting. Again, with only about 15, roughly about 15 to 17 minutes left on the day, I don't really have too many trades on the board there. I did take a couple shots there on a few names. Didn't really work out too well. And again, you got to remember today we kind of started off with our orders kind of down and a little laggy. So that was a little hit on the mindset there. Wasn't really prepared for a lot of the trades I did kind of plan on, and obviously Reddit being the head honcho on the day in terms of movers and in terms of eyes on, was not well prepared for that initial move. Oh boy, was it a move. Right through that 50. I think it was funny. I was running over to my desk. It had opened. We were screaming. I was in the bathroom. And just as I'm walking, literally not even 5 meters back there, they're like, "It's open!" Just into a brisk pace, right back to the desk. And I'm like, "All right, sick." Building up into 50. Get long. Default whatever share size I have set up. Oh, I got to do better than that. And then take it into 52. Jitter in, jitter out. That was not well executed at all. No reason to really sell if you take a look at the chart there on a 1 minute or even a 3 minute, 2 or 3 minute chart there. No real reason to sell until we kind of break back below this 55-ish area here after kind of slapping up into that 57 and sellers kind of slapping it right back down. So Reddit gonna stay interesting over the next couple of days. But yeah, we'll see. I'll be here next week, and hopefully Reddit will give some decent moves there. Let's see how the price action builds up in the first couple of days. And yeah, it's kind of like kind of similar to, I guess, earnings. I don't want to give it the same kind of thing as earnings day one, but like you have a significant amount of volume that comes in.
We need to look at it every day pretty much. I mean, although we didn't look at AAPL today.
Yeah, AAPL I think definitely was worth a look today because of what it did. Like straight continuation, we hit 70s off of a 64, 65 close yesterday. Very strong close on the day, and like, can you look for continuation? Maybe off the open. If it's there, and it definitely was, maybe going forward, that's something I do have to watch. If an IPO closes strong on the day, look for a potential continuation the next day, maybe some dip buys as well. I have no idea.
I just broke 51 there, so it's a good thing we took out a third for that. But there's the Reddit we are now Reddit on Reddit. No, we're now red on Reddit. Right there, what was that joke that we had before? I already
red on Reddit.
Red on Reddit. Okay, so there it goes up to the upside right there on that last trade. So yeah, we should have just stopped right there. Actually, this was flat, and then we'll put a cup of coffee back on Reddit right there. If we didn't get out there, it would have been worse, but not a great trade there to end the day on Reddit. But that's honestly, it's perfectly fine. We got out there, more out there at 30 on this. I didn't even realize, Obi. I mean, I mentioned this earlier about what kind of a day we've had here today. It's been like I can't even. Like, do you realize it's 3:46?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that wild? Like, I guess we had Frank on, time probably flew there, but like I was just looking down and I was starting to think about getting out of some of my positions, and I was thinking like, all right, what time is it? Are we ready for this yet? So I was like, maybe I'll get back into Apple or this and that. And then I looked down and I was like, we have imbalances in 3 minutes.
Yep.
So again, we started the day today with the NASDAQ, kind of well up a little bit. We had some good news from Micron kicking it off here. We had, I think was it a new intraday high in NVIDIA today? It touched 927. We'll have a double shot at that. Look at that before we close off here. But then the NASDAQ's basically been faded all day, and I think the number one culprit, and we'll talk about this on the recap show, and actually I'm going to change it right now, and I'm going to talk a little bit about Apple there with the sector recap. So we'll update that board to talk about Apple into the recap show. But yeah, I was just saying that I feel that it wasn't a nice day for Apple. These are just some of the open imbalances right now. They're just New York names. TD Bank with the largest sell there, so we'll worry about that when it gets there. But Apple down 4 and a bit today. A little bit of trouble spot there for sure for investors in this name as we get jittery on DOJ investigations and whatnot. So we'll hear if there's any more to come on Apple. But yeah, I mean, we could see 170 tomorrow. You break 170, it's a problem. We'll probably be short tomorrow on Apple unless something comes from this. This could be a while here on Apple, which is why we tested the long here at 172. We left it alone. We felt bad not getting short earlier, and then we just shorted right now. And unfortunately, this happens to all of us, Obi. Like we said, there's the stop out. And if we didn't do that, I mean, now we're starting to make bottoms again. But hey, these are the trades that we put on, and Happy with the way Apple worked there. We're going to be positive on it, and a positive stock is a positive stock. So Apple trying to.
I mean, look how well that worked, right? You made your money on it, and then it stops you out once.
Yeah, that's
right.
it. Yeah, it broke
so I
us
think
that was
that's
for 8 cents.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's
what I was saying to you before. It's about like just trying to figure out the risk to reward.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you just hope they put up a green number. All right. Yeah, with only a minute left. Yeah, just me and you going back and forth right now. So, yeah, I'm just looking for the imbalances to come out.
Yeah, Reddit actually broke that 51 there.
Yep.
Again, still in and around VWAP. I want to give it a point plus minus. But something I do want to mention, Sean, we just talked about a ticker kind of closing near its highs off of a catalyst or even IPO day or whatever it is. But take a look at Apple. Apple is, 15 more minutes, or 10, 11 more minutes. Apple, on a catalyst, is about to close near low of day.
Yes.
So the question I'm asking myself is... What is it going to do tomorrow? What's the probability of continuation? How many times does this happen, right? And then those are all the questions. Now, I don't have the data for that, but if and when a ticker does a move like this, from open to close, very, very strong on catalyst and RVOL, what is the probability of continuation for the next day? What's the range? I have no idea, but these are the questions kind of going through my head. Here are the imbalances. Let's see what we got on here, right here. Okay, so do you see anything?
Oh, I didn't even notice that was...
Intel with a 1 point. Here, I can pull it up.
Marissa was letting me know that she still didn't get groceries, and then I missed it.
True.
Okay.
Apple with a 1 mil buy, roughly 1 mil. Peloton, you got Intel with a 1.3. What is this, WBD? Is that that's not Warner Brothers, is it? WBD?
Yes, it is. I think.
I think so. Yes, that is Warner Brothers. Yeah, that's Warner Brothers.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I was watching Para as well. Para had news yesterday for that potential buyout, right? And it kind of gave back most of its move today, about 50% of that strong move that we had. I was watching it going into the close yesterday, and I was like, damn, this thing is not catching a sell at all. No real relief. A little bit of a pullback into VWAP, and then the bid kind of just continues to bid it up. But off the open, kind of distinctly different from this action there. Pulling back and consolidating, what is this? In and around 1180. So maybe, I don't know what that bio price is right now, or the proposed bio price, so maybe it is in and around there. I got to do more research on that. Reddit comes back into 50 off of that 51, so that VWAP is rejecting as of right now, with only about 9 minutes left to go into the close. So yeah, nothing too crazy. I'm not really seeing anything too much here that's really worth taking potentially, but yeah, it's been a wild day. Again, lots to improve on. I gotta do better at some of these IPOs. Like, this is not my first IPO. It's not my first rodeo for an IPO. But not being there, not being at the desk, not being prepared effectively, and kind of just like rushing into it. Clearly, I think. And also getting tilted over that. Like, yeah, sure, I wasn't prepared, but why, like, control your emotions, dude. Why am I getting tilted at the lows after seeing some size and doing multiple punches? I got to do better at that. Frank Jones talking about AI down and UPST too. So yeah, let's take a quick look at AI. AI is a name I haven't looked at in a while. Since that ARM IPO, I think eyes were kind of taken off of AI and maybe some other AI names as well. But AI to the downside. Let's see what ARM is up to. ARM I haven't looked at in a few weeks. ARM still holding this with this 122. I think we did talk about it this morning, if I'm not mistaken there. But ARM holding that 122, 121 area as of right now. We talked about that being kind of that earnings day 1, day 2, day 3 interesting levels. We were holding above all of those as of right now, and just kind of chopping in this 120s to 130s area over since when is this? This was I guess March 12th. So a little bit of a shake and bake and kind of sideways action there. But definitely a lot of opportunities if you are watching is what I realized there, but not a name I was watching today in particular. Reddit coming back into that 50. I got nothing on the board. Soundhound, Teddy the Trader talking about Sound dropping to my 6.51 target. Soundhound, I was looking at this ticker Why, you may ask? Because it's doing a lot of volume. It's one of the volume leaders on the market right there. What's Cavill? Interesting. All right, we'll take a look at that one later. But yeah, SoundHound, again, AI ticker, right? The first question that comes to my mind is, what is NVIDIA doing? Because NVIDIA has a bid on SoundHound, right? They said we're invested in SoundHound and RXRX as well, a pharmaceutical company that may have relations to AI. But SoundHound, definitely a volume leader and straight flush to the downside. What is NVIDIA doing? NVDA. All right, so NVIDIA not really looking like that, but strong sell off of the open, pretty much sideways for the rest of the day. But SoundHound, quite the move. Was it Teddy the trader? So yeah, I would assume that you're short, saying that your take profit is in and around that 650s area. So nice trade, dude. That is very, very clean to the downside in retrospect off of the open. I don't know if it had a catalyst or anything. It's not really doing too much RVol, but it is breaking down. Actually, wow, you know what? Let me pull this up right here. Talk about technicals. Oh boy. Look at this distinct kind of level here, this kind of shelf in and around this 750, 760-ish. Kind of bounce off of it, can't really get back through VWAP, and then look at that volume that comes in when that multi-week level, or over the past couple of weeks, that level breaks. You get that nice little strong flush with volume. I like that confirmation, and then straight flush to the downside there on SoundHound. So a great trade, nice. Yeah, end of day, 5 minutes left, nothing too crazy. Imbalances didn't really come out too spicy there. I'm watching absolutely nothing in terms of the imbalances right now. People talking about Reddit swing. I have no idea, dude. Reddit swing. But yeah, if you believe in the company, again, they've been around for a while, like I said. The anticipation has been big. For a couple of years, they've been trying to IPO. And finally, today's the day. Yeah, so it's pretty strong, pretty decent IPO there, in my opinion. You had some really aggressive buying off the open. That was very, very beautiful, to say the least.
Decent opportunities all over the place today. I'm going to have to go over there and get the party started for us on the closing show, but you just killed a lot of time there, so thank you for that, Obi. But all right, so the only thing that we have left right now is going to be to talk about some of these earnings plays that we're looking at now. I do have IBIT left, and I'm just looking at it. We're long at 37.11 with only 4 minutes to go, so we're going to have to get out of this momentarily, but someone asked about the implied moves. They're all roughly the same right now. So implied moves all over the place now with Nike, FedEx, and Lululemon, 7, 6, and 8, basically, as you guys can see there on the board. We had last time, we had a couple good moves for both of these names, including both Reddit and Dara sent me a message because I asked her to see what was going on. So Nike's last move was down 12%, so we'll see if that hits today. Again, for those guys on the downside, Lulu's last move was basically flat. Both estimates, obviously, for profitability, as both Nike, FedEx, and Lululemon all get ready to rock and roll into the close. So those are a little bit of expectations there, and I feel like expectations are high right now because of where the market is at all-time highs, although pulling off of that today, and it's Obi, you and I often talk about that. Sometimes when the market's near those highs, you do get those pullbacks, and we definitely got one of those today as well. So nice little pullback today for many of the names, including Apple, which sort of started this whole problem. So, all right, only 3 minutes left. Good job today, Obi. I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll see everybody in a couple minutes on
Monday.
Who's doing? Oh my God, it's Brankles tomorrow. Oh, I forgot. I know you mentioned that yesterday, and I was like, oh, Obi's just confused about the day. But no, we've got Brankles in the building tomorrow. We got Brankles. Is that tomorrow? Be quiet, Brankles. I'm going to assume that. I'm going to assume that that is happening. I'm not part of that. So, all right. I'll see Brankles tomorrow, and if not, I'll see somebody else. Maybe Brenda will be sitting beside me. All right, I got 2 minutes to go, and I got to go over to the desk. So, thank you, Obi. Have a great trip, my guy. Thank you for filling in today, and I'll see you next week, apparently.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Yeah, thanks guys again for spending your day with us. If you've been here throughout the day, hopefully you got some value out of it and some crazy moves Indeed, today there goes Apple. Apple bouncing off that 171 going into the close. So it seems like we might catch a bid finally off of I guess maybe imbalances going into the close with only about 2 minutes left. I got to remember to hit the countdown properly this time. The past couple of times I have been talking over the countdown, so I do have my time. It's funny. One of the traders in the back there, they asked me, they were like, Obi, where's your clock? I'm like, buddy, look at all the tapes I have. This is my clock right here. A very liquid clock nonetheless, especially if you're looking at one of the large caps right there. So 15:58:42 as of right now. Again, it's giving me millisecond countdowns on the tape there. So yeah, thanks guys. I will definitely try to be safe in New York. I got a couple of friends there, so they know the lay of the land. So I think I'll be in good hands for sure. But yeah. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your day tomorrow. Happy trading. I will see you guys next week. We've got about a minute left. Throw up some ideas. Reddit to the moon. Apparently, I don't know who said that. TP saying Reddit to the moon. All right. So yeah, we have yet to see. Again, like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how this ticker kind of pans out. It has been anticipated for a very, very long time. Again, it could be nothing, it could be something, but this 50 hold is interesting. 57 highs, 45 lows as of right now. Only got about 20 seconds left with Adara stepping up to the bell. How's it going, Adara? All right, so with about, okay, I gotta time it properly. 5 seconds left. All right, boom, right here. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara. All right, so the market closing near its lows there. As we pushed into the close, you can see this quadunk of a candle that we kind of had on both the futures there. So it's been great, solid day. I got lots to improve on. Gonna try to get it a little bit better every day. Trading is definitely a journey here. I'm so thankful to be around more experienced traders. Again, Sean was mentioning about the whole roller coaster analogy, and yeah, I definitely need that. I definitely look for that guidance from more experienced traders to kind of help me on my trading journey, and that is the journey that I am on myself. But you guys ready at the big desk there? Without any further ado, don't go anywhere. Sean is gonna be there with you guys for the market recap and what is on earnings today. Some big earnings today. We're talking about, I think it was FedEx. We got Nike. Oh boy, am I going to miss out on Nike day one earnings, but I'll be back for day two on earnings. But without any further ado, join Sean with the market recap at the big desk. I'll see you guys around. Take care. See ya.
Thank you, Obi. Yeah, we got nothing else to do but then another show right now. So here it is. It is the market recap show. Today's going to be a good one because we've got Miss Danielle Shea coming through. So that should be a heck of a lot of fun coming through for tonight. So we'll welcome Danielle coming out. And we have to mention that this show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Get this locked and loaded. We're going to have our earnings coming through right now. We are going to say a big welcome to everybody that's staying with us. Of course, Danielle wants to talk all about tech, so we'll do that. Thank you to everybody that's here, and a big thank you again. Thank you, Obi. Thank you, Andrew, for mentioning that again. What a good one. Feels like a Free Fall Friday coming potentially. We did see some sort of chinks in the armor today as Apple went back down to the downside, and we'll talk about that. We will wait to see when some of these big earnings plays come through, including everything that's on the board there. Nike, Lulu, and FedEx is really what we're looking for. All right, I mean, today's day was really destructed by Apple. I mean, we got that DOJ news coming through on AAPL, and yeah, it was a pretty negative story there with, I think it was 16 states now looking into what's going on with Apple. So it's a nice downside push, and of course you can see here, let's go to a 5-minute chart. Boom. I mean, we had such a great run up. If we flip over to the daily, what a great run it was for Apple. All of that taken out in one day. It's Hydration Nation. All right. Again, really brings the NASDAQ down with it, but fortunately enough for us, today the NASDAQ was a green day. Nice little rally there at the open, but to close it did pull back. There's the NASDAQ making brand new all-time highs today. So, sometimes that's a reason enough to sell it. I don't know. I feel like weakness in the market. I kind of am like, I listen to other people and they say like good news, bad news is good news and good news is bad news. And I just want good news. I mean, I would rather the market not have a healthy pullback. I mean, what we can do is also set stop orders. So if we do get that monster day that just flushes down, like NASDAQ down 3, 4, 5%, maybe those days is what we need for capitulation to the downside. But I'd rather not just see a high and then fade out and then just keep on fading to the downside. So I don't know if that's a reason enough to sell highs today, but that is what happened on the NASDAQ. And you could see it's a nice push down, kind of starts midday in and around noon, and then there's the flush back into the close today. Not a great day. We saw PDD yesterday give up some earnings. Today, again, same kind of move back down into 122. If you just look at yesterday's trade, look where PDD was, up at 151. I mean, this flush down today, again, another 7% down for PDD. So potentially, man, some of these Chinese names will continue to get hit down into the downside there. What were some stories maybe today? Let me just quickly have a look here. And sometimes Adara will send me some sector highlights. Not much happening today. I mean, industrials, we had a monster move up, so we can go on. Was it XLI? Are those the industrials? Yes, it is. So again, nice move upside today. Look at this. I mean, you want to talk about GE, General Electric, really pumping to the high side. We've sold all of our GE. It was a good move for that. We talked about Caterpillar, Deere. Look at XLI, man, just really breaking out again to the upside. A lot of talk about IWM. I got to put IWM up on here. We don't have it as a small cap sector there, but the Russell 2000 ETF starting to get going. And this is a more interesting name because on the weekly chart, you can see we've just taken this level out. So I think Brendan and I talked about this on one of the past podcasts. IWM, one of the only kind of major ETFs. I'm not talking about TAN or lithium or anything like that, but IWM trying to break higher. All right, let's go over now. We do have, I got to put this back out here. Let's get a 1 minute chart going. Lululemon is apparently out. So let's find out what Lulu's doing right now. We were expecting from Lululemon again, we were expecting to get 3.2 billion, EPS forecast $5.1. We'll figure out what's going on. Whoever's selling Lululemon ain't a friend of mine, but there it goes to the downside right now. Lululemon getting clocked, down 4% here. If I can go over to Benzinga, I will get those numbers. I don't see them on Benzinga platform yet, but Lululemon is getting hit down to the downside right now. So there it goes down. Thank you so much, Lulu to the downside. Oh my God, Lulu's tanking. I mean, I think sometimes we got to slow stuff down and worry about what a tank actually is. Down 4%, not too much, but there it is, 7%. So here's Lululemon. Gap, EPS beat 529 versus 497. Sales, beat on sales. It must be the guide. So right now we're seeing a top and a bottom line beat on Lululemon right now. We will pay attention for the guide because you know what? No matter what I say, ball don't lie. Lululemon making the moves to the downside. This does not bode well for Nike, in my opinion. So there is the flush down on Nike. Someone fat fingers Nike down, potentially making a play on Lululemon earnings as Nike's starting to go down to the downside right now, down into $100. Let's flash back to Lulu. We will wait for FedEx coming out. So Lululemon still, the only numbers I have is a Gap EPS beat of 529 versus 497 estimate. They also beat on sales. 3.205 billion versus 3.194 billion. So it's a top and bottom line beat. I'm guessing there's a little bit of a guidance issue. But as Brendan mentioned earlier today, you are sort of, making a nice little frown, smiley face to the upside, but that smiley face is going to turn upside down in a quick minute as we go back into 447 right now for Lululemon. So a little bit of a push back in for that. I still don't see anything the other way around right now. So that's Lululemon. We'll still check back in on Nike. Everybody in the chat will let me know, it looks like Nike's flushing right now as well. So, okay. We talked about Nike possibly having a good quarter based on CPI from China being higher than expected and possible buys coming through on China. We talked about their holiday is a big gifting season that we just had, the Chinese New Year, moving into the new year here as well, heading into summer months. Let's see if we can get a good guide from Nike. Remember, not just an athletic shoe company, apparel as well. We know that spending, credit card spending's at all-time highs as well. So I would have thought that could have been a benefit for both Lululemon and for Nike. But right now, I still feel like it's a fat finger. I don't see Nike earnings out. And then let's just go back over to Lulu one more time. There it is. So nice little downside move for Lulu. Now coming back. FedEx is now out. FedEx announces a $5 billion buyback program right now. Nice move up for FedEx. Maybe it's a flip, man. Maybe we got to get away from some of these tech names and go over into some of the industrial names like a transport here with FedEx, obviously shipping. So a lot of underlying stories here with FedEx. Wow, there it goes. A nice upside move for FDX. So everybody celebrate that. We'll see a big gap down there on earnings, man, right into support. But where's the report for FedEx? So let's go find out right now. There it is. FedEx higher third quarter. 351 versus 386. That seems like it's a miss. So we'll wait to see if we get anything else on FDX. Third quarter diluted 351 and adjusted 386. Sorry. So that is going to be a beat. Here it is right here. 386 beats 345. Sales miss, but they're beating on the top side. Plus add back the buyback for FedEx, and we get a nice 10%. What? 10% move up for FedEx. That's a nice. Now FedEx right back up to those highs again. Hey, look, you want to doubt FedEx? This is what happens. They punch you in the mouth. Nice move off of their last earnings report down to 249. Now FedEx goes, hello. Nice upside move. Bang on that one. We'll ask Miss Danielle Shea about FedEx as well. A nice upside move on that one. Nice move for FedEx, taking out some high levels right there. All right, what's up with Lululemon? So here's what we're looking for. We thought maybe the guide might be weak because they beat on both ends, right? So right now, Lululemon, 2.17 billion to 2.2 versus there it is right there. So the Q1 revenue doesn't look great. 225 looks like they're guiding to the low side. 235 to 240 versus 255. So definitely a low side guide there for Lululemon, sending their shares a little bit lower right now. I still don't see anything on Nike. So maybe Nike's not out, but wow, FTX, a big winner there on that one. Wish we were in that. We could go find some of the other plays. UPS, look at this one, bang to the upside on UPS. That's a good little look there. Let's just check back in on Lulu. Yuck, Hydration Nation time. We had a fun time last night, by the way. It was a great time at that AEW event. I'm going to show you guys my kid. For those of you, he was absolutely loving it. Where is it? This is me on the walk and talk, 1.6K. Thank you so much for all those views. This is what I was doing last night. Yeah, baby, here we are. Look at this. We were like 10 rows. So there's floor seats. Then we were right up here. Here's my guy right here. Yeah. And then we were watching some wrestling, and it was a lot of fun there. This beer in my hand, that's $20. What do you see it? Oh, it's 20 Canadian though, so whatever. Okay, whatever. Maybe you don't see it anyway. There it is. Oh, there it is right there. All right. Anyways, we'll we're feeling pretty good. We're feeling pretty good. A little bit of a late night, but what's not feeling good is Lululemon as it's taking down lows right now. Lululemon, more downside pressure coming through that name. You know what's amazing? We keep talking about this every single day. What's up with the banks, man? Danielle, what's up with JP Morgan? When will this stop? When will the fun stop on some of these banks? XLF, upside. JP Morgan, Sean, why did we sell this name? Up to $200 right now and just really going crazy. Their report coming out pretty soon, man, April the 12th. The last time we had Danielle on, she was talking about potentially getting into some call options or at least looking because some of the bigger names to come through, including Microsoft, they're coming April 30th. So we have a little bit of time to get involved with Microsoft. But look what happened to Microsoft today. New all-time highs. And I mean, last week when Danielle was here, maybe we were in the low to mid 400s, taking out highs. And I remember that was one of the plays that she had. And if not, then I'll give her credit for something that she doesn't get, but she's been calling some nice longs in some of these names. She also mentioned to me about IBM. Maybe we could talk about IBM because that's also a nice little pullback in right now. Let me just double check what Reddit's doing right now in the aftermarket. Okay, kind of flat right now, so a nice little move there for Reddit in the after hours as we wait to see what's going on there as well. Good day one for Reddit today. I mean, a lot of people are going to say, hey, maybe it wasn't that great, but you know what? It didn't fall completely on its face. Whoops, that's probably, let's go to a 3-minute chart right now for Reddit. So here's the open, nicely done to the upside, really got cooking. And this is what you can expect from most IPOs, where you sort of get a few candles really early that are just going to go ham like this, right? Like a nice open all the way up to 58. That turned out to be the top. We didn't pay for shorts till the end of the day and lost on the short. Nice move down in there for Reddit. How did we trade Reddit, you might say? Or if you didn't say that, too bad. We're going to show you right now. This is what we did on Reddit today. We left a pretty calm day for us on Reddit. We didn't really put too much risk in here as we, hit some of the tech names. But there was that dip buy. We wanted to play it back into VWAP. We've had Brian Shannon on the show. He has a chapter on anchored VWAP and how that trades. So we wanted to buy those dips into that. That was $3. Then we bought the 50 dip. We got out when it broke 50. Then we bought some 48s, got out when it broke again. Then went short, took profit, got out when it broke 51. So kind of a flat day there on Reddit, but we are negative on that, and we'll be trading Reddit a lot, I would think, anyways, coming up in the very near future. So that was my day there on Reddit. And Danielle, we always talk about Tesla. So let's have a quick look at Tesla and see what's going on right there right now. We had some good trades on Tesla. Tesla actually a pretty top stock for me today. We wrote down on the sticky note, and by the way, where's that sticky note? There it is right there. We wrote down there 74 longs on Reddit. So we'll go over to our on Reddit on Tesla today, and there it is right there. Tesla 174 long, dips into yesterday's break level with the FOMC. So that was a good trade there for Tesla. It dipped into 174. Our best out's the 50 period up there at 175.20. So that's $1.20. Then it happened again, and that time we got VWAP up there at 175.50. So that was a bang up trade there on Tesla. I do want to say thank you to everybody for watching right now, because it must be, the Danielle Shea effect. We always have a nice amount showing up, over 3,000 right now, and whenever she's ready, we will call on Miss Danielle Shea and go over some of these ideas that maybe she has heading into over the next little while. So that's Reddit. It was a good day there. We did talk about XLU and utilities being the downside, and then finally, we get a little bit of a pushback here in GLD today as gold finally, definitely maybe, pushing down here on GLD for one. So before we go to Danielle, let me just check on the three earnings names here. So FDX, FedEx, wow, man, that's a good little name there for FDX. Huge move to the upside again. Nice one. You don't see this name jumping 11, 12, 13%, really, unless it's on earnings. Their last earnings call was a complete disaster, and this one, we're all the way up here, taking all those levels out right now, up to 291 and change for FedEx on a buyback. So $5 billion share, $5 billion share, not 5 billion shares, repurchase back there. So a good one. That's really what's been helping. We saw Adobe with the 25 billion share buyback as well. Looks like FedEx is going to say we'll do that as well. A little bit less though for FedEx. All right, Lululemon now taking down lows, and I don't think we have Nike out yet. So, Nike in my ear right now is out. So we'll get that with Danielle live, but it looks like Nike just kind of wants to dance around. I'm hearing it in my ear, a report of 77 cents for Nike. We were expecting 69 cents. So that's good so far. We'll have to see what's happening right now. Nike just dancing around and not much happening, which leads me to our trader talk. Let's bring in Danielle. Hi, Ms. Shea. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
I like that eat, sleep trades. We're not doing too bad. We've had a busy couple days here. And wow, we had Astera yesterday on that IPO and then Reddit today. Did you have a chance to look at any of those?
Yeah, looking at Reddit, I think it's exciting. I think it's going to be a ticker that we're definitely going to be able to trade. I typically like to avoid at least the first day, second day, maybe the third day. We'll see. But I generally like to give it a little bit more of a pattern before I get into something like this, because, I am a technical trader. But what's also really exciting about it is typically about 3 weeks later, once there's enough volume, we start seeing options trading on it as well. And since it's such a low price stock, that is definitely something that'll make me interested.
You know, we did see that explosion in ARM, you know, once the options started to get going, and then they came out with their first earnings release, and then boom to the upside. But I don't know, you're probably watching our podcast or listening to it anyways. If you're not, check it out, because come over to my screen. I talked about my trade idea from last Friday was to buy Nike, and right now, there goes Nike, nicely done to the upside. And we're cooking on this one, Danielle, because here's that talk that we mentioned. We said, hey, the Chinese are spending right now, higher CPI. We had their Chinese New Year, and look what happens. They beat on sales. That's exactly what we're talking about. Now we'll wait to see if Nike can come through with a better guide. I hope so. Into the summer months. There's Nike up to 103, just a small 3%. But any thoughts right now on Nike? I mean, Lulu's going one way, Nike's going the other. To me, maybe Lulu's more attractive because we're down that 7%. But any levels or any ideas here on Nike?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, Nike has about a $7-8 expected move. And, you know, I think the thing that's most important about it is all of this resistance. So, I mean, you can see it's been in a downtrend. Great call, by the way. And since it broke through resistance at 102, and currently, at least during the overnight session, it's breaking through this 105 area. If you could see a gap up above this 200 simple on the daily chart, above the 100 simple on the daily chart as well, if you could get up above 106, then there's a good likelihood for that to continue to the upside.
Oh, we just wicked like basically 105.88 right there, Danielle. So look at this. Look at those wicks. Wow, you just nailed that 106. Let's see if we can get going on that one for sure. What about the downside? I mean, I always like to look at even dollar levels, like 100 and change on that. But off earnings, obviously, I would still think give it a couple days to breathe. Is that something that you'll generally do? I know you're trading some options and you like to maybe get out before earnings. But are these levels that maybe you would start to institute new call buying off of this kind of a report?
So, I mean, it all depends what it does on the gap up the next day and if there's continuation, because a lot of the time when you have a company like this that's in a downtrend on a daily chart and you have this area of resistance, if it just gaps and it's underneath these levels and it's stuck there, then in that instance, it's probably better for a short. So you definitely have to be careful if you're trying to be long Nike when it's rallying right into this zone, because if it can't get through it, it's going down. And then if it breaks 100, that will not be good unless you're short, of course. So for me, it's all about the gap and whether or not it can gap up above 106 and stay there.
Danielle, we have some nice talk here in the chat. Mr. Nick Free, come over to my screen right here and I'll show this. He wants to say thank you, Danielle Shea. He started trading options recently because of you and made a ton on Micron. So there it is. Oh yeah, Danielle, let's talk about Micron. I actually tagged you this morning in this play, and I was thinking that, again, Micron with a little bit of more of an aggressive move than we had thought coming out today. I wanted to see a continued rally into here, but I think I'm getting smarter and learning about these things. I only wanted to take it if we broke above the pre-market high in here of 114. That never happened. We played a couple dip buy opportunities here in Micron. They didn't really hold, so we kept getting out in and around 110. So a negative day for me on Micron, but just a cup of coffee, as it doesn't really do anything too exciting. So what do you see here for Micron? We didn't get that continuation, but it looks like it wants to hold in and around this 108, 110 area.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you, and great job managing that, because that's what it's all about for me. Because when you have that overnight high, that creates an area of resistance, and I'm always looking at the 15-minute range, the first, when the market opens. So for example, like this gray area is going to be the overnight price action, and the black area is going to be what happens after the market opens. In this case, you see that key psychological area of resistance at 115, and that first 15-minute bar is down. So when you get that and you're not able to break through the high of the first 15-minute bar, that is when I do not jump in on a long after we've had a big break higher after earnings. So yeah, I mean, with that one, I would say if you were in it before earnings, I mean, it's awesome. You did a great job. If you have the stock, I mean, great day for you for sure. As far as overall levels and what to do with it here, I would go back to a weekly chart and see if we could throw some fib zones on here. Looks like the first target was met around 115, and your next target overhead is going to be around 128. So I think there's still more upside in the stock, if you're just holding it on a longer term basis, but the momentum trade just didn't come through to the upside today.
Yeah, so do you use Fibonacci's quite often to look at levels like that? Because we did have somebody on the show, the Fibonacci princess, you may know. Tammy, she uses those quite often. But is that something that you incorporate pretty much in all of your decisions?
That's right. I love Trader Tammy and I love Fibonacci. So everything that I do has technical analysis incorporated, and Fibonacci is absolutely the backbone of what I do. I mean, it's how I determine resistance areas. It's how I determine support areas. It's how I place all of my price targets for my options trades. Of course, I overlap those with my options chain, looking for high open interest and volume, but Fibonacci is the basis of everything.
All right. People in the chat are asking me to ask you about DraftKings. Did we talk about that last week or a couple weeks ago? Because apparently your play on DraftKings is pretty hot fire. It's been really great, man. We talked. Oh yeah, that's right. We talked about March Madness, didn't we? And that
we did.
Right. And then we talked about all the gambling that happened. I mean, you were even watching the Super Bowl. We talked about Miss T Swizzle there as well. Definitely creating some action in the. Should I know that that's what people call her, T Sweezy and all that stuff? I have too many young kids. But anyways, DraftKings continues to be on a nice run, taking out some levels. Are you still in the name? What are you looking for with DraftKings?
Yeah, so when you look at DraftKings, I've already taken profits on this one because it's already met my extension targets. So again, I got Fibonacci on it, and this is all about the squeeze, guys. This is the #1 setup that I trade. I combine it with my Fibonacci analysis to determine price targets. But, what you're looking for is you're looking for consolidation. The stock was consolidating. It had some major volume breakout signals, and that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see a break to a new high. I had a first target. Really, my first target was down here because it was at this area of resistance at 45, secondary target at 47, but next target's 50. So yeah, I mean, we talked about this one on your show. I also made a video about it on my YouTube channel as well. But love trading the squeeze, love trading Fibonacci, and hopefully some of you were able to make some money on that.
Yeah, it sounds like they were because the chat really liking that. You mentioned that you love Fibonacci's, but you also, Danielle, love. Hey, I got to talk to Danielle. Where's the one-on-one here? I'm going to ask her something. There it is. You mentioned loving Trader Tammy and loving Fibonacci's, but you also love Trader TV Live, right?
Of course. You are the absolute best.
Oh, why, thank you. Now I'm going to be blushing for a while. I needed to hear that. No, all right. Lululemon continuing the downside, but you made a lot of people also some good money on Microsoft. And again, we talk about this all the time. We'll talk about levels and ideas, but it's really, I got to give credit to a lot of the traders out there because pulling the trigger is really what it's all about. We talked a little bit about that on the show. And I'm going to ask you a little bit of, it's not a personal question, but it's more the history of your trading. How long did it take you, Danielle, before you really started to get aggressive and maybe up the size, going from like 1 or 2 contracts, maybe to 3 or 4, like 5 or 6, or as many as you want? How long did it take you to sort of come up with your strategies and build a system that you're really confident with?
It's funny because I started trading when I was 25 and I didn't really have a good concept of risk because when you're 25, you're kind of like, woo, this is so much fun. So it's actually hilarious because I used to trade a lot more aggressively than I do now. And so when I first got into it, I said, the first 2 years I paper traded actually, and that was how I got really confident with my setups and with my strategies. So I was using fake money for 2 years. After that, I graduated to the real thing. And I started off really small. I just tried to make $50 a day. I was like, I want to make $50 a day. And then I upped it to 100, then 200, then 300. And so there was a time frame, maybe like 5-6 years ago, where I was very wild and crazy, and I would try to like double and triple my account. And now at this point, I try to go for like more easy winners, less stress, keep blood pressure lower. So I actually use less size now than I used to 5 or 6 years ago.
Right, but that's true though, but you're more specific with your plays and learning. And I think that's very important because we sit on a trading floor and it's kind of like the same learning experience, whether or not you're trading equities or options. Okay, just real quick, Danielle, what do you want to talk about? I mean, there were some ideas that you had. Great call again on Microsoft. We want to go over that. You mentioned IBM. The floor is basically yours, but we always have so much fun that we're running out of time. So let me throw it over to you. What else do you want to trade and what else do you want to talk about?
Well, first of all, I just want to show you guys, I made a new video for you on YouTube. So
Sweet.
you can check that out at Trader Danielle, no underscore. I made a video about Microsoft and how I was trading it into 430 using butterflies. So make sure you check that out. But I want to give you some new trades here, of course. So I have a couple. I've got NVIDIA, IBM, Meta, and Amazon. So which one do you want?
Repeat those again. Amazon, Meta.
NVIDIA and IBM.
God, now if I pick the wrong one, everyone's going to get mad at me. All right, let's go with NVIDIA.
Okay, I'm going to do NVIDIA and ARM because,
Yep.
So looking at NVIDIA, I know everybody's going to tell me, you're crazy. There's no way it's going to keep going higher. But you know what? I have the setup. I've got the squeeze. So if you look at this chart on a 195-minute chart, you know what you have after it made that new high at 974. It's come back, it's consolidating, it's hooking, it's making a little bit of a cup and handle pattern here. So I think we could trade NVIDIA up into 955 and then 1,000. I love this slingshot momentum that I'm seeing. I love the incoming volume. I know this thing has been crazy, and at some point, I'm sure it's going to pull back, but I'm going to keep riding this one until it does. And for now, it's in a great upward trend.
And then ARM, you talked about ARM and Reddit. I mean, I actually wanted to bring up another key point there because we talked about, and I talked about this on the show, but a lot of people get FOMO, like, oh my God, Reddit has this huge move and I don't want to miss it. But a lot of that action is just because we're in first day. We're going to have second day, third day. Some of the volume's going to come in. People's hands are going to get, either lighter or heavier, depending on what positions they like. But as I look at ARM here, this is the daily chart. So we came out back in September, and this is what I want to show everybody. Like, we opened up at 55. We ran all the way to 68 that very next day. But then that cat came back, and you thought it was a goner, but then it went all the way back into $50, $51, much lower, 10% lower than its IPO price. And we all knew the story about a low float and whatnot. And then you got to get my picture out of there. Sorry, Ramin, because I'm trying to, there it is. So there's the move there. Upside, then we come back in, we hang around 50, we break below 50, we even get to $47, down 20-something% since IPO, and then you sort of get going where you talked about wait a little while for options and wait a little while for things to get going, and then we start to blow up to the upside. So I'm pretty excited for Reddit for that exact reason. Let's keep looking at that one. But ARM, is there more upside, or do you think that really SoftBank, we got to wait to hear about that sell, what they're doing with ARM in their sale there?
So, first of all, you're dead right about everything that you said about IPOs and ARM. And this is why I always tell people you are not missing out when you're not buying an IPO the first day it comes on the market, because almost always it's going to fall for a couple weeks until it can find a low, find a bottom, and find a catalyst like earnings. So with ARM, again, I know people are going to say you're crazy. It's already traded up to 164. How could you seriously trade it here? Well, because you have an IPO that bottomed out. You had two earnings reports in a row, specifically one with a breakaway gap that's now pulled back. It's consolidated in the squeeze. It has positive volume. I think you could trade it back up into 150. That would be my quote unquote easy target, the resistance zone where it's already traded. And then after that, 160 and above. So I think this is an aggressive trade. Obviously, like, it's a more recent IPO. But I know there's a lot of you guys out there that like some of these aggressive moves.
I got to, I'm going to do a favor for you, and you're going to do one favor for me. So Bears vs. Bulls, he's our moderator. He dropped the link to your YouTube in the chat. So I'm going to say thank you so much to him for doing that. So right there, good job on that one. But I'm getting in trouble in the chat because, see, Danielle, you put me on the spot. You made me pick a name, and I knew no matter which one I picked, people would want another one. So I'm going to ask you for one more. They want to know about international business machines. And if we can talk about that, a nice little 3.5% dividend yield. That's why I started buying this name, honestly, like probably 20 years ago, because it was a dividend grower, an aristocrat. IBM now is starting to take out some of these highs. What does Danielle think about IBM?
So here's the thing. In my portfolio, I like to have a couple names that are a little bit more aggressive, and I like to have the more steady names like Amazon, like Microsoft. And then I also like to have stuff like this. It's not in the news every day. It's not going crazy. It's not a new IPO. but it has a great pattern. So when you look at IBM, I mean, it has this nice steady pattern ever since it bottomed out here last year. You've been in an upwards trend, and you guys know that I love earnings, and you can see last quarter it had a breakaway gap. Some of my favorite trades are on a bullish stock that has a nice trend, that has a breakaway gap. It never comes back to fill, and then it's pulling back and it's consolidating. Now, nobody's talking about this one right now because it's not really doing much, right? Like, it's consolidating. It just recently made that high. So that's when you generally want to get in again. It's after it pulled back from making a new recent high, it's consolidating. You have an upside target that's a key psychological value. I love using these numbers in the options market because I can set up a butterfly. So I like having some of these under the radar names. Right now I have a butterfly, 190, 200, 210, and I'm just targeting this $200 price point on this name. So you know, you got to mix up the kinds of tickers that you're trading, because you don't want to only be focused on like NVIDIA and AMD, because if you wake up, there's a big gap down, it's a little bit rough for you. So I like to mix up the risk.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the original AI plays, I mean, they had Watson on Jeopardy. We talked about this like 20 years ago, and it was destroying everybody. So shout out to Watson and IBM. So Danielle, traders stay late. That's our hashtag, and you definitely did today. I want to thank you so much for that. I want to make sure that everybody checks you out at Trader Danielle, both on X, and then it's on the bottom of our screen right now, and on YouTube. And let's get that YouTube channel pumped up. She's putting out free videos, guys. Go over there and have a quick look at her YouTube page, Trader Danielle. You have it up right now. Let's flash it one more time. There it is. So, yeah. Everything's groovy, man. I really like those colors on there. Go check her out for more information on options. Hey, we heard from the chat. You've made people some money, so let's go support Danielle Shea. Thank you, Miss Danielle.
Thank you, guys. I love you. I'll see you next week.
Thank you. See you, Danielle. There it is. That's Trader Talk. I mean, we just keep rolling them out. I mean, day after day, we're bringing the guests with some hot fire. I want to thank absolutely all of you for joining. And I mean, again, another great episode there. 2,500 of you are right here, right now. So let me do my best with the roll call. All right, often imitated, never duplicated. I mean, all these guys on the show, I heard Adara do a roll call, was really good. Sharif does a great roll call, but let's go and let's see who's here right now with us. I always got to shout out my main guy before we even go on here. Shout out to you, Bears vs. Bulls, man. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Again, oh, there it is. What's up? Let's get home. Okay, hey, my wife, what's going on? She's in the chat as well. What's up, Marissa? Okay, I'm coming. I'll be home very, very soon. Thank you to Rob. Thank you to Oscar Plays. Yo, what's up, Chef Joe? Yo, Chef Joe, man, as soon as I'm in New York, we're going to have that steak together. Shout out to you, Chef Joe. What's up to DK, Mike Breeze? What's up to Zion, Igor, Oscar Plays? To the screen, I got to show this. What's up to JTK? What's up to Silver Do Blue? Lava. Hey, oh God, what's up, my wife? Kling Daddy. What's up, Lass? What's up, Sam Yip? Everybody, man, everybody that's here. Piper. What's up, Danielle? What's up, Eddie R? For Profit. Everybody's here right now. Igor's in the building. Robert's in the building. All right, that's roll call. Thank you so much. It's been a fantastic day. And if I take any more time, I may be in trouble. Look, sticky note review is what it is. We'll keep. I have a typo somewhere. Oh, there's a typo. Not on the rundown. Oh no, he's not talking to me. I thought there was a typo there. Thank you so much for watching. We had a great guest. I want to thank Trader Danielle for coming through. All those options. I'm happy with those IBM plays. We like that. But before we go, wait a second. Let's just look over what some of those earnings were. And I know, Marissa, I'm not delaying on purpose. I just want to review these quickly. One, I am not Ramin. Nice move to the downside right now for Nike. Let's see if that 106 can hold. Not happy with that as we own some Nike shares. Lululemon, oops, L-U-L-U right there. Whoa, Lululemon to the downside. This could be a possibility to buy some right now. Lululemon down 8%. We'll see if that goes SSR for trading tomorrow. And look what we're bouncing into. Oh no, not the 200 period moving average, where we possibly might want to buy some shares for Lululemon. And the big winner here today is going to be, wow, FedEx now 14%. FedEx doubling expected move right there. We did it again. It's another market recap show. Traders and wives apparently stay late. So I want to say thank you to everybody. I'll be seeing you soon, Marissa, and I'll be seeing everybody else tomorrow. Rise and shine at 8:30. I have no idea who's going to host with me. Does it really matter? It's Trader TV Live. We're here tomorrow, and I will see you all then at 8:30. Have a great evening. Give the loved ones you love a big hug. I'll see you in the morning. Ciao.